What's that? All right. Hey, this is the antisocial socialite back at it again. Shout out to all of you wonderful new subscribers and returning friends. Welcome. If you are new to the channel, you have not yet subscribed, what are you waiting for, darling? Hit that subscribe button, smash that notification bell. So when I get to running this mouth, baby, you are in the loop. You see the title, you know what time it is. The toxicity of the manosphere. I don't even know if I spelled it correct, but you know me already, can't spell for toffee. Um, it's um, for those of you who are in the States, it's technically Trolling Tuesday. We're not going to be trolling every Tuesday, but I might find a video here or there that floats my boat. So this was it. I was perusing these YouTube streets as you do, and I came across this panel, and it's just it started off bad and it just went worse. I literally got into 30 minutes. I don't even think I'm going to do the full 4.5 hours because it's too long. But this is definitely something that I've seen a number of people doing videos on this recently. One of the first people was David West, for everybody who remembers the whole Cassie West saga. And after David appeared on Jessica X's show, he then made a video, I think, called The Degeneracy of the Manosphere. And it's ironic because Cassie West makes a lot of red pill kind of content. She's got some very conservative views, and she's even subscribed to a lot of the red pill channels and watches a lot of their content. So it's kind of strange that you glean a lot of information from the manosphere. In this instant, it's the white manosphere. But at the same time, you then want to sit down and critique it and call the people in the white manosphere autistic. So I found that very strange. Okay, I didn't actually watch all of the video that David did about the degeneracy of the manosphere, but I kind of let it slide because I could see Crystal and Kerrison kind of formed a bit of an alliance and an affinity for David. I mean, that's her business, that's her right. It's like, okay, whatever, you're gonna use David West to kind of be the beating stick against Kevin and the manosphere. Okay, whatever makes you happy, kind of thing. And then I came across this discussion, and this is like maybe discussion number 3 or so. Don't get me wrong, when it comes onto the women on social media, a lot of them are making conversations about how they find the manosphere to be degenerate and the issues they have with the manosphere. Some I can understand, some I can't. But I'll be honest with you, and this is just my personal opinion. One thing I don't like, and everyone is free to their opinion, is men who are really critical of the manosphere. And this is a prime example of why I have an issue with men who are critical of the manosphere. Now, before we continue, I want to make it very clear. There are things about the manosphere I don't personally like. Not much, but just some things I didn't really like. And that's one of the reasons why I started my channel, was because there were certain things, for the vast majority of it, I agreed with. And what I will say is this: people want to talk about the concept of my truth. Well, men also have their truth. If you have the right to say my truth is based on my personal experiences, well, what men talk about on social media is basically their personal experience. Now, we may not like it, we may not like the way they talk about it, but that's what it is. They have their own personal experiences, things that they've been through, trauma, letdowns, whatever, relationship experiences, and that's what they want to come together and talk about. For the first time in a long time, apart from like boys clubs and maybe strip clubs and these kind of places and the barbershop, men haven't had a place where they can congregate en masse, whereas women have had daytime TV. They've got gossipy magazines. Then when the internet came about, there were various forms of social media specifically catering to women and their needs. It's like if you are ever at home, I mean, everybody knows, I don't need to kind of elaborate, But for anybody who's home in the early part of the day, like not early morning, but like mid morning to early afternoon, it's just programming geared towards women, shopping, gossiping, fashion segments, and decorating, and probably stuff to do with parenting, because who's at home at that time of the day? Maybe women with kids who are not working. They're at home with children or whatever. So there's a lot of TV programming dedicated to a female audience. And obviously, we know in recent years, even things that were predominantly male spaces are slowly, women are slowly encroaching in. Like in sports, which used to be a very male dominated arena, you have a lot of women coming through, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like men have finally found a place where they can go and get their voice kind of heard, and just talk like freely about how they feel about things. Some of the criticisms I have is things like, I don't support pump and dump, because I'm like, okay, if you want to pump and dump, you can't be surprised that women promote whole culture, because for you to be able to run through women, you have to have women who are complicit in being ran through. And so things like that I have an issue with, but I understand both sides of the argument. Like one hand washes the other. Okay, the two are two sides of the same coin, and so I understand that's a problem. But as I've said before, I'll say it again. Why do I come down more heavily on women? Because at the end of the day, culture is passed from one generation to the next via the mother. So anyway, I came across this video just now. I was kind of just scrolling, and I wasn't necessarily trying to be trolling, but when I hear black men online who are very critical of the manosphere, it's something that I kind of am not keen on listening to. Okay, because at the end of the day, people complain about the state of black men, but then when black men come together to talk, and that's the first step of moving forward, is talking. And don't get me wrong, not all of the guys out here are trying to bring about resolution. Some of it is toxic, blah, 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 blah. But the little bit of information, the little bit that I've watched so far, this guy is not even talking about the most toxic people that I would have personally picked. I'm not going to name names, but so we're going to watch this. It's, I think, what's it called? Truth, The Honest Truth, I think the show is called. And we're just going to go through some of it. I can't go through all of it. I just physically don't have the strength, because the talking points and the arguments were not even they weren't even fill in the blank, pick the word you want to pick. I have the right to remain silent, fair use. Right, so let's get into this stuff.
Keep staying on that trajectory for now. What are we talking about today, though? Well, today's subject of controversy is going to be something that we've been discussing. It's kind of falling in line with the subject matter that we've been talking about for a while, which is the Manosphere. Huge shout out to everybody that's joining us. Once again, getting in line with those channels who you should be subscribed to. Eddie Ahim. Huge shout out to Eddie Ahim.
Okay, so I didn't even hear this properly the first time, but let's go back. Okay, already there's a little bit of an issue. With all due respect, everyone has the right to follow who they want to follow. But Eddie Ahim is a guy who is like a male feminist. And with all due respect to Eddie, this is not, I'm not trying to be overly nasty, but with all due respect, Eddie is a man who is in relationships with other men. You don't really have a dog in this fight, Eddie, because at the end of the day, you're not trying to build black families. And the biggest problem in the black community is a shortage of stable black families. And with all due respect, everyone has the right to live their life how they want to live it. But I personally don't believe that a household run by two men or two women as much as it can be stable, is the ideal situation for the progression of the Black community. Bearing in mind that 90% of the world's population is straight, how can a child who is straight learn how to identify with the dynamics of a male female relationship watching two men or two women? So I'm not like supporting homophobic crimes and things like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I personally do not support promoting the alternative lifestyle as a model and a blueprint for the progression of the Black community. So the fact that the first person he shouts out is Eddie, who is highly critical of the Black Manosphere, while simultaneously always bigging up the women in the Black sector of YouTube, or this corner of the Black sector, because we have to remember the Black sector of YouTube is probably huge, and there's a lot of things because of the algorithms we never see, content creators we never hear of, great things that people are talking about that never comes to the forefront because the algorithm is constantly pushing on you things that's similar to what you've watched already, and that becomes like a little bit of an echo chamber. Like for me personally, and this is just a digression, I'm trying to click on videos that not necessarily don't interest me, but wouldn't have been my first choice to whatever, or just look for something different so the algorithm can start suggesting different things to me. Because if you do comment on a particular video, it says, okay, you love this, let me just keep giving you more. It's like, no, I don't want more. I only wanted to comment on that particular video, and now I want to keep it moving. Can you stop suggesting this thing to me? So it's a little bit frustrating. There's a whole probably universe out there on the Black side of YouTube that never really gets looked at because the algorithm is always suggesting the same kind of stuff to you. And but Eddie is there very much in lockstep with some of these female content creators, especially Chrysaline. And so I already have to kind of, from my personal standpoint, give him a little bit of the side eye. As people may have heard, Chrysaline says she's going to quit YouTube for the most part. She may do some bits and pieces here and there, a little bit of live streaming, not live streaming, just maybe changing up the format, but she says she's not really keen on doing coalitions and various what can we say, collaborations. And you know, let me just say this before we get into the video. You know, I personally have mixed feelings. It's sad that Chrysaline feels that she has to leave. Hey George, if you're stateside, good night. If you're here, good morning. I think it's 5. What is that? 10 to 5? I have no clue. But there's a saying, you know, some has to die for some to live. And that's a very sad way to look at it. But I don't want to say female YouTubers, please go away. But I do feel to an extent like female YouTubers, please go away. And I know I'm always like contradicting myself, and that's just part of my naughty nature. But I'm like, I don't want you to kind of just go. But I wish you wouldn't say some of the things you said, because some of the things you say, it fosters a lot of animosity and problems that just don't need to be there. And as much as you say you want to build something and you're for Black female empowerment, it's like the things you say actually harm the people who are putting their confidence in you. And so when it comes on to people like CK, I'm sad that she feels the need to leave. It would have been better if she just came back and rebranded herself and actually was positive. No one is saying, you know, let's do a witch hunt and run you off YouTube with burning pitchforks. But sometimes it would be better if you just went than to stay and to keep poisoning the water supply. It would be her fifth or sixth retirement video. Like a bad rash, she'll come back. And this is what I was saying to somebody earlier. Like, just recently, she was talking about wanting to get to 100,000 subscribers. And so, is she really going to go? She doesn't have to go, but just refine your message and make the message what it needs to be to help Black women. If you say that you care about no wedding, no womb, for me personally, that's what I would like to see videos on, because that's what's actually going to help to turn the tide around. You have the influence, you're closing in on 100,000 subscribers, you have a voice, you have an opportunity and a platform. That's what you should be using it for, in my opinion, if that's what you say your platform is for. Because if you're complaining that people are more interested in your swirling, well, that's partly because that's what you pride yourself on and that's what you promote. Okay, so when it comes on to Chrissy, like, I'm just like, I'm not saying colorism doesn't exist, but again, spending all day complaining about being too dark skinned is not helping you. And we're going to get into a bit of that with this video, because I can't deal with it. I can't understand why these men, and actually, let me not lie. I understand why some men have issues with the manosphere, and they're like, why as a group of men would you be on the internet all day? But at the same time, hey Demetrius, how you doing, man? Men need outlets too to talk. It's like there's a lot of double talk going on, and just a lack of just realism. When men don't open up, women say you don't talk, you don't communicate. When men start communicating, they're shamed for being on the internet talking all day, as if these men outside of the internet are not doing things. So it's just like, oh. So let's just get into the video. But yeah, we got a lot of things going on here. I don't know how long I'm gonna go with this.
Channel and his subscribers in the building.
I just can't.
Go ahead and read Eddie's YouTube channel in the chat right there for you. Also, one YouTube user, Ebony Star Network, who actually provided a video on her live stream of what we'll be covering today. I'm going to leave her in the chat box as well below. Hi, Lydia. Lita. It's good to see you, Lita. Thank you for being here. Everybody who's in the chat room, make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. If you already haven't, just share this video on your Facebook feeds. Today we're talking about the manosphere, the toxic Black manosphere.
Okay, and let me just say this. George made a great point. He said no wedding, no womb was a great idea. But the fact that getting money from emotionally wounded women was more lucrative is what blinded these ladies, right? And what these women, and this is what Crystalline, I couldn't even watch her kind of farewell video speech where she's talking about how much she's, whatever, leaving. I was like, Crystalline, you're leaving because you made a series of bad decisions which you won't own up to. And I get it, it's not easy to do that. But what happened was you went on people kind of forgot about you. You decided you were going to launch a hate campaign for 6 months against the man who didn't do anything to you. And whereas in the years gone by, you got away with that because the manosphere wasn't as strong, now it's grown and it's got a lot of support, and you couldn't get away with that. And when you face the backlash of not just men and women, and she's got into a number of debates and discussions on various platforms with Jessica X, and she couldn't really overthrow Jessica's argument, she realized that she hasn't really got a leg to stand on. And so the last ditch attempt was to basically say, well, if that's how it's going to be, I'm going to leave. And the reason why no wedding, no womb, I wouldn't say wasn't as successful, is because that's not what women want to talk about. If a lot of her audience is like single women and single mothers and things like that, They don't want to hear somebody criticizing them for having a child out of wedlock because they take it ultra personally. And shout out to Obsidian with his mama. you know, yeah, black women can also see their mother in certain conversations and feel offended. And so a lot of the black women who, Crystalline should have been trying to say, look, this is what it is, this is what happened, I get it, but we need to also tell the younger generation, don't do this, don't do that. Like I said to her one time, but she, I don't know. I said, like, I can find video upon video of you talking about being with white men, but I don't find any videos online on YouTube about no wedding, no womb. I find videos by other people, but I don't actually find any content by you. So why are you trying to tell me I should look at what you did for the last 10 years regarding no wedding, no womb, when I can't find it as readily on YouTube as the other stuff? That means you're proud of your swirling, but you're not really that proud of no wedding, no womb. And that's because when she made that content, she got a lot of pushback. A lot of women didn't like her because she told them the truth about having a child out of wedlock. And yes, Crystalline is a bit soft, but she also can be quite passive aggressive, and that's why she decided to go with the easy, route of doing videos where she could kind of bash men a little bit. But it backfired because a lot of her audience is black women who want black men. No matter how much she tells black women to expand their options, black women, for the most part, want black men. And black men are the ones dating black women the most. So why would you discord? Shout out to Jessica X. She made an excellent point. The way she worded it, I couldn't have said it any better. In fact, it's something I didn't really think of. She was like, when you tell women to expand their options, but then you only glorify non-black men, you're not expanding women's options, you're limiting them. Because at the end of the day, black men are the ones who are the most likely to want to date a black woman. And so if you're demonizing black men all the time, you're actually restricting these women's options. And that's true. If you have black men as your biggest, supporters, why would you then start talking, rubbish about them all the time? And so I wish Crystalline the best, but she's made her bed very hard, and that's why it's got hard for her. That's all it is. It's not anybody's fault but her own, because she wanted to allegedly help black women, but the victimhood narrative of no one protects dark-skinned black women, and I don't even know if she really believes that or what, but she ran with it because it was popular at the time. But it's a dead-end narrative, because really and truly it's not even really that true. It's not that true. And if it is, it's partly because black women are the least married women. If black women were married, and I didn't even want to get onto Crystalline, but we're here now. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we'll move on. She actually was talking a little bit more honestly about how much she was being attacked by other black women on social media. And I said this to her, and she's been, people have told her this. Kendall St. Charles has told her this. Like, the ones who will run you off the internet are other black women. The ones who will demonize you, dox you, try to find pictures of your family, gossip about you, lie about you, is not black men. Black men will just call you out and say you're whatever. But at the end of the day, it's the black women in your camp that run from chat to chat and group to group, slandering you. They're nice to you here, they're nasty to you there. Shout out to O'Shea. He made a comment really recently. He said, subscribers are not loyal. They go wherever they feel entertained. And Crystalline maybe took it on board too much that these were friends and family, and didn't realize that these subscribers are there to be entertained. They are not there necessarily to learn or to grow. That's why I kept saying, you cannot help people who don't want to be helped. And not everybody in the space wants to be helped. Some are just there for the entertainment. Some are there just to vent and to rant and to bash black men. And then they're not really there to do better. And this now takes me to Chrissy with the whole Chad Wheeler thing. I'm not going to do a whole video on it. I don't think I'm going to touch on the Chad Wheeler thing because it's too much. I don't have enough background information. Domestic violence happens across the board. But what I will say is Chrissy's like, men are sending her messages and she's highlighting a few of them saying that men are fake concerned about the Chad Wheeler situation. Like, Chrissy, none of the messages you put up were about concern. It was Nina, this black chick got beat by a white guy. What are you going to say about it? Let's just be honest. So there was no fake concern. The reason why those brothers sent you those messages is because, or put those comments in your comment section, is because black women on social media like to rub white men in the black man's face and talk about him as though he can do no wrong. And a lot of the times when these kind of situations occur, the women in those camps, maybe apart from maybe Cynthia G and sometimes Chrissy, will talk about it. Everybody else will be silent. When it's a black man hurting a black woman, or a black woman who's the perpetrator if it's a black man hurting black women, all of them have something to say about it. But when it comes on to a white man hurting a black woman, or black women doing unfavorable things, in a lot of instances they don't say very much. And if they do, it's still somehow the black man's fault to a degree. So Dimitri says, on the face of the pink pill and her actions, there's nothing wrong. I agree with Jess X, but the pink pill bias is implicit. It is implicit, and the thing about it is this: what I just don't like is the fact that none of them are intellectually honest, and they're very biased in the way that they talk about things. But it's like, what gets under my skin about Crystalline is she makes that shit like she's always being victimized, when a lot of the time she does take the first shot. She in the video that she did recently talking about why she's leaving YouTube, she said about somebody, and I'm assuming it's Crystal Swells, shout out to the people who sent me videos. George says fake concern is better than no concern. But I'll get to that in a minute, right? She said, somebody's making content about me, videos about me, blah, 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 blah. Would it have been so hard? You've got my email. It's on my card. Why couldn't you email me? But Crystalline, when you decided not to go on Kevin Samuel's show, did you email him, or did you go on Cerebral's platforms talking about why you cannot go on his show? Was one of the first things you did a long post in your comment section? Not comment section, the community tab. And that's why I called her out on it, because I said, Crystalline, you say that the reason why you didn't go on Kevin Samuel's show is because you didn't go on his show because of what he said about going back to a woman who's abusive, a woman who's abusive, no, a woman who's being abused, going to a man who is abusive. And she was like, I can't support a message of a person who's going to say something like, go back to your abusive husband. All right. But when she made the post about why she didn't go on the show, she didn't mention anything about, abusive husband, and I can't support a channel that says things like this, and I don't agree with giving children to the father. There was nothing in there about that. The only thing she mentioned was, I think I didn't do my research, and he wasn't nice to black women. Therefore, I don't want to be associated with somebody who talks to black women in a very bad way. Okay? So the story can kind of completely change once she realized it wasn't a particularly good reason not to go on his show. And then for 6 months straight, she recruited any and everybody that she could find to basically give Kevin a verbal beating and, highlight why he was wrong and she was right, despite the fact that he never did anything to her. And this is the kind of double standard that people kind of got frustrated with her with. It's not so much that she didn't want to go on his show, is that you're being disingenuous about the reason why you didn't go on his show. Okay? And then everybody's running around saying she's like a victim, she's so classy, she handles herself very well. And it's like, yeah, but sometimes you take the first shot, but then afterwards when the retaliation comes, you can't handle it. And that was what has kind of started this long war that made everybody kind of look at you like you're not as innocent as you kind of want to be painted as. And I did want to cover it, but then I couldn't be asked. It's long, takes too much, takes too draining. No, the fact that I have to scroll back through 6 months of community tab garbage is like, But people think I'm joking when I say this. Where's this? She takes nice pictures. Her community tab is very attractive. I'm not going to lie. She's got skill in that respect. But she did make a mistake when she went after Kevin for no reason. And there was no real reason not to go on his show if you can still partner with Shira 7. He's literally out here destroying other black women. And the thing about it is this. You see, it's funny how you don't... Because Soraya is not, of no benefit to you. You don't care that Shira could have destroyed her. But then when it comes on to other women trying to destroy you, all of a sudden you understand. It's like people have been trying to tell you, Chrysaline, that a lot of these women don't want to be helped. They don't want to change. And that's why, years ago when she did her videos about single motherhood and trying to identify with women, saying, I understand what it's like. I was a single mom as well. She had to kind of come out and appease people, and they still wouldn't listen. I don't know. Has she taken it down? Possibly. I wasn't going to look at it, but I said, let me just show you guys so that... Alright, I might have to put it in a video. This. I think you guys can see that a little bit small. Oh, what? Where's the post gone? You see, computer trying to play with my life. This one. No. She takes nice pictures, isn't it? Very classy. I wonder if she's got a proper photographer. I know that her daughter's into some type of editing. So maybe the daughter put this together. Where is it going? Why are you doing this to me, huh? Oh, here we go. Don't troll Kevin Samuels. Oh. So annoying. I don't know about this. So I was slated on Kevin Samuel's show on this Wednesday, but honestly, after I heard the single baby mother conversation he had, how he was calling black women liars, bees, fat, reducing them only to height, weight, reproductive ability, I had to decline. So I haven't seen this one, but she could have added that after. Who knows? They're calling and seeking advice. They're vulnerable. I saw with my own eyes him baiting them and hanging up on them, telling them not to interrupt him while he simultaneously interrupt them. I had to retract my agreement to appear. While I know that black women have work to do, I don't think that one mistake means they are ruined. Use goods, and she basically killed themselves. I don't know if anybody ever hear Kevin say they should kill themselves. If you have the footage, that would be interesting. So how can he tell people to kill themselves and at the same time run an elegant show? But under the veneer, I'm seeing a different he-man black woman hater. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we don't know how much she added that after that. I don't know. Oh, no, please. You're funny. Patty Stanger is known as a potty mouth. For anyone who doesn't know, she does a reality show called the Millionaire Matchmaker or Millionaire Match or something. She changed the name slightly. And yeah, she's giving tough love. People come in and stand up in front of her and she's sending them out through the door like, no, you're not suitable for my mixers. So let's just keep it all the way 100. Patty knows how to disrespect people based on height, weight, dress size as well. Okay, so if anyone's ever watched her show, like, you'll come through and she'll look at you like, are you joking? Are you trying to be funny? I can't even find it. I literally had it and then I zoomed it and it just disappeared. But in the original post that she did, it didn't mention anything about the baby mama and this and that. It was literally, I got an issue with the fact that he, whatever. Sorry to end it on Chris Lynch. That was an accident. Okay. So yeah, her bias is crazy. It's just silly. Okay. Hey Tom, how you doing? Eldrin, how's it going? Fake concern is better than no concern. Chrissy is painting. You see, again, this is what I mean about the nice, nasty. You claim to be helping, but really you're hurting. If the men are outraged, you call it fake concern. If the men ask you to talk about it, you're labeling it concern when it's not concern. So it's like, Chrissy, this is not concern. Black men are tired of black women throwing the white man in their face. That was it. This was their aha, what you got to say about this swirler moment. Now, obviously, some men did say, and we're going to get into this with the video if we ever get there, black men rejoicing over the fact that a black woman got beat up by a black man. Obviously, that's foul, okay? But at the end of the day, that's not reflective of all black men. What a lot of black men are saying is this: if you go and date out of the race and you decide that you want to be with a non-black man, especially, I'm not saying that's what this lady did, but for the women who are of that group, especially like the hardcore swirlers who are very aggressively like critical of black men, it's like, you kind of set yourself up a little bit because you've shut the door on a lot of the protection and the things that you had. Obviously, if you've got brothers, fathers, they're going to come to your defense. But in terms of the random black men, a lot of them are not even there to help you, even if they want to help you. So let's not pretend like they saw you getting beat in the house and they just walked on by. Or that they didn't, there weren't signs. And it's a thing where Chrissy and maybe some of these other people are saying, well, he just wasn't on his medication. Well, if he was a black man, you wouldn't have the same level of sympathy. That's the bit that a lot of brothers are fed up with, is this double standard. When it comes on to the black man, he's always doing something wrong. But when it comes on to the black the non-black man, there's always a justification for why he does what he does. Okay, but so it says exactly, when you look for a reason to hate someone, you'll find it. If you seek, you'll find. There's always a reason to hate a person if you really look hard enough and construct something in your mind. You know, if you let Crystalline tell it, Atlas himself couldn't carry her burden. She has such the Messiah complex. It's true. You know, it talked a lot before, touched on in before, the concept of the drama triangle. And it's the persecutor, the rescuer, and the victim. And some people are more aggressive, trying to tell you what to do in a more persecutor type role. I would say that's more like Tanya, maybe Chrissy, and Cynthia G. Crystalline operates very much from the role of a rescuer. She claims to want to help people, but she can't take the fact that some people don't want to be helped. You know, Crystalline is attractive, yeah, and when you look at her pictures, they're really nice. You know, Crystalline praised black men and the Manosphere for being on code and said that the woman's sphere is like crabs in the barrel. Yeah, Tom, and this is where, again, these guys are intellectually dishonest, because on both sides, the men and the women's side, you actually have a lot of infighting, because there are cliques and groups in the Manosphere, as well as there are cliques and groups in the women's sector. And when it comes on to the men seem to just go wherever. Now, there are some men who are very vocal and talk about everybody, and they go from this place, they don't like you here, and then the next minute they're up in your chat and your comment section. I have seen that. It's true. But the fact that the women are over there like, oh, we are this sisterhood, and then as soon as you say something I don't like, I mean, I don't think men in fact, maybe men in the Manosphere are getting doxxed and flagged and hate videos made about them almost as much as the women are getting made by other women. So I've heard men praising the women for the way they stay on code. And the reality is this: there is no code, and people are not loyal. Subs are not loyal. They go where they like. They watch what they want. They give money to who they want to give money to. And they kind of are like, it's like you would have to really be saying certain things that I don't like for me to not watch you. But for the most part, if it's mostly true stuff that I like, I'm going to support what you say to a point. But there are some people I can't watch because what they say that's negative is so bad that I can't even support the 99% of the good that you say. Because I can't give you my view, I can't give you my light. And there are some people, it's like, oh, I wish you wouldn't say that, but I can kind of overlook it. And so, what can you say? What can you say? So when it comes on to either side, they have the same problems, and they're kind of, sometimes people are overestimating how much peace and harmony there is going on in these two spaces. There really isn't that much peace and harmony, especially amongst, there's no difference. Because in the Manosphere, there are cliques. There are certain content creators who have a set that they roll with, and you always find them together. And I can identify about 3 or 4 sets in the Manosphere. And then on the women's side, you have individual content creators, and they have to kind of roll almost solo for the most part, or in their own individual bubbles, because as big content creators, they are not on the same thing. That's why none of them can work together, because their perspectives are different, their goal is different, and it's like the only thing they have in common is common for black men. Hey, Demetrius, you all right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing fine.
Why would she be in? Sorry, 1 second. I'm just going to read this quick comment. It says, why would she be in a relationship with a psycho anyway? If a person is mentally unstable and they need medicine to keep them from flipping out, maybe that guy ain't boyfriend, husband material. It's true. I know people who have mental health problems, and I've said to them, I just want you to stay single and work on your mental health. And if you bring this conversation to me about kids, I swear you won't need drugs because I might just knock you out because you're in no fit state to bring kids into this mess. Please don't. I'm not even joking. Go on, Demetrius.
It's weird about Crystalline Carrison, Chrissy, Tanya TKO, and all that stuff because it's weird because in this space, at least, I'm neutral. Me personally, I'm neutral. But the Manosphere is making the types of men that these women want. And it's weird that they have such a problem with it.
I know.
It's like I said with the last video. When we talked last time, antisocial socialite, with the whole Soraya situation, they were fighting us when we were trying to protect Soraya. It was weird.
Mm.
It's like you won't let us do what you begged us to do.
And that's why I say to brothers, just go be great. Go do what you have to do. If it means leaving black women behind and starting again or going off on your own, men need to be MGTOW anyway until the age of about 25, 30, so you can get your money right, you can get your identity right, stay out of trouble, stay out of women trouble, don't allow yourself to get caught up. And then when you've reached that stage of maturity and you've got your foundation set, now you can worry about females. You have options, you can date out. The women who are socialized to appreciate normal life, you can go and find women who will appreciate that. And so, when you understand from my personal belief and set that a lot of black women don't really want things to change, then their behavior makes sense. Because with the same Chrissy video, she was like, well, if these men are not going to do this, then we're not going to do this either. And I'm like, so you're basically deliberately digging your heels in because you claim it's because the men are not doing what you want them to do. That means you don't want to resolve the conflict. You want to keep it going under the guise of, well, we don't feel protected, so we're not going to take any kind of instruction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're setting the parameter in a way that you don't have to cooperate. And it's just like...
Right. You remember the whole Kevin Kelly situation with right here in Dallas with the woman twerking on the glass?
Yeah.
And yeah. I watched Crystalline Carrison's video. She said, these are the type of black men we say we want. You can't be really mad at him for doing that. But at the same time, everybody who she interacted with was saying something opposite. They were like, see, this is why black men need to do da 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 da. Like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Like, Crystalline is right. These are the type of black men that y'all want.
I'll tell you one thing about that video, though. I hated the title. She said, sometimes they're right. And this is what
Sometimes.
You see, this is what we're saying about Crystalline chucking the first stone and then kind of doing, I don't know where that stone came from. It's like, why would you title it like that? The shot is in the title. Shots fired. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes they're right. It's like...
Right, like a little, like a insult sandwich.
I feel a little bit ill having to admit it, but sometimes they're right. It's like, yes, Crystalline, this is what I'm trying to say to her over and over. These women want to do what they want to do. So it doesn't matter what they say. Shout out to men in the Manosphere, black or white. Don't listen to the words, watch the actions.
Right.
These women don't want men who have built anything. And even if you build it, they are not respecting it. It's that simple. And that's why you, Crystal, are having
Yeah,
problems with
you're
women.
right.
Kendall St. Charles has problems. When people are ready, they're coming for Sinji and Chrissy because these women don't want to change. They want to come to a place where they feel free to just air out their grievances and complain and bash black men all day.
You know, shout out to Eddie. All right. You know, I watched Jessica X's stream, right? And it was her like basically doing a playback of the conversation her and Crystalline Carrison had as with Eddie as the mediator.
Mm.
Eddie was saying everything Crystalline was scared to say, basically.
Which was because I didn't catch the live and
He was saying, well, if you look at the statistics, yeah, we're right. White men are a better option. And I'm like, why can't she just say that? Because that's what I respect about Eddie. Eddie is gonna tell it to you straight. And he said, just because we don't present the statistics in the way that you want doesn't mean that they're wrong. Did Jessica X say that they're wrong? No, she didn't necessarily, not on all of them in the live stream. No, she didn't say that they were wrong.
the thing
But
about
it,
it is,
go
yeah,
ahead,
sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on. No, what I was going to say about Eddie is biased. Eddie kind of is a, with all due respect, a worshipper of the female sector of YouTube, and as a result of that, his I know a lot of people are not going to like this, but people have heard this already, and I've said it before, so I'm going to say it again, okay? Because of the contempt for heterosexual masculinity and patriarchy, anybody who is opposed to that will clique together under the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And what I said to somebody recently, I did say this to somebody, a woman doing a video about, certain YouTubers allegedly being gay or whatever. I said, just go under any black male gay channel. They're openly gay, not accusations, not speculations. They're happily telling you, I'm a man in love with men. All right. If that man is black, you will find a slew of black women in that comment section. Nobody
Because,
supports
okay.
LGBT like black women.
Well, because when women see gay men, they kind of categorize themselves with them. They like, you can come over here with us, like you can sit at this table. And
Exactly.
it's weird because I've heard gay men say like, hey, gay men are still men. So
Yeah, exactly.
but here's the thing about Eddie though, in that particular conversation.
Hello, Dimitri. I don't know if he's dropped off. Have you dropped off? I don't know. Maybe his connection's dropped out. Yeah, gay men are still men, but they utilize that feminine side for the ones who have a more overtly feminine side to then clique up with women. And it's like I said at the beginning, you don't have a dog in the fight if you're a gay man, because I don't think most gay male couples want um to have a family, and that's not necessarily what's conducive to the progression of the black community, because black children need stable black families. So Eddie's bias I don't like and I don't support it. And what I believe is, yes, statistics, yeah, you can bring out the statistics, but my thing is, let's always go back to the root. Why are white men better? Let's start from there. White men are a better option. And what I always hit these women with is, the white man is better because the white woman is better. The same way you want to throw the white man in the black man's face, then unfortunately I'm going to throw the white woman in your face, because the white woman, she doesn't necessarily, I mean, first and foremostly, culturally they're socialized different. Secondly, they're not so much into thug culture the way black women are. They're not necessarily on the strong independent tip to the degree that black women are, which means that they are looking more for providers and protectors. They don't find a man who is able to provide and protect a knock on their identity. They're not on that strong independent vibe to the point where they literally can't attract any masculine men. Okay, they don't have a baby mama culture to the degree that black people do in the West. In other parts of the world, I would say in Africa it's not really there. In the West Indies it is there because of the slave trade mentality. And gay men can be more misogynistic and than straight men. Give it time, Eddie will show his true colors. Well, how many times have you heard gay and trans women saying, well, I can take your man, I could satisfy your man more than you. So it's not like they're really a friend. It just depends on the situation. If you want an ally in certain battles, you know who to pick, you know so when you're looking at, for example, the way white women socialize their sons, is there so much emasculation? Is there so much coddling? And then you've also got the factor of things like mainstream media. Even white boys raised in single mother households still have a lot of white male role models and figures who are going to lead them into something more substantial, because there's a reason why a lot of the role models in the black community are rappers and athletes, because those are, they're kind of like a firecracker or a firework. They explode very big, make a lot of noise, and in a moment they're gone. And if you don't have the wisdom to use that money to build something long lasting, you'll be at the top at 1 minute and you'll be broke and bankrupt the next. And so the society at large wants black men to follow that trend of fast money and fast life, because some of you will die, many of you will go into prison. You won't learn the skills you need for a long-term career that's going to make you more money in the long term. And then you're going to end up, being ripped out of the society, which is going to leave the women unprotected. The only men still roaming the street are the men you don't want and the men you shouldn't date. So when black women talk about a shortage of eligible black men, they're dishonest about the reason why there's a shortage. And if you have a movement like Abort Black Boys, well, that's retarded. That's backwards. How can you then say I've got a shortage of black men while simultaneously saying let's go into the sperm bank and selectively pick female babies? If you're complaining about there being 2 million more black women now, why would you encourage black women to go and have only black girls? This is the backwardsness of these kind of conversations, because they're so driven by hatred for black men that literally the argument makes no sense after a little while. You're literally just saying something for the sake of saying something. That might sound harsh, but that's what it is.
That goes back to what Obsidian was saying, make the black people you want to see.
Exactly. And these black women don't want to see change. Anytime you want to cut in, Dimitri, because you're not going to go off, just say and then just start talking and I'll stop. Why do black women like gay men more than trans women? Chrissy and Paris Milan don't want women in their chat. Because at the end of the day, the vast majority of gay men, the vast majority of straight black men don't want gay men. So to an extent, a gay man is an ally against the straight man without being competition. Now, people like Chrissy and Paris Milan, they like to complain about issues that are specifically for cisgendered women, like promotion, and obviously for other women who have issues with trans women coming into cisgendered women's spaces. It's like there's certain conversations, with all due respect, you can't be a part of. Conversations about reproduction are not something you can be a participant in because you don't have biological female reproductive organs. You don't need to be in conversations about, antenatal care and childbirth and, menstruation and things like that, because that's not your issue. So it's like when women have issues, especially, for example, someone said to me, I don't know how true it is, that a black woman is more likely to die in childbirth because the strong black woman trope means that doctors are less likely to give care when a black mother is in distress. They're less likely to offer relief and things like drugs and pain relief quickly because they believe, oh, she's black, she's strong, she can handle it. And when the woman really gets into distress, she's more likely to have problems with her labor. And so things like this, obviously, a trans woman cannot relate to. But yet, as a man presenting as a woman, you're coming into a woman's space where conversations need to be had about some of the serious issues that women really do go through. And you're trying to hitch your wagon on because all of a sudden you claim to be a woman now. So Chrissy is saying if you've got trans women and some of them are very still manly looking, this doesn't do anything for the black woman's trying to shed the image of the strong black woman, because some of these trans women, they're still built very much like men, and that reinforces the stereotype of the strong black woman.
Yanni was talking about this too. She doesn't support allowing trans women into a woman's space because they don't want that trope of the strong black woman being persistent, because her idea is she's woman first.
Yeah. And that's why,
by the way, I watched some Paris Milan today.
the eyes and ears are still working, I see. I haven't watched Paris for a while, but then I think she only does a few videos, like 1 or 2 a month these days. So, and I'm not really, I find it to be the same. Hey DJ Neff, how are you doing? So let's try and get into this now, because we've been talking about gossiping.
Okay.
Now, as a black man, I understand that a lot of what I'm getting ready to say is going to piss off a lot of black men, but I think that there needs to be, like Eddie Ahim says, a good amount of men who choose to stand up to the ignorance that black men are purveying in their community. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I am a dusty, and I think that once men start to accept their dustiness, that we can truly make space in this conversation.
I don't know what that means.
I'm going to go ahead and include the StreamYard link. Apparently, there were people who wanted to join live stream, but they weren't able to. So I'm going to type this out. If you would like to join the stream, there's the link below. Anybody can feel free to join. I'm not like these other people who only let certain people with certain agendas come onto the stream. If you have something of agreement or disagreement, then you are free to come on the stream. But following up on this toxic Manosphere thing, I want to read to y'all really quickly a lot of comments I've gotten on this chat with video. As of now, it has a little over 1,000 views or something along that nature. But I'm just going to read some of the comments. Some of the men who claim that I'm just black man hating, or that black men aren't really, rejoicing that this woman was abused. I'm going to read you some of these comments really quickly, just to show you what's really going on inside of the Manosphere and why I disconnected as a YouTuber and as a black man. Now, the first comment is, I'm going to forewarn you really quickly, share it at YouTube, don't ban my channel, I'm not giving any hate speech, I'm just telling the truth, I have to acknowledge that. The first comment is from a man named Ian Digital, and the comment read, "That's what she gets, big up Chad," in response to this black woman being severely beaten. And that's what we're covering today, once again. These are the toxic black men that are in this space and environment. Toxic black men who choose not to protect their own women. So an actual comment, word for word, and I'll share it with you really quickly just so y'all know I'm not lying. Welcome back to the channel, D. It's always good to see you in here. I know you didn't get to speak a lot last time, and so we'll definitely let you speak a little bit before everybody starts to come in. I see our numbers are growing, and so as time goes on, we'll make sure that we kind of get into conversations earlier so the people that are joining quickly, they can take advantage of their time that they have. And so, good to see you again. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to cover a couple of these talking points here before we get into some dialogue and a discourse or conversation with you, Dean. So, Ian Digital left a comment on my channel. Once again, you can go to my Black Men Proud of Domestic Violence and Chad Wheeler video and see these comments for yourself if you don't believe what I'm saying. If you think that I'm just hating black men, if you think that all black men are I don't know, whatever you think. You think black men like me are this a huge disgrace to the black men population? Whatever you think. His actual comment reads, I quote, "That's what she gets. Big up Chad." It's still on my YouTube channel. You can check it out for yourself.
I thought he was going to show it.
I obviously didn't respond to that comment.
You should
The
have.
next comment was from a user named Soul Brother. Soul Brother number 1 said, and I quote,
Sorry, he said I didn't respond. Those are the kind of comments you want to respond to, because those are the kind of comments that will actually drive the point forward. Because you don't know, you don't really know why he made that statement. And he should, that's why I just write a diatribe in case the person never asked me any questions, because I don't want you to put words in my mouth and the influence of what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean. And most of the time, you're not going to ask me, what do you mean? So let me just try to make it clear what I mean. Now, this is the kind of comment I'm talking about with Chrissy and the fake concern. She will call this fake concern when the guy's clearly gloating. Now, he's wrong. Domestic violence is horrendous. It's horrible, especially to this degree where it's attempted murder. You know, completely doesn't care that the woman could have been dead. But it's like, to make out as if this is a whole representation of everybody in the manosphere is also disingenuous.
this doesn't seem like a black man's problem. Hands in the air, confused emoji. Stop the Foolishness seriously came to the channel and said this, and I quote, "Bro, you hate Kevin Samuels but not the other women, question mark? Like what? LOL. The commander is right. He's one of the few that I actually took seriously in reference to the live stream. Black Commander should be on later, we'll see. Plus, isn't this about a white man beating a black woman? Y'all still blaming black men for everything. We're not blaming black men for anything other than what black men most of the time fall in line to doing, which is supporting destruction of the black race. I've said it once and I'll continue to say it over and over and over again." Username Coop Scoop left a comment. I'm not sure how seriously you can take a grown man who decides to call himself Coop Scoop, but his comment was, and I quote, "Once again, black women trying to make it about black men when it has nothing to do with us." You see, that's where black people differ from every other race. And username Poop Scoop, I hate to even say your name, but that just lets you know what type of mentality a grown man who named himself Poop Scoop on YouTube has.
So he deliberately picks a comment that looks very strange. Obviously, the name in and of itself is weird. I've seen that commenter before, actually.
It's weird, right? He's cherry picking.
The cherry picking is so obvious. It's like he deliberately highlights not only a comment that's weird, but a person who also has a very weird name, as if.
Oh my gosh, like these guys are obviously wrong, and normal people don't think like this. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm just looking at this question. Len, no, I'm not married. Then let me just say it. People did ask me that before, but the conversation got sidetracked. No, I'm not married.
That's not conducive to the current conversation, Ellie. You're trying to do what they do to Jessica. It's not gonna work here.
Oh, oh, okay. You see, because I'm too busy trolling. I don't see all these conversations. That question, I'm not a person who answers personal questions for the most part, but I'll answer that one. It's cool. It is what it is. Okay. My passion is, let me just say it like this. When I look back on my life, I have it could have been different mentality. There's some regret and there's like a sense of a little bit let down. And so when I look back, I don't want to see other women going through the same kind of things. But whereas a lot of women who they were born and raised in a community I was not. So I kind of look at things more objectively with less emotional attachment. And what I see is problems on both sides. And because I don't have that strong allegiance, or I'm part of a sisterhood, or I'm part of this black community, or this or that, I'm just like, well, you kind of did this wrong, and I'm just going to call you out. And you kind of did this wrong too, so just admit it. And it's like, I'm Switzerland out here, just the middle ground of peace. It's like I'm not aligned to anybody, and that makes me a little bit more objective. But when I kind of try to rationalize things, because parents are, when you're a minor, you're at the mercy of adults. You have to start there. It's all right. Let's like take Cynthia G, for example. She likes to talk about the pathology of Dusties and how she's got a degree or something in psychology. I think the next time I see her, I'm going to ask her, have you ever studied child psychology? Because I don't understand why you're starting a conversation with a grown man at 18 and 21 and you completely ignore everything you learned about child psychology. Like pretty much all of the theories start from childhood. Behavioral theory, I think, is learned behavior. Cognitive theory, I think it's reinforcement. Psychosexual dynamics is Freud. Everything is geared towards sex, starts from baby stage. Oral, anal, phallic, whatever, 5 stages. By the time you get to 15, 16, 14, you've passed through all 5 stages. All psychoanalytic, not psychoanalytic, um, um, psychology theories, I believe, pretty much start in childhood. So why do you start your rhetoric from 18? That's the issue that I have. And the reason why I talk a lot about marriage is because statistics just show people who come from two-parent stable household just generally turn out better. And if you're talking about wanting to see outcomes, as Dimitri said, these women talk a lot about the outcomes they want to see. But then when it comes to talking about the root of the problem, they conveniently want to skip over the part they play when it comes onto the development of their kids. And so a lot of the problems would be eradicated if black women were just honest about the part they played in the creation of the men they complained about. Are black men perfect? Are some of them coming from great backgrounds? They just choose to be in the streets doing the wrong thing? Yes. But the question is, what other factors help to create those men? And a large part of it is women. Because when you have women out here saying we like thugs, more men are going to go the thug route because they want sexual access. If the men who are doing the right thing are being called lame and square and they're not getting any attention, they're going to do what they see other men doing to get the attention that they want. They're going to change themselves to fit what women say they want. So women having high standards is not the problem, but having high standards that actually push men to greatness is the problem. Women of other races, for the most part, reject thugs. Black women glorify thugs. And what you focus on, that's what's going to grow. And you have on the flip side women who are arguing, as Dimitri said, you've got women out here calling twerking. I know you didn't say that, but you were talking about women going to a nice restaurant and twerking on the furniture. But then you'll have women who will argue for that and say, well, twerking is us expressing our sexuality. Why are you angry at black women expressing their sexuality? Because it's classless and it's inappropriate in that particular setting. Because the man, just to, yeah, no, don't worry, you're not derailing the conversation. This is part of it. This man turned around and said, there are 2 other places that have the similar vibe that you can get on the furniture and twerk. I don't mind if you leave and go there. Go. And they were like, no, we want to twerk here, which is a problem. Because you'll say you want nice restaurants. With a nice restaurant comes nice rules. So if you're not prepared to play by the rules, that's fine. But just if you don't want to listen to these rules and you want to do what you want to do, just go to a place where that's condoned. And they said, no, We don't care what you say. We don't care what you've built. We don't care about the millions you've invested in this place or how many black mouths you feed through your restaurant. Because he's got chefs, he's got rent to pay, I'm sure he's got delivery service. Thousands of people eat off of his restaurant, not just literally, but figuratively. And you're like, I'm just going to do a massive number two on your furniture and then twerk on it. So do you really want a community? And the thing that hurts me is these are the kind of women who will tell their own daughters, don't let any man tell you what to do. And then when those daughters can't get married because no one wants to deal with their attitude, oh, I don't understand what's wrong with these men. Why don't they want to commit to us? It's like, make it make sense. There's a backwardness in the black culture with black women that makes them do things that make them undateable, and they don't want to admit that. So I talk about marriage because that's the way to have more stability. Marriage is the only thing to create strong nuclear traditional families. Everything, yeah, because I think they found that even people who cohabit, the children still don't turn out as well. And maybe it's because with cohabiting couples, there's still the element of, if I want to leave, I can at any time. There's that uncertainty. It's like, if you're that committed, why don't you just get married? Whereas when you've got that legally binding contract, even if it breaks down, you know there's support for the kids and things like that. You wanted to say something, Dimitri?
Eldrian Mincy, I agree with you. You know, on the HBCU campus that I attended, they said the same thing. The men said the same thing. Like, they said twerking is whack. I want to see some actual real dances at these parties.
And the thing is, we've got a problem with twerking. There's just a time and a place, and in a restaurant, it's kind of not it.
Also, public ratchetness. That's a media issue, really.
Yeah,
but the problem is with the media. My beef with the media is they glorify it and they show it, and so black women get a hold of it, and they think that's where it's at. But majority of black women don't really do that unless there's music around.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, I get it. When the music hits, you want to dance and have some fun with it. But at the same time, it's like every negative trend that comes about, black women are so eager to jump on it. And that's what keeps the cycle going. And then these women don't want to be honest about why the community can never grow. Everyone's heard the statement, a society can never elevate higher than its women. And that's because the woman is the first teacher. She's passing down culture and standards to her own kids. And so whatever she condones, that's what they're going to accept. So, tell them to do a waltz. Crystalline should have been teaching them to do waltzes. I know that she can do that. She can play piano, but they weren't biting. She should have stuck with that. Like, look at Chloe and Halle. Black women have to be hypersexualized to be deemed worthy. And look at Taylor Swift and Adele. Yeah, Taylor Swift sexied herself up. Go on.
About the Chloe and Halle situation, that's a shame what happened to them. They were doing what everybody else was doing, and then they got called out. Yeah, I don't like that. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So you ain't gonna. All right, never mind. I just don't like that.
Explain to me what happened. Are you talking? What happened with
She
Halle?
was okay. So there's this busset challenge going around. It's like,
okay.
And then there's the silhouette challenge, right?
Yeah, I was.
And women all over Twitter were doing it. All over Instagram were doing it. And so she attempted it, and I saw it, and I was like, "Damn, she looked good, right?" And then you got all of these other guys talking about, oh, you damn slut, you should do that with your man. And I'm like, that's not the point of this. The thing I do agree with, though, with Sarah Lena is the silhouette challenge, because some women go too far with that one.
I haven't
'Cause-
seen much of it. I saw Saralina's comment today. Yeah, it just came up in my recommended, and I did watch it, and I didn't even know really about the silhouette challenge except for that girl who was crying. And I've seen the Busset challenge, but
hold on, Ellie9, Ellie N. You
Elian,
said they didn't have to whore themselves out. They were just getting dressed up. That's from what I've seen. It's the dance that's the problem. It's not them dressing up. It's the dance that's the problem.
because the silhouette challenge, I've seen it's like, I don't know, but you kind of do a dance, and I hear there's one where you stand to the side to see if your behind makes the letter P. And the Busset challenge is crazy. The Busset challenge is, and I mean, the WAP challenge is already, the WAP challenge, I don't know which one is worse. I think the WAP challenge is provocative. The Busset challenge is just straight up stripper. It's like, I don't even know which one is worse at this point. But
oh, I didn't know that, Eldrian. What? Oh, then we gotta make the antisocial socialite. We gotta make this a safety issue then.
notice why it's only women making these challenge. That to me, it's more entertaining to watch bees dance than to see women twerk. The bees dance challenge. You know, people can actually take those filters off and see them butt ass naked. Really, it's a filter.
Yeah. That's why I just said we gotta make this about safety then. I didn't know that.
I thought that they literally had some funky lighting that somehow you could only see the silhouette. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that on purpose. Like they deliberately perform the challenge naked, but so for people who know they can do it. Like, why would you do it naked?
I don't know. Attention, whore, maybe.
Yeah, it did look like she was naked. Like in the one I saw, only made in underwear. But I was like, is she naked? Because the little bit of light I can see, it almost looks like you've got nothing on. But I was like, nah, you can never really. Oh my gosh. So Eliane says, honestly, you both are right. Younger women need older women who are willing to guide them. Unfortunately, that's not the present. That's not present in the Black community like it is in other communities. And that's because Black women want to maintain control. A big part of it is maintaining control over everything and everyone. And so they sabotage the young girls, and they stunt the boys. And then they'll complain under the guise of, we want Black men to step up. But for every solution you offer, they find a problem. So do you really want a solution? Do you really want to see change? And that's why I always have this argument with women about this concept of what have you built? And I said the what have you built argument is a straw man. Because at the end of the day, the average man everywhere on the planet is not building anything, and is also, working for the white man. Because at the top of everything is predominantly white men. But those women still know how to cooperate. We did a video recently of the lady who was in the mix. She's not out here asking her six-figure man, what have you built? What have you built for the community? What communities have you built? Show me the Wakanda you built. She's just like, okay, you've got some money, you've got a business or whatever, you make six figures. I like you, you like me, let's go. These other women are setting these like ridiculous standards because that's their smokescreen for never getting married. I couldn't get married because there was no one on my level. No, you couldn't get married because you had other issues in there, and you can't really work with a man. And you're trying to use the what have you built as a thing to hide behind. You see, so if Black women, that's why I said you got to let older Black women go to the wall, because unfortunately a lot of them don't want to change. So Eliane says, also stop listening to white women. I had a white woman tell me that I should buy a house and live there with my dogs while my daughters are married to quality men. I don't know what kind of advice that is. That you should buy a house and live there with my dogs. What? I don't even understand that advice. What have the two got to do with each other? We need to make act like you have common sense and a wee bit more hog training challenge. It's true, the common sense challenge. We could start it, but I don't know how many women will do it. You know why men aren't making challenges? Because the world is busy challenging us. It's true. It's true. Feminism has nothing more than a lifetime test experiment of challenging men. It's true. At the core, it's hatred. She wanted me to be by myself. I want to get married. Yeah, go for it. I hope you do. You know.
Good luck with that, bro. You know.
That's the thing. You know, white women will always, not always, but there's many times a white woman will tell black women. I'm assuming you're black, Ellie. They will tell, and I'm assuming that you're female. I'm assuming a lot, but you know, the outside forces, going back to what you said about the media, all of this is part of the plan to keep the black community suppressed. White people, with all due respect, will tell black people to do things that they know is not in their good interest. The very things they wouldn't tell their own children, they have no problem telling black people. And part of it is like living vicariously through black people. But it's also a thing where I don't want to sound like they're malicious, but there is tribalism, and they understand if other groups are not at the bottom, we are going to be at the bottom. So it's survival of the fittest. And it's not so much a deliberate sinking. Like, I'm not saying all white people are racist, but what I am saying is all people are tribal, and they care about the advancement of their own group. And so for that reason, certain things they're going to encourage black people to do, they have to take a step back and say, is this good for my long-term interest and goals? And if you've got a lot of division between black men and black women, it's a very strong divide and conquer culture where, as long as and this is why I had the issue with Cassie West. For those who saw it, I'm like, Cassie, you need to stay out of it, because black women have a unique set of issues. And it's like, the things that they are doing, the average white woman probably isn't doing. So when Kevin is giving them that rough treatment, you know, with the belt, you know, there's a reason for it, which you don't really understand. And I'm glad the other day, David West came on Obsidian's panel recently again, and he was asking him questions like, are you aware of this? Are you aware of that? And David's like, oh, I didn't know that. And it's like, yeah, you don't know the dynamic, and you don't care to know.
He was schooling him on Jessica X's channel that one time he went up there.
But he's been coming back like a glutton for more punishment. He keeps coming around.
Pink Pill brought him up. She's like, she has a whole video talking about what even is a simp. And I'm like, okay, what we're not about to do is advocate for simping, because if you advocate for simps, you're basically a misogynist and a misandrist in one sitting.
It's crazy. And when I saw the title, I didn't watch the video. I just put the definition of a simp. I was like, a simp is just a man that will not hold women accountable, or who kind of, you know, pours out way too much attention, time, and energy on women who don't deserve it. That's the definition. But what you find with a lot of these groups, these female groups, is they misinterpret the definition deliberately, so that the women are told a simp is a man who loves a woman. And that's not what a simp is. It can be simpish, but that's not what a simp technically is.
A simp, go ahead. Basically what I put there was, I went under some comments and I was like, do you even know what a simp is? I was like, no, because it's hard to identify one exact definition of a simp. And the reason why I came up with that is because really a simp is a whole bunch of things in one. It's a yes man. It's a doormat, a human doormat. It's
It's true.
a wuss. It's a whole bunch of things in one. It's everything basically a woman doesn't want.
Yeah. It doesn't have one single definition. But the way that they always paint it is that it's simply a man who really loves his woman and does what he should do as a doting husband. And that's probably the only thing a simp is not. So it's like, why do you lie?
Oh yeah, a simp doesn't love themselves either because they put themselves at risk constantly.
That's a good point. I mean, a simp is almost like the negative version of a pick me. A pick me who is somebody, a woman who will literally do anything just to get a man and keep a man. She also has probably low self-esteem and things like that. So that in that respect, they're two sides of the same coin. But again, the common use of the word is not what the negative side, if you get what I mean. A pick me is a pick me is used as a slur, but actually a woman who loves her man and treats him right and has respect and values him, that's not really a pick me. A woman that can see a man's perspective and their plight is not really a pick me. But that's the way they use it in order to shame you into not being sympathetic to men. You see? She wanted me to be my so yes, you're a young black woman. Cool. It's good to have you here. The channel was created more for women than men, but because of the nature of the topic, it's like a lot of women won't come through, So originally I did have a lot more female engagement and pretty much no male engagement. But as certain topics came up, more men started coming through and they were more active. And so, but women, the channel was for women. Tribalism is the word. Generational wealth. Yeah. I mean, and the thing about it is this, you may not have huge sums of wealth, but one of the biggest wealths that you will take from growing in a stable household is the wealth of a good attachment style. Because before you have a sexual imprint from a sexual partner, before you get into relationships romantically, your first imprint is from your household. The way you are treated as a child impacts how you view relationships and your ability to be vulnerable and trust as an adult. So a lot of dysfunction in childhood leads to problems with bonding and relationships later on, and that's controlled by women, because at the end of the day, it's the woman that chooses who she has sex with, which children she gives birth to, and the environment they're raised in. And because of the culture, women don't really think about it as technical as that. Black women don't. This kind of conversation is more commonplace among other groups of women. That's why they're able to be a bit more successful. They're strategic in the way they mate. But black women are more inclined to lead with their accomplishments. They're more inclined to lead with their money. And as a result of being more masculine in what they lead with, they attract beta males. They attract weak men. They attract men they have to take care of. And then it becomes like a vicious cycle of poverty, because you've got a man who only came to you because you were the one with the bag. So any woman who says women make more money and they have more degrees, I'm just asking them two questions. Do you like taking care of your man? And please tell me how your degree helps in your romantic relationship. Half the time they don't respond, because when they really think about it, your degree is meaningless. The man wants to be aroused and your certificate's not quite doing it. So just stop. Studies say that,
Hey baby, look at my degree.
If you can do origami and like kind of shape that certificate into something that a man finds appealing, like shape it like some boobs or something, maybe then it's useful. Other than that, it's like The degree is not doing it for me. I don't look at a wall of certificates and think, oh God, you know, I can't wait to marry this. No. It's like, show me a sexy picture and you send a picture of your doctorate. It's like, huh? It's like, it doesn't quite work. Yeah, women who lead with their degrees want feminine men. They don't want feminine men. They think that somehow what they lack in femininity can be compensated for with their degree, because they buy into the notion that men and women are essentially the same and they date for the same reason. The criteria that a man selects a woman is different from the criteria a woman should use to select a man. And in a culture where they say men and women are the same, the women try to say, okay, well, it doesn't matter if I look like this, I come with this baggage, I have this attitude, I've got this money. So that evens it out, right? And the guy's like, no, because what I need a wife for, the certificates and the career can't compensate for it. So this is why I support Kevin. I don't know anything outside of his YouTube channel, but what I see on his YouTube channel, I'm supportive of, because he's helping women to understand the mind of men. The panderers like your Derek Jacksons, they do help you understand a certain group of men, but most of the men that they are helping you to understand are not even men you should be in relationships with. So it's like, what's the point? You're not helping women get what they say they want, which ultimately is marriage. You know? So Tom London says, studies say that an increased risk of male unemployment decreases the incidence of intimate partner violence, while a rising risk of female unemployment increases domestic abuse. So if you elaborate on that, I'm not sure. Male unemployment.
I don't know about that one. You're gonna have to prove that.
I can't really do statistics, so I would need somebody to really help me out with that. It makes sense if you're talking about unofficial unemployment, like if somebody's a drug dealer or in the street, I can understand them being violent because they're already not law-abiding citizens. While rising female unemployment increases domestic abuse, is that men being abused by women or women being abused by men? Because, I do believe that in black situations, women are just as likely to hit men. And that's something that these women don't talk about, is how much men are the victims of domestic violence. So she says we'll have to try and get some stats. If anybody can either do a live and I'll join, because I'll just listen. But if you've got statistics or you can help me to understand them, yeah, that would be much appreciated. They think that they know what men are looking for. They think they know that men are looking for that from a woman. It blows your mind how many women don't even know the nature of men. They don't know the nature of men because they probably didn't grow up with a man. They didn't grow up surrounded by strong men. You see, there's two components. You've got two parents in the home, and you've also got the dynamic. Two parents in the home doesn't equate to automatically better outcomes if you have an overbearing mother. An overbearing mother is extremely detrimental to the development of kids. Overbearing or overly coddling, it can actually increase the chances of somebody becoming abusive later on in life. So they've found like a little bit of a correlation between some of these serial killers. There was a very overbearing mother, weak father dynamic, and so two parents in the household doesn't automatically equate to a positive outcome if the woman is very domineering. And so it's one thing to ask, was your father in your life? But then the question has to be asked, who ran that house? If the answer is the mother, you're still going to have problems, because the son is going to internalize fear of women and hate for women, because he's looking to his father and he knows one day I'm going to be like you, and I don't want to be you because mommy beats you. And I don't want to be a grown man being beaten by women, and then that fury can create problems, hatred for women, because it's like when mommy's beating down on me, I should be able to look to you, daddy, for support. But daddy is being beat down too. So what are we saying here? Like women just beat men, or forget that rubbish. When I grow big, I'm gonna. And then you get a problem with real misogyny. So female unemployment increases domestic abuse. Again, we need to. I want to know.
Right,
So
because I'm not understanding it either. Like, huh?
the question is, who is abusing who? So male unemployment decreases intimate partner abuse. So we need to study, and we can have a quick look and help us out. Help us out. Help us out. Okay. So I don't know how we got onto this, but the reason why we talk about the women on this channel is because the mother is the first teacher and she passes down culture. So whatever she believes is right, that's what she's going to train her kids to operate in. And with the women online, they talk too much about grown men. They don't talk about the first 18 years of life, how those men got to be the way they are. This is where the single mother conversation comes in. And they don't want to have that conversation because they've spent so long being proud of single mothers. The fact that my mother was a single mother, she raised us by herself, our father walked out on us, she held 2 jobs and 15 degrees. And it's like, yeah, but it hasn't built a strong community, it's just created broken people. Yeah, it doesn't matter, she did it all by herself. It's like, yes, it does matter, because you want men, but women can't raise men. They
Here,
don't want to admit that a woman can't make a boy into a man.
um, what I what I what I notice is every time you bring that up, they'd like, okay, we're gonna put it back on you because he left her. That's what Tanya TKO was saying. No woman is responsible for the man leaving her. You're right in the vacuum of that decision of him leaving her, she is not responsible, but she's responsible for choosing him, and that's
Exactly.
what we're saying.
And that's again going back to earlier, the question about marriage. This is controversial, but at the end of the day, the man is supposed to pick you for marriage because you've presented yourself as a wife. He's looking at all of the women and he's thinking, who do I want to spend my life with? I want to lock you down. And women don't like the idea that the man is the one who gets the ultimate say in something as serious as marriage. And so
Um,
you've got to position yourself to be seen as valuable to a man, that he wants to take care of you, provide for you, protect you. And that's what the institution of marriage in part was for. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. Women who are gonna eventually watch this, do not get mad at me. Just hear me out for what I'm saying. I got manipulated a few times before I decided to look up how people manipulate people and run that through my mind so that I'm hypersensitive to it. So that it
Mm,
won't happen to me again. So if you're out here getting manipulated, it's not really your fault, but a part of it is. So
yeah,
what you need to do now is arm yourself with the knowledge so it won't happen again.
exactly. It's so funny you said that, because I was thinking about that today. That what you are is what you attract. And again, going back to the childhood, it's like if you have certain triggers and things built into you because of what you go through as a child, that's your baseline of normal. For you, if dysfunction is normal, you're either going to gravitate towards it, or when you get in a normal situation, you're going to pervert it. And it's not deliberate, but it's so uncomfortable to be normal, you have to create dysfunction. And so again, when you're raised, we talked in previous videos about the concept of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, that are broken into 3 categories: abuse, which is inflicting something upon somebody; neglect, which is holding something from someone; and environmental factors. We're talking about, either sexual, physical, or emotional abuse, physical or emotional neglect. or things like watching your mother being abused, substance abuse, somebody in your family in jail, mental health problems, or a breakdown between the parents, one parent leaving. Some say divorce or bereavement. These are the 10 types of adverse childhood experiences. And the more you have experienced during your childhood, the more likely you are to be a dysfunctional adult who is not thriving. So when we look at the way systematically white supremacy operates, the way black men and black women operate, and when I say white supremacy, I don't mean the white man down the street. So don't go, I know you did something to my family or my community. I'm talking about the way that the white society controls the education, the legal system, the media, the way they control our food, the way we can live, the way they control the jobs market. That is all white supremacy infiltrated, and it's set up in a way that unfortunately certain people have a little bit of privilege and advantage. I'm not saying who, but you can kind of work it out. And so for that reason, that's why I said if you want to win, you can't play. There's certain trends you can't jump on. You've got to see that this is a trap. White supremacy, with all due respect, we don't hate all white people. I've got to say it a million times. We don't hate white people, but white supremacy sets the trap. But black people, you have the right not to step into it once you know it's there. And if people are telling you there's a trap there, it's your job not to step in it. Twerking and twerkgate and silhouette challenge and all these cucumber challenge and all these other stupid things and thug culture.
Black China challenge.
What?
The Black China challenge, that too.
Is there a Black China challenge? Oh, God,
after her sex tape got released, there was a bunch of women on Twitter doing that.
Exactly, women, only women. And they do these challenges to gradually promote whore culture and normalize what used to, anything that's associated with sex work over the years has gradually gone mainstream. From stripper poles to stripper shoes to even the high heel was originally a shoe of a prostitute, because the higher the heel was indicative of the higher class of prostitute she was. So over time, things that should be private in the bedroom have become mainstream. Okay. And black women and then black women complain about being overly sexualized and being seen as sex objects, but then at the same time engage in behaviors that reinforce that stereotype. So it's a little bit, it's so backwards. That's why I'm like, black people just need to move with the people who want to move and forget everybody else, man. You can't take them with you. Don't try to save them. They don't want to be saved. The study found that unemployed men are less abusive than employed men. I can believe that, actually, because I think some of these employed men, especially when they've got very high stressful positions, them or maybe like ex-service people, emergency services, those jobs are extremely stressful. They see a lot of things, and when they come home, they just offloading on anybody, man, woman, child, or beast kind of thing.
I think there's truth to it.
I hear people from the army coming home and saying that they regret coming home and taking things out on their wife, and it's just the trauma of what they've seen and the stress they're under in their job. And I can believe that for people in the police force and maybe emergency services as well.
Ellie, don't let them hear you say that.
I know, right? Hide this comment.
They gonna jump across the dinner table.
You cannot sit with us. You have broken girl code that doesn't exist. She's like, I like your channel. Thanks so much. Women need to stop victimizing themselves. It doesn't help them, and it only continues the cycle of insanity. At the end of the day, you are in charge of your life. Exactly. Even self-victimization and the learned helplessness, like a learned helplessness complex, it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, oh, well, with me, I'm being victimized. Let me put myself in a situation. Oh, I got victimized. See, I'm a victim. I'm victimized. It's like, I understand why some people do it, but then it's like, this is why these channels that are always talking about no one is the ally of the black woman, and then you go and kind of crap on anybody who is an ally. It's like, of course you have no allies. You've kind of ran them all off. I don't understand this conversation. This doesn't make sense to me. So did you watch How Do to Tom? Did you watch the story of the 20-year-old Gambian American man who killed his mother because she told him to get a job? Again, we didn't touch on that much, but I think that was another situation with serious mental health problems. I think in the house they have a panic button. He has a history of mental health problems. So it's not a case of this was a one-time event. And I think it was a case of, and I know people like this, the person has been sectioned, the person has got mental health problems, and family members keep letting them come back in the house. It's like, no, you go to your unit or you go to your house. You cannot stay here. We love you, but you cannot stay here. And when they relapse, it's like places smashed up. Police have got to come and catch you, kind of thing. It's scary. So going back to, I think it was it Eldrin or George said, if a person's got to have medication to stay stable, why would you date them? It's harsh because I can imagine it's such a burden to have such a severe mental health problem. But at the same time, because of that imbalance, you are not only a danger to yourself, you're a danger to others. So yeah, what he did was completely wrong. And I think they offered some type of intervention and she said, no, I want him to be at home with me or something. She stopped cooperating at one point. And so it's like, you knew he had an issue that could cause him to be dangerous. He doesn't necessarily mean it, but he's not well. His brain or his body is sick. And as much as you don't want to do it because it breaks your heart, he needs professional help. And in this instance, it cost her life, I can believe that now, seeing how men can be more humble while unemployed and at the same time becoming more agitated while searching for employment. Yeah. Because that there's a system against you. Like, even as a kid, and this is a while back now, I heard, like, if a black man and a white man go for the same job with equal credentials, best believe the white man will get the job if the employer is white. And he can pick all kind of excuses, but deep down I would rather work with somebody who looks like me. So if you're going for a particular job, you've got to outperform in order for it to be like a level playing field. That's what I heard back in the day. And so that's what I tell young men, the playing field is not level. And when you take yourself out of the game very early, then you was at a disadvantage before. I don't know what you think you're going to be at now. Unemployed women face greater risk of domestic violence. I can believe that because they might put themselves in positions that are stupid in order to try and survive, and then they become victims. So I can believe that. You're welcome. Just having all kinds of mad conversations. If you follow this, you're either very smart or very crazy. I'll let you pick the one you want to pick. I don't think unemployment is the leading cause or in a top tier category of domestic violence. Maybe there's a correlation as opposed to causation. The same reason why you're unemployed is maybe why you're abusive. I don't know. Or maybe the reason why you have a high paying job, very controlling and things like that, is why you're also more likely to go home and then be the same. Not to say that it doesn't play a part, because it does. I believe it's more of a mental health crisis in low income housing, and you can thank the prison system for that. Yeah, prison industrial complex is a big business. If you want slaves, as they leave the womb, degrade them as young people, get them in that either the foster care system or the crime system. When they go to prison, ta-da, we make money for everyone we lock up, and we can also make cheap goods for us. So the prison industrial complex is real. But the way you keep your sons out of prison is by having a strong father. And if you don't want to have a strong father, then your sons will be fodder.
I have a question for you. Sure, D, go ahead. Do you think that it's mostly that black men share the large majority, or like the
total destruction of the black race. They're like, it's mostly their fault, their problem. Black men, you think?
Yeah. It's mostly black men. It comes down to black men. Here's the truth about the nature of community. Women naturally want to, as a lot of black men claim, live an easier life per se. Don't mind following into Valhalla. Women love strong men and men who are making moves to better their lives and better the family's life. Most men who are doing well for themselves have no problem with a woman taking up their lead and following behind them, right? And so when we look at the state of the black community right now, it's solely responsibility falls on black men, because the leaders of the community are going to be the reason why the community is where it's at right now. And so black men, as far as the white man holding them down and all these different excuses and all this other stuff, even when it comes down to people like Kevin Samuels telling, or Jessica X saying that, well, black men on average make $40,000. $40,000 is nothing.
Depends where you live.
And so ultimately, yes, the black
Depends where you live.
is largely looked at for failing because of black men. So yeah.
Okay. Said something that irritated me right there.
Themselves have no problem with the women taking up their lead.
Okay, so he used the expression "our women." That expression winds me up so much. Because do the women sound like they want to be your women? Do they?
Not the ones who are the loudest don't.
The ones that are the loudest are like vehemently, the white man is God.
Because I follow HBCU Confessions, and the women on there barely. I only see like 3 women probably talking like the loudest women on YouTube. Like most black women don't even think like this. It's just these weirdos. But it's being my beef with them is it's being put up so that they can. It's basically a trap in tall grass. I don't like that. I don't like that because only weirdos think like this.
Like think like what? Just elaborate quickly so I'm clear.
Like they think like talking like black men don't do this, black men do that. They think that's going to help their situation. They think it's gonna help. It's not gonna help.
What, like nagging them?
Yes.
Oh yes. It's like nagging is not going to help them. What you should have done, you see, the problem with the black community is this: black people want to fix the problem after it's gone sour. It's like once the milk has curdled, now we're going to try and make it fresh again. It's like, why didn't, when you got it, you just put it in the fridge? Then you wouldn't have this problem. And so when you hear this conversation about the black man not being a leader, masculinity is not automatic. You don't just flip a switch at 18 and become a masculine, productive man.
Right. That's what was my beef with Yanni. She was like naturally masculine men, and I was like, ma'am, there's a reason why dads have to have that talk. Like, well, it comes the time of your life, son. You got to be able to do this. Like, we have to be taught too.
Exactly. Eldrin says a lack of fathers in the home has some truth to it, but that line is blurry considering the welfare system and the choices of men that were and are financially available. Okay, so the lack of fathers bit, a lot of women will throw that in black people's face. Women and men who make the argument of it's who you choose, right? Studies have shown that an average father, just a regular guy, he goes to work, he's not particularly father of the year, and he's not like a loser bum, children do better. So just 2 average parents doing normal parent stuff, it does make a difference, okay? What the women try to say is the fact that the father's not in the home is the problem. That's true. The bit that's the lie that they connect to the truth, however, is that they don't want to acknowledge the benefit of a father, the stoicism, the discipline, the fact that he's bigger and stronger. I have a video called Single Fathers Do Better Than Single Mothers, comparing, it's called Generational Curses or Carelessness. And when you look at children raised by single fathers, they tend to do better because the attributes of a man are more useful in adulthood. And because they cannot give recognition to men for the valuable role they play, they flip it into some convoluted, the child is more influenced by the parent that's not there, as if he's harmed because the father's not there. And it's like, that's not what's actually happening. The child is deprived of skills and a mentality that a father or a man in the house would bring. So if you want a child to have a father, you've got to pick a man who's fatherly minded. And that's where it comes in. Now, the line is I don't necessarily agree that the line is blurry. It's just a case of the women think that getting some money from the state is compensation for the men. But in terms of the choice of men, we know a lot of average men who cannot give them big life. They don't even see those men. They wouldn't consider those men. Because before Kevin Samuels was talking about high value, the concept of women wanting a man on making 100,000 a year was already well in effect. So this was a cultural thing. I need a six figure. I need the 666, 6 feet, 6 figures. 6 months out of a relationship, 600 horsepower car, whatever. 6 months out of his last relationship, 6-pack abs. These are the things women wanted for a while. So they set the standard very high with the financial aspect, but then they didn't realize very few men across the board make 6 figures. And as for the 40,000 thing, well, it depends where you live and what compromise you're willing to make to have happiness. I encourage people to downsize their life expectations in order to have a better quality of life. Because yes, you may struggle in your youth, but when you save that money and later on in life, like I watch some of these silly shows like Life in the Country. If you're in the UK, there's like New Life in the Country, location, and some of these people are building their dream house when they've retired. They've worked their whole life to finally buy, a piece of land and put like a 6-bed, 5 ensuite mansion on it. I mean, how many years have you got in that thing? Like 10, 20? But that was their dream that they worked for, and their kids will inherit that once they're gone. But Black people, they want everything early, and they derail themselves early. So it's like,
and I want it now type stuff.
I want it now, and I need fast money. And this is where again the thugs come in, because the thug is doing the crimes, selling those drugs. He's got a lot of money and a lot of time, so women find that appealing. You've got cash to splash on me, and you've got attention time to give to me. But you don't realize when that man is ripped out of the community, well, he's already destroying the community with his criminal behavior. And then on top of it, when he goes to jail, if you've got kids, you've got to take your kid up to the jail. So did you really have a good option there? Fast money, fast attention? And this is what they want. They tell women desire this, and the men go and fulfill it. And then when they get caught by the same law that was also set, it's like, we're gonna accost any man in a hoodie. Anyone who's a hoodie looks like a criminal. If you see a guy in a hoodie, stop him and search him. And then they tell the women, you know what? I love when guys wear hoodies. You should like guys who wear hoodies. So the girls turn around and tell all the men, I don't really like the way you dress. You need to wear the latest whatever. I don't know who's on top now for hooded jackets. So the boys are like, okay, let's get this hoodie because that's what's on point right now. That's fashion. And the police officers to the corner rubbing his hands together like, we got another one, guys. And this is why I say Black women help white supremacy to create the men that they complain about. because their standards encourage men to make stupid decisions. And men need to kind of get out of the swag game. I got a video. Men, don't play the swag game. Don't let women tell you do this if you know at the end of it could be a criminal record. Don't do it. Don't knock yourself out early just to get women who maybe will never be with you. It's just not worth it.
If they want to bring history into it, technically, black women got into the higher classes of society before black men did.
Exactly. That's convenient.
Like the white man said, "I choose you," and then the black boyfriend was like, what?" And the white guy was like, "Shut your mouth, I'll beat you."
Exactly. Like Spelman, before it was called Spelman, was invested in by white bankers. All these white bankers that we talk about, the big ones doing, I can't remember what all of them were trading in, but they were tradespeople and bankers. They were the ones that put a lot of money into Spelman. I think Spelman's always been historically black and women's, college. Not all the white women, not all the black women were being captured. Some of them were voluntarily going to white men. So when it comes to interracial dating, black women have always had more opportunities to date out than black men. You didn't go off topic. This is a whole topic. You know, this is a stream of consciousness and rambling, my friend. Don't worry. The poor choices of men that some of these women mate with plays a tremendous part in why the black community is in the state it's in. Exactly. This is why when Chrysalin interviewed Ralph Banks, he said, you know, who you marry is one of the biggest deciders of your life you could ever make. And then when he looked at it, he had to readjust it. And he said, well, actually, it's who you have kids with, because he saw that most black people don't marry, but they still have children. And so the progress of the community is obviously from generation to generation through the kids. And so if black women are not getting married, you're automatically disqualified from that conversation. So that was a bit interesting. I like the fact that he turned it around, because he knew he was going to get some stick for that one. You know, these aren't our women. I hate that statement so much, because if the women are not claiming you as their women, why are you trying to claim them? It's like you read my mind, or did I read yours? I think yours. What do I think about the divestment channels? Do you agree with character over color? I can't read and I can't type. So look, if I say something dodgy, just pretend. The thing about it is this. I've got to sip my cold tea. Let me think. What do I think about the divestment movement? As Demetrius said, number one, black women in the States have always had access to white men before black men had access to white women. So this notion that somehow black men are oppressing black women is ridiculous. This notion that black women are trauma bonded to black men, this notion that they're oppressed. Yeah, there are some black men who are very vocal about how much they don't like seeing black women with white men. And we know it's not just white men, but for the sake of keeping it short, I'm just going to use the word white men. The issue that a wider group of black men have with the women who date out is using the white man and throwing the white man in the black man's face. If you want to date out, just date out, okay? The swirler is different from the interracial dater, because the swirler takes pride in rubbing the white man in the black man's face, even though we know that white society systematically oppresses black men. Do black men have a part to play in their own demise? Yes. But we know that there's a system and laws from childhood, like when children are in the class, they've done experiments and seen the teacher is more likely to watch a black boy than any other type of child in the class. So even if the black boy is not the most disruptive child, he's more likely to be one of the ones picked out of class. There's a heavy problem with boys being removed from class and being offered medication, which is like a double, triple whammy on their early education and their psychological development. That's obviously going to fail them later on when they go to study and to get education and jobs. So if at the age of 5 and 6, they're systematically being challenged by their own teachers, teachers with low expectations, teachers that misinterpret their actions as disrespect and pick on them, they're already discouraged from success. Then they have dysfunction at home, and then also issues with employment in adulthood. So the women who complain about the quality of black men are not intellectually honest about the challenges black men face in the West. That's the issue I have with the divestment crew. If you want to date out, most men don't care. A lot of men in America, in particular, have already come to the belief system that black women value black men, sorry, non-black men more. They don't lose sleep over that. But what they don't like is the narrative that is painted about black men and the reasons why black men do what they do. And so the divestment community is a little bit dodgy because they try to disguise misandry as, which is, you probably know, is the female equivalent of misogyny, just the hatred of men because they're men. They try to disguise misandry as opening up your options. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people have an issue with Chrysalin, because Chrysalin will deliberately talk very positively about non-black men while highlighting um, disparaging facts about black men. She will say, it's like me saying to you, do you fancy pizza tonight? And you say yes. I said, well, we've got Domino's and we've got Pizza Hut. And I'm just saying, the last time I ate at Pizza Hut, I was really sick. I mean, where do you want to eat, Domino's or Pizza Hut? It's like, after I've given you that piece of information, which one do you think you're going to pick? You're obviously going to pick Domino's because you don't want to risk getting sick at Pizza Hut. And that's the way she kind of falsely sells black men. It's like, I just want you to pick the black best man for the job. But let me just tell you all the great things about white men. It's like, we see what you're doing. What do you expect from black men? What do they expect for black men to do at this point? I don't know. So black men have already come to terms with the fact that black women want non-black men. It's just a case of, why do you have to rub the white man in the black man's face, and then if it goes wrong, ask the same black men that you disrespected to come back and support you? That's the difference between a swirler and just somebody who dates interracially. It's about whether they burn the bridge or not.
Right. It's to that woman's point. I agree with Game Changer. Swirling and divestment is something twisted. It's twisted because most people don't care about interracial dating unless you're super insecure or something. But like, divestment and swirling is something twisted. Like, you go under these comments and they're like, I'm done with black men because no. And it's like, you got people in your community who think like this, and obviously they're extremists. And then you got the ones who actually believe in the original message, which was to just actually expand your options. The issue is, what if you ended up like the extremists? That's my beef with it. Because you got all these people who have these negative experiences with black men, and then you have trauma bonding, and then you have these women basically confirming your trauma with some statistics, when some of that trauma, some of it could have been prevented again, like what I said about arming yourself with the knowledge so that it won't happen to you again. And it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess.
Yeah, it's very confusing because the divestment channels don't want to see. The issue is always for me that the women don't want to change. Shout out to Eldrin. He said the divestment channels are disingenuous. They divest from one race of bad characters to quote unquote level up to a different race of bad character. And the bottom line is this: because in their mind the perception of whiteness is right and superior, it covers all sin. And I don't mean to say that facetiously. I genuinely mean it as, if you are if you believe that white men are better, it's confirmation bias. It's like what you said in the comment section. If you go looking for something negative, you will find it. And if you believe the white man is better, then no matter what he does, you will believe it's justified. And so the divestment people, they have the rose tinted glasses about non-black men that leads them to talk in a way as if they're so perfect when they're not. And that's the frustration for people who to critique that movement, is that you refuse to see the negatives in those situations. Personally, over here, most people don't care if black women want to date out. I know I don't, but it's like it's the way they go about it is so strange
And
because
childish. It's
yeah,
like, haha.
very childish. I got me a Brad, I got me a white man, and even if he's worse than you, he's still better than you because he's white. It's like, who says things like this? So it's those swirlers link up with white men with no business, no land, no network, but call themselves leveling up. Exactly, because in their mind, just the mere fact that they have a white man is about validation. Because they see the white man as superior, they care about him accepting them and validating them. And when they talk about self-hatred, this is a projection. They are the ones who hate themselves because they feel they are not as desirable as white women. So the way they can feel close to the white standard of beauty is being accepted by white men. I just said it.
A little peer into Gen Z with TikTok. That's why insecure black women go to white men and black men's TikTok pages and they ask them under their comments like, "Do you like black girls?" It's a whole thing. It's a whole
I've
thing
heard
with
that
Gen
there's
Z
like a
too.
big TikTok battle going on about the black TikTok content creators not getting as much love and views or something. Like,
That's a thing too. TikTok is they're questionable though. I will say that.
I mean, there was a thing as well with the strippers saying that the darker skinned women don't get as much love, and it's like, I don't know what to say. And shout out to Jessica X. She did make a really amazing point that I never thought of. It's like, if the vast majority of black people are with other black people, when you poison black women against their own men, you've actually disqualified most of the men that would actually date them, because the vast majority of men that will date black women is black men.
True.
So why would you make black women hate the one group that you can guarantee will want to be with you? You're setting them up for singlehood, because even if all these women do accept the idea of dating out, there aren't as many men outside of the black community wanting to wife these women up. So whereas you're mad with Kevin for telling people you'll die alone, listening to these women will probably increase the chances of you dying alone. Because the white men you want, they're not necessarily wanting you back, and you burnt the bridge with the black men you had. So it's like, make it make sense. So there's a lot of issues with the women who preach divestment, because part of it is not even about getting a better man for the job. It's about crapping on the black man, because you're constantly saying every other race of men is better than you, but you're doing it in a very slick way. That's what divesting means. It's give up on black men, but it's framed as we're leveling up. We're looking for the best man for the job. Chrissy blamed educated and good black men for not promoting themselves in the black community. Street dudes promoted themselves in hip hop and movies. That's why they're the most desired. Yeah, that's true. She did say that. And there's a degree of truth to that, that when black men were rising, they should have built more. But at the end of the day, as a woman, you have autonomy to pick who you want to be with. And the media deliberately promotes a certain type of black men to black women to increase their desire for those kind of men.
I will say this. although she has a point, it's like exactly what you said. So you don't have the self autonomy to choose who you know long term will be better for you.
Exactly. It's like this is why I said to you, don't play into the swag game, because the goal is to get the man on a hamster wheel. Every time you meet the criteria, I'm going to move the goalpost, and then you meet the criteria and I move the goalpost. So now, which you should have asserted yourself. Then it's, I need you to build Wakanda, then I need you to have 6 figures, and I need you to do this. And it's like, other races of women. That's why I said the what have you built argument, overthrow white supremacy. All of these arguments are straw mans. They're all straw man arguments. It's just moving the goalpost and making the criteria so ridiculously big that you never actually qualify in the woman's eyes. That's it. Because the goal is not to qualify. The goal is not to build. The goal is not to submit. The goal is to keep finding ways to tell the black man why he's no good. So as much as they talk about, I want to fix the problem and I want to highlight the issues with black men, when you ask them, well, what are you going to change? Well, I don't need to change anything because the black man is the leader. But you didn't raise him to be a leader. You raised him to be subordinate to women. That's why you had no men in your house. That's why they don't like the single mother.
Shout out to the roommates with the anti-man. She's teaching you to be anti-man, the anti-man.
Exactly. And if you're anti-man, how are you treating your sons? If you have that degree of contempt for black men, what are you doing with your black boys? Like, just ask the average woman, what does a son need? And they'll probably be like, if they don't know what a man needs, and you have men, some of them have kids, how are you going to know what a son needs or your sons need? So that's why the conversation is very disingenuous.
Earlier, why I said if you're a woman and you support simps, you're actually a misogynist and a misandrist, is because one, I say you're a misogynist because real women don't really want those as partners, and then you're misandrist because you're promoting men not loving themselves. So that's why I say if you support simping, you're both a misogynist and a misandrist in one sitting.
Yeah, it's true. Because the simp is only useful. He's not desired. He's just useful. As long as he's willing to jump on that grenade for the woman, she's happy to have you around because you're beneficial, because she can sick you like these guys here. Not the one on the right-hand side, D, but this one and Eddie Adine. These are the kind of men that they find valuable. And I said it. And if he's watching or if he comes through, I still said it. They are useful. They are useful to send to attack heterosexual thinking black men who don't want to tolerate certain things. That's why they don't like them. I have no problem with someone dating out. The problem is most of us men have is dating out and turning around and crapping on the black men as collective. Exactly. When women don't find you attractive, it's like you don't exist. And what they really want is you, who are the good black men, to twist and force something into the wrong men that's not there. And when you refuse to do it and you're saying, why would you pick this guy that's got all these negatives? Why didn't you just pick me? It's like, oh, you think because you got a job and an education that you're special. Oh, I don't want your names. I don't want your blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I can't turn this thug and this D-boy into a husband. That's what you're trying to do, and it's not working, and that's certainly not my job. When the black women say hold black men accountable, that's what they mean. Why don't you good black men make these men that I'm sexually attracted to but are no good into what I want? And it's like, no, we're not doing that anymore. That's why these women like the conversation about mentors. We want men to mentor these young boys because we want you to instill in them some fatherly qualities and husband qualities that we like. They've got the look, they've got the body, they've got the sex appeal and the swag we want, but this other area that's kind of important, they're lacking. So we need you squares and lames. Can you come and teach these thugs how to be men? And the guys who are not about that, especially now, they're like, oh, forget that rubbish. You can't blame them, no. Again, if black women wanted to see men that had a good balance of street cred and also smarts, raise them. Raise them. Teach them how to dress, how to have style, how to talk to women, be socially open, and at the same time like their books. And women like those men. It's like women complain about men who say they want natural hair, women with natural hair, but then when they have their natural hair, they don't get approached. And I say, brothers, you've got to support the ladies. Help a sister out. If she's doing the natural hair thing, give her a compliment, for God's sake. It's free. Say, sis, I love the fact that you wear your hair out. That will make her day. But then if she says, you know what, I'm going to go and get me this yaki because I got more head turn with the straight wig, you can't blame women. So ladies, if you want more men to be productive, you need to give your attention to the productive brothers. The Sips of the dog in the yard. And, if in certain parts of the world, when you're not doing your job, that dog becomes dinner. I'm just saying. That dog chow mein. Oh my gosh, I just said it. I know them two brothers. Infamous and notorious for being a nuisance online. This guy here on the left-hand side, I think he tried to push back. I had to unfriend a female battle buddy because she had no problem bashing black men, but she was married to a white man, so of course she glorified him. It's like, yeah, I don't like that. Because it's those conversations that make white people know, oh, you guys are really divided. And really and truly, if I abuse you, you've got no backup. You've got no daddy, you've got no brothers. You can't call on the black men of your community because you told them where to go. And you're not part of the white community. You're just out here on your own with me. I personally feel like overly glorifying white men actually puts black women at more risk. And then all our dirty business is out on the line for the whole universe to see. So what can you do? Internet warriors versus Manosphere crew. They're trying to go off. The thing about it is this, we covered this earlier. If people say they want black men to do better, black men have to be free to talk about their issues. But if you're gonna just shut it down every time, talk about, well, men don't do this and men don't. No. Men need spaces to talk about the things they need to talk about.
Right. And so when we look at the state of the black community right now, it's solely responsibility falls on black men.
That's rubbish. That's garbage. That's why I had to do the video. I literally was like, oh, where's this phone? Let me throw it. I was like, because it's coming up to 6 a.m. here. Oh wow, it's 8 minutes past 7. When did that happen? I was like, oh, I can't believe this guy said this solely on the shoulders of black men. Oh, where's this computer? Let me fire up a stream. I was like, what are you smoking, bro? Give me some. What do you mean it's solely on the shoulders of black men? That whole black men are leaders. They're naturally born men. Nah, stop it. You know what you're saying is not true. Come on now.
The leaders of the community are going to be the reason why the community is where it's at.
You can't have leaders without followers.
Men, as far as the white man holding them down and all these different excuses and all this other stuff. Even when it comes down to people like Kevin Samuels telling, or Jessica X saying that, well, black men on average make $40,000. $40,000 is nothing. If we get honest here, So ultimately, yes, the black community is largely looked at for failing because of black men. So yeah.
Yes, that's true. The black community will be looked at because, oh God, how do I say this? You see, other races of men can compare black men to themselves. Fair enough. But what non-black men are not honest about is how much they help to keep the black man oppressed. And I'm not saying that black men shouldn't rise up or that they have no agency, but the men who make those arguments are intellectually dishonest about the way they treat black men. Black men are complicit in some respects to their own demise, but white men definitely set a trap for black men to fall into. And the way you get out from under this trap is to say things as black women, we are willing to downsize in order to have a higher quality of life, to churn out better families, to have more stability in our community. If you have black women, as I think Eldrin mentioned earlier about the concept of the welfare, if black women see getting a check from the state as more valuable than having a man in their house, there will always be this cycle of single parenthood and degeneracy and broken families and dysfunction. And so you cannot create leaders for the most part in that environment. And yes, you can look to people in the past and people who came from single mother households who did great things. But that was a different generation. There was a completely different culture in the home and outside of the home. So whereas before, all men had role models that were like Barack Obama. Look how old Barack is, with all due respect. When he was a child, do you think he was watching thugs? He was still looking at men who were men, and masculinity wasn't under attack the way it is now. Shout out to Brownbird. So yes, in times gone by, men raised by single mothers or in a household with no men, they were thriving. But we live in a culture now where everything is perverted. The only unit of safe haven is your home. And if you have dysfunction in your home, you are not going to then send a productive child into a broken education system that's telling boys to put on a dress. With all due respect, if that's you, that's you. But if my son is straight, I don't want you telling him put on a dress. I don't care how bad that sounds. If he's straight, I don't want him to be exposed to boys in dresses. Like it or don't like it, that's what it is. When you're telling a boy you can be a girl because sometimes you feel like it, I've got a problem with that. And all this perversion that they're forcing on kids actually causes them to become confused and not know where they want to go with their direction in life. It's all about my truth and feelings instead of being masculine men. We know masculinity is under attack.
Mhm.
So if you don't have strength in your home unit, once you send that child out or just plonk them in front of the TV, I've said this before, there was a time you couldn't see kissing of any real kind on TV. Round the clock, not just adult heterosexual couples, they're forcing a lot of gay people on TV and even trans people.
Hey,
So,
Anti.
yeah, so go through, man, because I don't want to get on that soapbox because you know.
What's up, Brown Bird?
Hey, peace to you, bro. So, I just want to say real quick that dude D, he was just on a panel with me, I think yesterday, and he was talking about the situation that happened with the girl in Harlem that got attacked by the guy that was, that basically tried to mule her face. And before I begin off that, the guy that was responsible for it, he just got apprehended yesterday. So I'm happy that the NYPD
Yeah, I saw.
found
Yeah,
out.
I
Yeah,
heard
that
it.
was good. And the thing about it, this wasn't even discussed. He got in trouble for actually a separate case for abusing his girlfriend at the time.
How old is
So
he? Do
it's
you know?
I think he's probably in his late 20s, early 30s, because they said that his
Really?
girlfriend, yeah, he's late 20s, early 30s, is around that range, because his girlfriend was reported to be 29 years old.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, and let me just say this. Number one, I know dudes like that too well. I know those tactics. I know exactly what they do. I'm very familiar
Yeah.
with the area. I always talked about that. I said to the brother, because he said, we have to protect women at all costs. And I said, and me and the dude, shout outs to Roger Report Live, me and the dude was sitting up there saying, well, yo, if that's the case, we have to protect women at all costs. Where were you at when the situation happened? How come you didn't come through and do something about it?
I saw that.
Yeah, so we was going back and forth with dude. Yeah, we was going back and forth with the dude, and he was backtracking because I was just like, yo, you can't make me responsible for a situation I wasn't able to be a part of because I wasn't there. So you're blaming me for something that I can't be responsible for. If I was there, I would have sat there and did something about it. And I said, brother, and this goes along with the honest truth, because what I view the honest truth is, he's just, to me, I think the dude is type of contrarian. He's a provocateur. He's very negative. He sees no positive in so-called black men. And I'm gonna get into him for a second. I don't want to be long, but I said to the brother, I said, yo, the next day that happened, you had hundreds upon hundreds of black men and women that came over to that liquor store that was looking for them dudes that sat there and did something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they went over to the major street in Harlem, 125th Street, and they had the people out there with the signs and the organizations. Then the Hebrew Israelites this past Saturday came over there and made their rounds to sit up there and see what's up and also teach from the Bible like they usually do. So I had to tell homeboy, I'm like, look, you may not like the fact of the matter something didn't happen on the fly, but just the fact of the matter that people were willing to come out and do something, that's a step up. And a lot of black men stepped up to the plate. So give us credit.
Exactly.
You failed on general principle by that standard that you're trying to provide for us by sitting up there saying protect at all costs. My bad. What's good, bro?
Brown bread, you know they just hop on the trend train. They're not concerned about what happens after. They don't make update videos.
No, they don't. And this is the thing what antisocial was saying earlier. Like dudes like the honest truth. It's like, my dude, like you're a hypocrite. Like this is the thing I don't understand about people like the honest truth. The honest truth said the first time I met him, he sat up there and said, I don't even date black women. I date white and Latina women. And I never got a chance to ask him why. But I said, if it is why, you say, I don't deal with them because I know how they are. So by that standard, you agree with us. You understand that there's something going on, just like I understand that something is going on. We're the ones that's giving it out. We ain't asking these divestment crews and the rest of them to come over to our spaces, make a big ruckus. They choose to. And then they sit up there and talk against us. We the ones that is for the community more than they are.
Wait.
It's crazy.
So the guy, he said what? He doesn't date who?
He doesn't date black women. Yet and still he has black women that come on his panel. He has black women that come on his panel and they talk a whole bunch of mess about black men. They'll go in with the statistics, and I don't have a problem with them doing the little statistics of education because that's fine. I don't mind. In a debate, you should have something to back up your claim. That's a noteworthy thing. But I said the problem with them is if you're giving us the notion that black men are complete failure, why still talk about us then? Nobody's asking you, and this is the thing, nobody's asking black women or putting a gun to black women's head and saying, you must be with a black man. Nobody is saying that. Especially what I advocate for, date whoever you please, satisfy you. My problem with the divestment and the swirling crew, as you mentioned earlier, it's just kind of like waving the white man on a pedestal in front of my face. And it's like, yo, I'm not looking, I don't look at the white man and be like, you suppress me. Look, I'm gonna get mine. Yeah, I might be through your system, but I'm gonna make it. You understand what I'm saying? And if we don't teach these brothers out here to have the same mindset, they feel defeated. I don't teach a defeated mindset.
I'm 20 years old. Hold on, this is a real moment. I'm gonna open up my camera. This is a real moment, right? I'm 20 years old. I'm in school. While I'm in school, I'm with my parents temporarily so that I can build my finances and stuff. My sophomore year of high school, I went to Prairie View A&M STEM camp, and there I gave a speech. And I said, if you really want to get out of the situation you're in, you're going to arm yourself with the knowledge that you need to get out of there. You're not going to make excuses, and you're going to do what you need to do to get out.
Exactly.
You first step of anything is to arm yourself with the knowledge. Otherwise, you're just making blind moves. You know.
That's true.
Anyways, I just wanted to say that.
And my fault, bro. I just want to say one thing to you, bro. Your situation, don't look at it as a bad thing. Like, I look. First of all, let me tell you something. Living in New York, you got brothers in their 30s that still live with their parents, and I would never say anything bad about them due to the climate. My thing about it is that brothers in general just need to have a plan. That's the first thing we have to do, because what it seems as if a lot of the so-called black women of this modern society, or women in general, what they try to do is, if they see you lacking in that field and they say you still living with your parents, they don't look at the outlook of what you're trying to do. What they looking to do is attack you for merely still thinking that you're dependent on your parents.
Yeah.
But you can still get it on your own if you living with your parents. That's why I don't knock brothers around me if they still would live with their parents, but they working and they trying to save up their money because they're trying to do something. And that's what we have to start off with.
It's ignorant.
Right. I'm in college. I'm not trying to be here all my life. And
Exactly.
I have a father. Both my parents are married. Okay.
Right.
And my dad does what he needs to do to teach me how to handle business. And this is a prime example of fathers teaching their sons masculinity. And my mom don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
But they would never own that. I mean, look how many people have had to go back home because the financial situation has got so bad that they've had to return home. So, I was going to say, it's actually smarter to stay at home for longer, save your money, so when you leave, you have a less chance of needing to come back, especially in the current economic climate. But you can see these two are contrarians. I watched a little bit more. I felt like Dee was going to offer a counter, or maybe it was somebody else, because the panel gets up to 5 people soon. And so... But this idea of the men are the leaders, this is a white supremacy black woman talking point. And that's what really hurt me. These are female talking points. You're framing the argument in a way that is disingenuous.
But I just I agree that the men need to take lead and stuff, but it just seems that like the women aren't to blame, given a little bit of blame, giving some blame as well.
You find it hard to blame them.
Well, you see, I definitely have made videos on the issues that we've had with black women. I'm not saying that either side's perfect, and I'm very careful to make sure that I don't say that either side is perfect. But as natural-born leaders, which is a man, being a man, part of your responsibility is to take up the reins of the generation before you and to further extend them out to where your children can live off of those fruitions of the people who came before you and them and people who came before them, meaning you as well as a man. That's what the job of black men and men in communities is supposed to be, is to make sure that they're always progressing. Men build countries. Women aren't the ones constructing buildings. They're not the ones providing economic fortitude by and large. Now, obviously, the gender roles have been a bit reversed here, which we're going to talk about that later. We're going to talk about dusty men getting upset at black women for not educating them.
Okay. You know what? I can only go so far. It's like, if you guys want to stop it at any time, just say, I just want to chime in, and just don't hesitate. But
I'll chime in right now. I'll chime in right now. That's why I'm saying it's useless having an argument with dudes like that, because like my thing about it is out educating. Listen, the thing about it is, if you ask a common so-called black man what we think about a so-called black woman being educated, we actually give them support. We don't got a problem with them being educated. We don't have a problem with them having businesses. It's just the fact of the matter when they use and they abuse that power, now all of a sudden they're saying, oh, I'm doing better than you, black man. Look at you. You can't do nothing. And it's like, you got to break down. They be like, well, we have all the businesses. And the honest truth loves to bring this up. He loves to bring up the black businesses is only about 1 point, I think something like 1.2%. Like, dude, like, okay, but do you support black businesses? Because I do. And the thing about it is that nobody wants to talk about right now. You got brothers creating an app that counteracts Uber Eats. Just a random point, but this is the thing.
Real. Tell me about that.
It's a point. It's a very valid point.
Yeah, and I'll tell you in a second, bro. The thing about it is he's not breaking down the statistics of black men doing better in this society than previous generations. We're talking. They're constantly saying 64% of so-called black men is in the middle class. We're saying 50% of black men attend college. We're also talking 41% of so-called black men have white-collar jobs. I think 36% for blue-collar. Then they're sitting up there talking about at least 19 to 20% of so-called black men got a bachelor's degree, including myself. Okay. We're also talking only the bad statistics. 15%, I believe, only did they only got higher or they only graduated from high school. So we're talking better statistics for black men, and dudes like the honest truth, because they listen to the rhetoric of a lot of these so-called black women that have a negative view towards so-called black men. They don't see the brighter picture. You can't expect an empire to grow from a place where you have various of nations that's putting us down. And even still through the crumble, we still trying to do what we got to do. But you don't want to touch on that.
Exactly.
I'll speak to that point. It was like I was telling you last time, antisocial socialite. In these colleges, especially at an HBCU that I went to, black men want to be in college. They want to stay. They really do. Because they want to do something with their lives, but they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Right.
It's true. And the way that they discourage black men is by just pretending as if those men don't exist. That's why you can't play into that game, you know. There's an app called Melanated People that is the black version of Facebook designed by a black man. You see, and so if black people refuse to support it because the other system is more established, it will never grow. And that's why they deliberately withhold support, because deep down they don't want to see progress, because then their authority would be undermined. So, but the thing is this, okay, you have the fear of being controlled by black men, but ultimately you're still losing. So it's the lesser of two evils at this point. So it doesn't even make sense to resist. Just work with a decent black man and build something. Do you know what I mean?
Rabbit trail. Kevin Samuels, this is something he always talks about. He disses women for having doctorate degrees.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
For having master's degrees. Like, look, we'll talk about that later. We'll get the street.
Oh, so we can bring it up, but we can't discuss it.
The men, obviously need to take up the lead. But how is it? I know if you. So I was listening to this one guy earlier on YouTube. Was it Jason Black? Whatever. It's some. He has a YouTube channel. But he's talking.
Right. What was he saying? Go ahead.
He had this woman on, and he was talking about he was trying to ask the new black people, like the younger black people, what the older black people ever did for them. And an older black person came in and called, and she was pretty much the reason for the problem. She was a woman, and she was married, right? And he decided to have a baby out of wedlock and raise her child as a single mother, right? And I feel that, hey, and now her daughter's a single mother, and so I feel that, hey, she didn't have to go through with having that child, So
child?
She did not abort her child. Her child is still living.
Would you have preferred if she did abort her child?
No, wait. This is a gotcha question. This is a gotcha question.
I just heard a DJ scratch.
Right. That was like perfect for where we just paused.
Oh
Perfect.
man, that was funny.
Whoa, dude. Seriously. Did he really just go there? I just wanted to use it. But I'm just saying, that gotcha question, he's going on as if to say that's not another talking point in the conversation. Like, you literally have black women say, don't give birth to black boys. So why are you
Yes.
making out like...
They say abort black fetuses.
Yeah. But, and I did come across comments that were specifically against black boys. I did a video, but I couldn't find a comment to use as an image. So if you see one, tag me. They do it in a slick way now. It's like, don't give birth to your oppressor, which is code for don't give birth to black boys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so and that's not what he's saying. Despite the fact that he might be contrary, he actually is not saying that he would prefer it. He was probably saying she didn't have to get in that situation in the first place where she had to make that decision. You know, but the culture allows it. So, you know, if you're in certain parts of Southeast Asia, you know that if you can't marry, you're going to be a single mom, but you're going to be ostracized. You know what's coming, and you take that package in its entirety. In the West, single motherhood is glorified until you get a bit further down the road. When it gets hard, then all of a sudden it's, oh, the black man left me. He left me with the baby. It's like,
and let me say this, because being in New York, a lot of people like, you know, you have black women that have that whole jealousy streak to say that we put Latino women on a pedestal. Let me tell you something. Latino women are just as ratchet as so-called black women. They are.
Oh, I've seen it.
And the thing about it is, the idea of single motherhood, just like you could talk about a so-called black woman being a single mother, Latino women, I've seen numerous and hundreds of times Latino women that are single mothers. So the thing about it is, yes, we can keep giving on the notion about single mothers, right? Towards so-called black women, there's other nations that do it too. But the difference between, well, I'm not going to say really crazy, but I hear from certain women of different nationalities that say, yo, look, listen, that all falls on you. You look, you decided that, you have to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? So it could be a cultural thing. But of course, when brothers like the Honest Truth is trying to cape for these women that don't care nothing about him, and he proudly calls himself a Dusty, I don't know why, it's always going to be the narrative that's being pushed. And the thing that I've always expressed to brothers is, you have to be sexually responsible. Of course, brothers like the Honest Truth, who ain't doing no work to sit up there and change the paradigm, will never say that. I always tell men, you must be sexually responsible, because women can throw sex at you like it's nothing. That's what they're good at. They're good at seduction. So you have to, brothers, and especially you, brother, on the panel, I know you know this, and I know you're taught well by your father, but I'm going to say this off of just reference. Sexual responsibility is very important to avoid situations like coming up with a woman who's going to use a child against you, or abort it.
Amen.
And the thing is, the culture and the atmosphere is such that women just don't think of it that way. They're not told to be accountable, and that's why they perpetuate some of the things that we see. So, you know, it's scary. It is scary. The lingo from New York women is too masculine for me to handle.
And
from a woman.
I'll to speak to Brownbird's point. Hey, Brownbird, I'm in Texas. Who you telling about ratchet Latino women? We right here down here by the border. I see them up here sometimes.
Yep.
Elgin says never adopt a child. Why? Are you talking about your step kids, or are you talking about a child from an adoption agency? So yeah,
I don't know. That's weird because I'm adopted.
I think that he's talking about stepkids. Because
Oh,
if the
okay.
woman decides to
Oh,
leave,
as in being a stepfather.
yeah, never co-inhabit
Mm.
or cohabitate.
Yeah,
It's
I
crazy.
mean, my bad. Go ahead, Anti.
No, I was just going to say it's crazy because the laws have made it so that men don't want to commit. And women don't seem to understand that you can say the laws are protection and a safety net, and there's some degree of truth to that, but you're too zealous to use those laws to the point where men are like, this is just a bad deal for me. I just can't be bothered.
Right.
Should we go on? So let's see this guy.
I kind of believe in. I'm not necessarily pro-abortion, but I'm okay with abortion. I feel that we need just less babies born into dysfunction, less babies born in terrible situations, terrible.
I agree with you there, but that's part of the reason that we do this channel right here, is to point out the issues, like children being born in dilapidated environments that I always say. Now, I don't believe abortion's ever the answer. I understand it's a woman's body and a woman's right, but when we talk about the murdering of unborn children who have no choice or say in the matter, and it is a child, whatever anybody thinks, then I think that that's as sadistic and evil as it can get. Now, to address your question specifically, it still takes two to make a child at the end of the day. It
No,
still
I hate
takes
this
a man
argument.
willing to lie in bed with a woman. And so both sides are equally responsible for birthing a child. It still isn't on 100% a woman.
Do I have to do the DJ screech?
Right? I mean,
Nah, you good.
we've gone as far as to saying that women who choose to get educated, who choose to have a doctorate, who choose to have a master's, and are in the wrong for wanting to get educated.
Wait,
That's
pause it.
things.
I don't think they think that. I just think that, hey,
Wait, Anti.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain. Especially because I know he's gonna make a dig at Kevin Samuels.
Wait.
No one is saying, huh? Because he is. Because I know this bro. Like this dude is a full-on warrior towards us. Like,
I
and
don't know
people don't
why.
even realize there's brothers in the Manosphere that don't really like Kevin Samuels. They don't.
That's
He
the
doesn't seem
thing.
to
They're
get
not
that.
honest about that. Yeah.
He doesn't get that. Like, there's dudes in the Manosphere that's like, I don't rock with Kevin Samuels. All right. Like, my thing about it is nobody is saying the woman's accomplishments is not great. I've always said when it comes to the common so-called black men, we are happy. Our women are educated in all these different things. It's the attitude that comes with it. So when you have this attitude like, oh, I got a master's, I got a PhD, you made the education system your daddy. So what does that benefit me if I'm trying to get with you and maybe I don't have a master's degree? I have a bachelor's degree. You're not going to honor me, and you're not going to think that I could be just as educated as you. What you barely did was continue school, and most of the time you collected more debt than I have. Just to say I have a piece of paper that says that I have a master's and a PhD and a doctorate degree. That's on you. It's the attitude that comes with it. And let me say this for everybody listening. There are a good amount of so-called black women, maybe from the 90s generation X, or before that did not decide to be single mothers. Okay. And the thing about it is with that, I will defend certain women that became single mothers because they made it their business to find a father figure for their child. So that's the reason I don't throw that whole entire thing like, oh, you're a single mother because you're an idiot. Like, I'm not going to say that for all so-called black women. I'm not going to do that.
I think it's a culture thing, but what I always counter that conversation with is you're confusing involvement with control.
Right.
Just because it involves two people to make a baby, as Eldrian said, he's like, I never take a condom from a woman, because the woman can deliberately tamper with the condom because she wants a baby. A woman can find a condom on the floor and use it, and if the contents is viable, she can be pregnant. So the idea that the control in that situation is equal is the lie. And that's what, when men say you have control and single mothers, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about does it take two to make a baby. It's how much does it take, how much control do you have? As the woman, you control who sleeps with you, whether you get pregnant, whether you carry the pregnancy to term, which is what Dee was saying, and the environment the child is raised in. And when women talk about it from a standpoint of control and agency and accountability, then you will understand the woman has more control in the situation and she has the law on her side. So
LJ, I wanted to respond to LJ and Mitzi. Don't worry, that's not gonna happen. I thought about it while I was sitting in my dorm in college when I was on campus, and I was like, nah, too much responsibility too early.
yeah.
At that time, I didn't even know how to pay taxes, so like, no. What makes you think I'm gonna take care of somebody else's kid?
Like, no.
Why are you using your education
And that's good.
attract the guy? I mean, I think that's what they're saying. I'm going to try to articulate their sentiment that
I don't think they're necessarily trying to use that education to pull a guy, but they're trying to say like, hey, I'm just not an average type person, right?
Oh my
I've
gosh.
separated myself. I've done the hard work, or done work that a lot of men haven't done. It's a fact that there are more.
puts her in a masculine state when she needs to be feminine and try to attract a man based on, again, her
Uh-oh.
her looks, her agreeableness, her femininity, her cooperativeness, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, here's the thing, and welcome, Roger Report, guys. Roger Report is a YouTube channel.
Roger Report's here.
More subscribers than I do, more than double. Make sure you subscribe. Check out the Roger Report. He is part of the Manosphere. Roger, I'll let you get in as soon as I answer D really quickly here, and then you're free to fire off. Before we do Black Pill, I'm not trying to be like Jessica X and read comments all day or anything of that nature. You're welcome, Psycho Candy.
What a liar, yo.
Who chooses to raise their child alone. That's epic retarded. Yeah, it's definitely not the best.
Wait, quick point in the honest truth.
We gotta stop it.
Yeah, just once. Let me say something about the honest truth. The honest truth is very I'm tongue twister, but he promotes this idea of trying to come at people like Jessica X and trying to say like, oh, well, what she's saying is da 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 da. First of all, he came on her panel demanding that she came up and was being completely disrespectful to the whole entire panel the whole time he was there. And then got mad because there was a combative woman that was on the panel. And I ain't gonna lie, we was trolling her and we said that she is built like a buffalo. But you can't dish out insults towards somebody, and then technically that would even be cyberbullying. Because the honest truth, you did cyberbully Jessica X. You did.
This is protecting a black woman.
And you're sitting up there talking against black women. You're mad at Jessica X for the one she's sitting up there. First of all, a lot of people have this misconception. Jessica X is doing things for the Manosphere. She never claimed to be about the Manosphere. Yes, she understands it. She makes content for women. She's sitting up there literally telling women what you could do to attract the man that you want via the Manosphere.
Her words, so and we're not putting words in their mouth.
Exactly, and I'm not trying to cape for Jessica X because brothers inside there said Brownbird is caping for Jessica X. I'm not caping for that woman. She's her own woman. All right. So brothers like him, you're just a hypocrite, yo. Like you can't talk about being disrespectful, but you just sat there and cyberbully Jessica X when you came on her panel.
Me personally, I like Jessica X's work, but I will call it out when I see it. Like, she did say that's why she mostly brings women up on the panel, because it's mainly for women. She said this herself.
Yeah. And I don't blame her for that. It's her channel. I don't blame her for that. And this is the thing. Me and Jessica X actually disagreed on a couple of things before, but still had a productive conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not like I get off the hook like, oh, she says everything 100% right. And I'd be like, nah, you be wrong sometimes. But it's cool.
Yeah, if you do content that's kind of red pill for women, it gets quite tough because you have to present it in a way that they find it very palatable. Otherwise, they don't really listen. You have to, and it's like if you, I don't want to say if you cam up, but if you operate a certain way, then they vibe with you. But I don't know. It's like if you don't throw men under the bus, at times it's like they don't trust you. And that's what I noticed with a lot of these channels. Although the women, they may give you advice or even a little bit of criticism, your stamp of approval is the fact that you're willing to criticize black men. So if you're like, I don't really believe all the problems are the men, immediately you're kind of blackballed. Very few women will come through and give you like honest, um, just the benefit of the doubt to hear what you have to say. It's like, oh, well, you're automatically disqualified because you're like a pick me or something. It's like, and that's why for a long time, Jessica really didn't have a huge female presence until the whole conflict with Chrissy kicked off. And then women kind of came and stayed, which I'm happy for her.
Shout out Jessica X though. If you ever see this, maybe you can come up on a live and we can all converse though, because I'd love to get the chance to talk to you.
Yeah, she cool peoples.
Who's that, Jessica or me?
Well,
anybody, but mainly Jessica, because I was introduced to this space through Danica. Then I found Jessica.
Me too.
Then and then she directed me to you, and then I found Chrissy, Tanya, TKO,
wow. That's funny.
Nah, I knew Tanya TKO before Jess, but I came through the space through Danica, then Jessica X, then Game Changer. Then it was everything else after that.
That's so funny. I'm like, am I the only one that came into the space through a guy? I came into the space through Donovan Sharp.
Oh, real? I'd never watched his content, but I mean, shout out Danica Marie though too, because she's doing out here doing great work too.
Yeah, and Tommy Sotomayor. I forgot to mention that.
I'll tell you the God's honest truth. The first person I ever saw from the Manosphere was Ringo, but when I saw the video, that was years ago, and I just kept watching his videos. And then what happened was I came across Entrepreneurs and Cars and red pill content made by white men. And then all of a sudden one time I saw a live stream with Donovan, and then I found out that Donovan has black men that speak like these white men. So I was like, let me check them out. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I don't want to watch these white guys no more. So that's how. And then I came across O'Shea, and then the rabbit hole, you just kind of slip down from there. So yeah, I'm the only one that came into the space through a guy.
That's hilarious. But yeah, shout out to all those young women, Jessica X and Danica Marie and any others that want to actually get up here and have a conversation. I appreciate your work. I do, as a young man.
It's true. They'll hit that dislike and exit. Yeah, I don't mind. They don't even grace me with a dislike. Those women don't even grace me with a dislike, damn it. But yeah, they are, and more women are coming through because women shame other women for wanting to be picked and being sympathetic to men. And now that the conversation has moved on, a lot more women are open to being, labeled as a pick-me. And that's exactly what Crystalline was complaining about in her last live stream, that when you're soft as a black woman, you become a target of other black women. And that's what everybody's been trying to tell her for the longest while. You're trying to fix women. Shout out to Real Talk. She did a video today talking about, you can't associate with ratchet. Stop trying to save ratchet women because they don't want to change. Sounds harsh, but that's what it is.
True,
And
they
so,
bathe in being that.
yeah, they pride themselves on that identity of being ratchet. So don't try to change them. Don't try to save them. You see? So they use it as a derogatory slur. It's kind of like, let's normalize obesity so that men will find all women who are plus size desirable. And it's like, even though it's unhealthy, we want to lower the bar so all of us can get in. By shaming women who are feminine and genteel and they have those womanly qualities, regardless of the way they look, it's a way to make themselves look better. They want to shame naturally feminine women because if they're not feminine, your femininity highlights how unfeminine they are. So they want to harden soft women so that there's less competition. Wow, I found Derek Danica through Derek Jackson's response. That's crazy. I did hear about that, but he's another one.
Day for still providing and negligently bringing children into bad situations and environments, which is why we talk about this right now. D, to answer your question, the reason that women had to start finding themselves and educating themselves more is because of the lack of educated men being able to provide that level or layer of femininity that a woman needs to thrive in. So black men.
Oh, this is another classic black female argument that I just cannot take. Because what he's basically trying to say is this: a woman can't be feminine unless the man is masculine. But let's go back. You're deliberately sabotaging your boys. You're deliberately raising them in an overly feminine environment. So you know that you're crippling your boys, but then you're upset that there's no male leaders. And the men who are actually doing something, you're not attracted to them. This is why this argument is so disingenuous.
I'll say this. As a young man of the 21st century, born in the 21st century, there's a lot of complaints about being a lot of guys being raised in a feminine environment. The one thing that a lot of older generations say about my generation, Gen Z, is the one word they would use to describe our generation is compassion. And I think we pushed compassion a little bit too much to the point that a lot of us are soft.
Wow, bro, revelations.
No, because I've met a lot of people, right, and a lot of them were softies. It's not okay to be soft to the point of assault, right? There's nothing wrong with being vulnerable. Vulnerable and soft are two different things. Okay?
Yeah.
Being soft is like somebody stepping to you, but you're not going to challenge them. You're just going to let them push you around any type of way. I was like that when I was little, and then I had enough, and it's I feel like that's a rite of passage.
Of course. You see, the thing about it is this: when you're growing up as a child, especially, any child, for the first 2 years or so, you're heavily connected to your mother. As a daughter, it's okay to emulate your mother. That's socially acceptable and expected because, as Eldrin says, who teaches femininity? You learn it, so you're supposed to learn it because it's demonstrated to you. Because children are going to pick up more of what they see their parents doing than what they tell them to do. No matter how much parents tell us to do things, if we witness them doing the opposite, we even can become hung up on the hypocrisy more than what they're trying to teach. You see? But when you have boys who are not raised with a father, they don't have anybody to transfer that connection to, because the daughter can stay connected to the mother for life because they're girls, but the son is expected and will break off that connection, and then they're left in limbo when they should have a father to transfer that connection to, where the men go off and do masculine things and the women go off and do feminine things, and they cultivate their respective role separately. In a lot of this, in the environment is also gynocentric. The education system is heavily biased with women, a lot of female teachers. The style of the classroom and the curriculum is not conducive to boys. So all of that plays a factor in creating men who are passive. So the women who talk, they're not intellectually honest about that, and this guy is not either. You know, that's why he's joking. I don't even know what his agenda is, but it's not.
There is no clear cut. It's one of those sort of things where it's like
I needed to make some content.
Yeah, like I need to make some content against the Manosphere because I don't like the Manosphere because it seems like y'all bash women and hate women, which is not the case at all. Like, like it's dudes like this that just they don't understand, and it kind of is just like it's irritating. And it's like you said, bro, like Gen Z. I see the joint. Well, we're not too much older apart. I'm still in my 20s as well. I'm a millennial with that factor. What I'm trying to say is that the generation is being held into the idea of liberalism. So with the idea of liberalism, they're taking in all the talking points that would stem probably from the basis of feminism and then work their way around the liberal ideology that probably comes from these schools and all these different things so that they can make the point that it all has to be about balance. We're all equal. We're all one, which erases the uniqueness from the men and the women, so that now I have to cape for women because I have to feel sorry for them. No, it's not about feeling sorry for women. We just understand we are two different entities on this earth, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, there's too much, as you say, coddling. There's too much, it's okay, and not enough, well, now you know, and use what you know to do better.
It's true. And that's the thing, the concept of rites of passage. I'm not for bullying. I've been bullied and it was really painful. And I know there's some people who really experience very harsh bullying. And so I'm not for that. But the fact that when boys are not pushed, they become stunted. We live in a very nanny state culture where you can't say this, you can't hurt people's feelings, you can't challenge any ideology. We've all got to be nice. And that creates men who don't develop the traits that make them desirable. And again, this is why guys who are, you know, I will say it, they are degenerate. They stand out. Although they have fake masculinity, they have hyper masculinity, which is actually a feminine set of traits. Because they don't have true masculinity, they come across as desirable because at least they're going against the grain. They're standing up for something, even though it's the wrong thing. So we've got to enter a new challenger here, you know. See, you guys asked me to do some trolling on a Tuesday, and I give you some trolling, guys. He's going to refute me now. So all black mothers, and he spelt it wrong as well because he copied the way I spelt it. I don't know why I think the word sabotage has got a U in there. Wait, I should check in the English dictionary because, you know, English people put letters in for no reason, extra ones. So all black mothers deliberately sabotage their children. Is that what you're going to roll with? Just want to make sure before I refute you.
Honest truth. Now you know that's not true. Now you know that's not true. All they're saying is that it's not. All they're saying is that it's not ideal, and because it's not ideal, you can't raise ideally healthy person in a single parent household.
So
that's all they're saying.
He says, so all. Right, I said, well, women in general wanted liberation, and black women are heavily invested in feminism. A man is not a natural born leader. People are a product of their upbringing, and masculinity has to be cultivated. Black mothers deliberately sabotage their own sons and then complain about the shortage of eligible men. You know, that's my standard statement. And then he goes on to say, so all black mothers. Where did I say the word all? I didn't say, I just said black mothers. I didn't specify what percentage. What was going to type, man?
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I'll troll on.
Okay. Oh, you said go on or hold on?
No, I said let's get our troll on.
Oh, okay. So, as
Get him
you,
where it hurts. Get him where it hurts. Anti.
yeah,
No,
please.
My fault. Go ahead, bro.
Um, as you're gonna type this, I'll say my piece.
yeah, go for it, man.
It's kind. I'm gonna use the analogy of my parents driving, and when I was little. When I was little, I would always watch my dad and my mom do what needs to be done to start the car, put it in gear. I'd see the letters change and all that stuff. And by the time that I got a car, I knew everything to do, but without them telling me. Okay, so even the father being there and being productive can be enough.
It's true. That's what I'm saying. It's true. If you grow up as a son, just seeing your son get up, your dad get up every day and go to work, that already imparts to you the understanding, oh, grown men go to work. Now, as a son in a household with only women, yes, you can say, I knew to go to work because my mom went to work, but it's not the same because you don't have a person who looks like you to identify with. There's certain things about your adult behavior in terms of your gender role you're not going to understand unless you witness it. And for sons growing up without strong father figures, they have no point of reference and they haven't got a sense of a safety net. Like, if this goes wrong, I can go to this elder, I can go to my father who's a support system to get guidance. This is what these women don't understand. They try to use the absence of the father is the problem. But when you ask them, okay, what does a father bring to the table? Then the question has to be, then why didn't you pick a man who has those attributes? If they answer it, most of the time they won't. They'll say things like, he lied. He lied about wanting a family, and after the baby was born, he ran off. The amount of times I've seen that and heard that is ridiculous.
I'm gonna respond to Eldrian Mincy real quick. He said, I'm sorry, but I don't want my sons growing up to believe that masculinity is determined by how much a feminist validates him. I would say anybody who runs off validation is not a grown person. They're actually acting like a child.
Mm,
Like,
it's true.
validation can be nice, but it shouldn't mean the world to you.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous thing because, in the time gone by, women had standards that made sense. So getting validation from women actually was valuable. But when you've got women who validate foolishness, then that becomes dangerous because if you believe your masculinity is derived from females, you're going to put yourself in silly positions because that's what the women are asking you to do to prove yourself. It's endless jumping through hoops that ultimately lead you to your own destruction. So over here, we're like, men, go be great. Don't listen to silly women. I don't want my sons feeling inferior to a woman and treating women like gods and praise them for being resilient and making bad choices. And that's what they want. That's what they want. They want men to praise them for doing things that's not right.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this the last time we went live. Pink Pill, she slithered her way into Real Talk with Yanni's stream. You can go look at it.
Really?
I joined the stream and the first donation I saw, Pink Pill, $50. Says so like, I appreciate your work. I was like, all right, Yanni, you better watch her.
Nah, because it's about trying to build up that sisterhood. That's what it's
And
all about, man.
just today, Yanni put out a video about. No, it wasn't today. It was like yesterday. Yanni put out a video about why she agrees with divestment. I was like,
Yanni always been the type of person that was saying some suspect stuff. I was peeping Yanni for a while.
I've never heard anything good from her.
But I
Really.
never ever seen Kurt Slither in one of her live streams though. That's what I'm saying.
Man,
Well,
it's a
this is the thing.
sisterhood, man.
She's building up her alliances because she can't really work with any of the women that are big. She can't really work with any of the women who are big. Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
her message is not really compatible with anybody.
It goes into my theory and my hypothesis as it seems right now. This is really why I get a little bit irritated, because it's not that I don't want to see a perfect union, like with women finding the man of their choice, regardless of any nation. I don't care who you find. It's just the fact of the matter who you usually gear it from, who goes around with these alliances is the older women, the boomers, your Generation X crew. It's them that's always sitting up there spewing this nonsense, and to sit up there saying we the evil people. And it's like, why are you mad at us when you pass your prime? You probably are a single mother. You probably have 3 or 4 kids. You probably got divorced, and now you spewing that on the younger women who are sexually valuable and is high on the market. Why are you telling them to sit up there and believe all the nonsense you spewing? You shouldn't be doing that. And that's why I don't really gun for the women out there that preach all that nonsense and they in their 20s and their early 30s. It's like, I know who your master teacher is. And it's sad, man. It gets deeper than that. I know one content creator that proudly sat up there and said she uses attraction oils on dates.
Lord.
Like full on like witch stuff, man. And then
will argue
to men
becoming really popular now. Witchcraft has gone mainstream.
Yeah. And it's like that's the people I get mad at. It's like it's y'all, it's the older generation. What you're past your prime, miss. You should have took that train a long time ago. Like, get on the train. Like you done.
The station is closed.
Yeah. The next stop is Hazard Junction. Like, what you doing?
Oh my gosh, it's too funny. Oh my gosh. You see, Crystalline is like, oh, I can say, yes, Eldrin, I did come across Sinji from panels and them talking about them, and Feminista Jones never heard of her. So yes, it was these panels talking about them. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. The pink pill going from place to place, pretending like she's gonna quit YouTube. Yeah, and she wants to utilize Yanni's subs, but it's the older women, and that's why I posted that video of the young lady that got married, because she's in her early 20s, but she's figuring it out. She's realizing, I don't want to go through the struggles these older women went through.
Right, and I'm happy for her. And I think she went by the standard you put out there. She sat there. I think, wasn't the man older?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
when she was younger, she's never really liked men her own age.
And that's fine. I don't like, she's in her early 20s, so I expect her not to really bond with men around her age. And that's why I started to accept it too. I was like, look, I can't be mad at you.
I'm the opposite. I find women are literally repulsed at the idea of older men.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually find it the opposite.
Well, I would say that there's truth to the statement that they go older. That's why the freshman girls get on campus, then the frat guys they start whispering in their ear.
Yeah. I mean, well, at the end of the day, I was proud for that woman, because what exactly she was looking for, she got, and all it took for her to do was be humble. You know what I'm saying?
Out.
Yeah, and it was another woman. I remember that came from Jess's panel onto GC's panel. She was talking about she is my generation, and she found an older cat. But when you listen to her, it's like heaven on ears. Like, it was like, cool. She has an understanding about where we coming from. So that was a good thing.
Yeah, that was a good day. Black women to choose men based on, I'm trying to think what I'm going to put here. Uptype, masculine. on masculine criteria. They lead with their accomplishments, which causes them to track. Oh God, this is not answering the man's question. I try to figure out what I want to say, but I can't figure what I want to say. I know what I want to say because he's asking me, "Are you saying they sabotage their sons?"
Black men want women to be submissive. They want to be the leaders. Well, if you listen to Kevin Stream all the time, he's always telling these women that they need, I don't know, $300,000 to be able to bring a family into the world in a decent place. He always asks them, "And do you wanna not have to work after you have your child?" Of course, nobody wants to work after they have a child, for God's sake. Let's be honest here. And how much do you make? I make $200,000. That's not enough.
When did he ever say?
Oh, that's not enough. $200,000. I think that's probably enough generally most of the time to raise a child, right? And so, anyways, getting back to the point, Mocha Mommy, welcome to the channel. Psycho, it's always good to see you in here. Getting back to the point, women have had to educate themselves because a lot of black men weren't educated. It's just the fact of the matter.
I agree.
So, go ahead.
These women are trying to get men who are in the top 10%, top 5%, men who are making very good money, and they pretty much can have the resources to raise a family, to have enough money to that she doesn't need to be using her education to attract the man. So I understand your point there, but Kevin Samuels is building this whole thing. He's marketing this whole program to women who want a high value man who doesn't need her education or anything. He's not trying to leech off of her, live off of her, or anything like that.
And I want to say something. Mocha Mommy just left a comment, and it kind of proves what I was getting ready to say. Lemonade, I just want to read this comment.
Alright, stop the video.
Right. We've already researched Kevin Samuels and the debunking Kevin Samuels is he a high value man video that I did, I think about a week and a half ago. Check that out if you haven't. I mean, if you look at the dude's website, there's nothing professional about it.
Yeah, he said stop the vid for a sec. Go ahead, bro.
That dude in the bottom left corner with the wild hair, he's an issue.
No, he's a fraud. I called him out on another stream, and he was like, "Oh, you're being too aggressive." He's a fraud, and I
came on Jessica X's panel. I remember him.
No, he was on Justice's panel, but then before that, he was on GC's panel with me, and we were sitting up there talking. Because you know how GC is, and the thing about it is, he was on there agreeing with everything we said. He was even talking crap about how I don't know if the girl is gonna come on the stream, but he was talking about how he has he knows Coriander's Twitter account. And he was sitting there talking.
Don't even like black men, so
yeah, she don't. Yeah, and I'm like, dude, it's like, okay, cool, whatever. Like, she's a fraud too, because why are you still talking about black men and you don't even like them? Mind your business then. My thing about it is with dude like Psycho Candy, I called him out. And I was like, yo, you're a fraud. You called yourself a dusty black male. You went on a panel with us. You was laughing. You was mocking. And then you sat there and said that you don't even want to date women from the United States. You sat there and said you want to date women from Canada and the UK. Then the same time you come on Jessica X's panel, he's like, oh, I'm not black. I'm Latino. There's a difference. There's a difference. I was like, you're still a Negro. You act as if like people in Latin America do not have so-called Negro populations. They do. That means you're still a Negro.
And when you come to outside of your country, you're just black.
Exactly. Like
kind of black.
I have plenty of friends. I have plenty of friends that's from Central America that would be defined as so-called black. They're not a so-called African American such as myself. They're not. But at the same time, they would be classified as a Negro. You have Belizeans, you have Panamanians, so-called black people that's in Colombia and whatever have you. Those are Afro Latinas, quote unquote.
Just a heads up, Anti. Just watch out if you ever see him in the chat room. Please
Nah,
don't
I'm
let him on
forever
the
calling
screen.
that.
He just wastes time.
He can get stuck, man. He out here
Nah,
talking rubbish. Don't mind
I'm
him.
forever calling that dude out until he admits he's a fraud. And I called him out on different streams, and people was like, "Yo, why is Brownberg going off on him?" Because I'm like, "You're a fraud. Just admit the truth, bro. Like you're a liar."
Oh my gosh, he's crazy. Just talking some rubbish. Oh, I've never seen him before, but that hair.
In regards to his success being an actual, like, verified consultation, the guy specialist to fashion and things of that nature. And look, the guy can dress. I'll give him that. But let's be honest here, he's not there.
He's getting like people like from like was it some show Tommy Lee from what show is it, some on those like those ghetto show, I don't even know, on those
I hear you. Just, whatever he's doing well for himself.
So she debunked the argument. She said, I was a stay-at-home mother when my spouse only earned 85K, but we live in Central Texas. Exactly. Depending on where you live, 40K might cut it, but then most women have to work, black, white, or otherwise.
That's success, but I'm just being honest of who he really is. He's a good talker. He's a good speaker. That's why he's in the position that he is on YouTube, right? That's why he's grown, and he's been able to connect with the heartstrings of a lot of men who feel disenfranchised, who choose not to acknowledge the fact of where they are in life, which is not something that we do on this channel. We acknowledge where we are in life on this channel. We acknowledge that the work needs to be done in the black community and in my own life as well, because I'm not a high earning guy by any stretch of the imaginations. I'm at the bottom low earners, actually, to be honest with you. Mocha Mommy left a comment that says I was Mocha, I'm not sure what this SAHM
Stay at
acronym
home, I'd
is.
imagine.
Stay at home mom. Thank you, Psycho. When my spouse only earned 85K, but we lived in Central Texas, right? And to my point, Kevin Samuels is always trying to make it seem like you need $250,000 to support a family.
That's
or
not
two
true.
Or three kids. You don't need that whatsoever. Going back to my last live stream, not always earning a lot of money makes you earning a lot of money doesn't make you a high earner or a high value man.
Here we go.
Because you can make $350,000 a year, but if you're spending $348,000 a year, you're going to come out broke on the other side still. It's
Here we
about
go
the
with
character
the
of a person and what
hyperbole.
you choose to do with that money. For instance, my mom, she's from Central America. She came to college in the United States after my grandparents saved their whole lives. Even when they were married, before they had her, they were saving for their child to come study in the United States. And they were
okay. So your grandparents had a very different attitude to the average person today, black, white, or otherwise. The average person today is not thinking about next week, let alone their unborn kids. They only think about the kids when the kids get here. So what are you talking about?
It's a generation. What this dude fails to understand, there's a generational difference. The thing about it is previous generations planned out and the morals was different. Now, what it was in the 1940s and 1950s, for example, and I'm not saying it was a perfect time, dudes was getting married to women within 3 months or getting engaged. You understand? Because the motive and the morale was different. When you're talking about this generation, you're talking about people who's more for self. You understand? So you got people out here who's thinking on the fly. Like it's very common for people to have babies not thinking about what they're doing and then trying to do stuff on the fly instead of planning strategically on what to do.
It's true. And that's why Chrysaline's favorite person, Kendall St. Charles, who was known as Brooklyn Blue, she said it's a basic move. It's a selfish move because you can do a lot of things on the fly, but parenting is not really one of them. And especially if you're coming from a generation of dysfunction and poverty and failure, you haven't had it modeled to you for you to replicate it in your own life. This is why people like BJS will say it takes 3 generations to counter the impact of a single mother in the chain. But obviously, for a lot of children who are raised by single parents, they go on to be single parents. So every generation, the issue is reset. you never get back to ground zero, because by the time the person realizes this is a mistake, it's already happened again. And this is why I have issues with the women who are like, oh, being a single mom is not the end of the world. It's, you can still make it out after making a mistake. You're not one mistake. It's like, yeah, but you're not looking at the long-term ramifications. And that's why you're kind of enabling other women to think that this is okay. Like, it's not that bad. It's not that serious. Yeah, it is. And you
It
have to
is.
tell them, you have a duty to say, this is not the way to go. But it's like, I don't want to hurt their feelings. Yeah, but
You know what? You know what, Anti? Have you ever seen? Because I was gonna try to make um a content off of that. Like, have you ever seen that now when they're talking about the single motherhood, they have women willingly inseminating themselves and then sitting up there having a child and then sitting up there saying that when I'm ready to date, then you could date me while I have a kid, but there's no father.
bro, we were trolling last week Tuesday, man. It was last week Thursday. This is not going to be officially trolling Tuesday, but there was a woman and she was like, ladies, go and go to the sperm bank, choose to have a black daughter, and then go and try and find a white husband. We all went through the comments. We went through the comments. And shout out, I think it was Eldrin or maybe George. He said, I think she's a single mom. And it didn't register for me until afterwards when I rehearsed that conversation and that comment came back to me. And I said, yeah, she's a single mom who had a black daughter but got wifed up by a white man. And she must sit down sometimes and think, this is perfect. I get to promote black skinned females and at the same time get me a white man. This is what I'm going to tell other females to do. I was like,
And by that logic, that dude
is
is a
this
simp.
real?
He did that by that logic, that dude is a simp. Not even because he's white. It's just that you're willing to take the responsibility of a woman who doesn't even want the real action in order to have a child be brought out in this world. You have to come,
Exactly.
you have to come through with my baggage, which is me inseminating myself, therefore going through 9 months of the labor. Then I sit up there
It's
and
like,
say,
well,
let me
who
have
said
the
she's
child.
single? I said, so you're going to create another single mother.
That's what you're gonna do. And you're
And she
not
said,
raising
who
them with
said
no
they're going to be
standards.
single? Sorry
That,
to cut you. He said, who said they're going to be single? It's like, well, what man in his right mind who's got you as his woman is going to be like, yeah, let's go to the sperm bank so you can get a black man's sperm when I'm right here.
right.
Oh,
But putting a white man on a pedestal, it doesn't make a difference. No man wants to deal. Usually, a lot of men do not want to deal with single mothers, and it's more worse for you when you inseminate yourself. That's the lowest you can go because there is no
wow.
father off jump. You just make the decision. So, by using a so-called white man as a defense mechanism to go against so-called black men, you look foolish.
When they're having these conversations, a lot of the time, especially through the breakdown, they want to bring up nuance a lot of the time. But when you're in this space, more than often than not, you're gonna have to generalize
Yeah.
sometimes because you can't. It's kind of like what liberals do. Well, what about me? I don't identify as this. Is like, okay, take it as it applies to you. Is because if I sit around here and start speaking on everybody's individual situation, it's gonna take me all day to get to the point.
Yeah, it's going to take you all day and you can't, because everybody's personal situation is just different. So there's no one size fits all, but you can talk in general terms. And it was just crazy. But when I heard that, some shout out to the person who said that last time, that she's probably a single mom. And I didn't understand at the time. But now I realize it's because she was a single mom with a daughter, and she's glad she has a black daughter but a white husband.
The
Crazy.
fiscal responsibility of her parents. We're talking about university, the most expensive universities in the world, off of a Central American third world country economic situation. You get what I'm saying? It's not about how much money you're making. That's what these guys are failing to understand.
Not really.
They could be doing more with their money, but they choose to donate to Kevin Samuels and wait for the PS5. So
Wow. 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 I think I'm on the floor.
I can't.
Stuff like that. So I feel like
No, Mocha Money. No. No.
What did she say?
$348,000
Her comment. Many of these women are in the top tier of earnings, so they are just looking for the equal. No.
No, they're not.
See, when you're on equal footing, they're gonna those type of people are gonna see you as beneath them. They have to.
Six-figure thing. But somebody who's
Say that again.
I said that those types of people that have that mindset, that are just looking for their quote unquote equal, look at what they say in the comment
Right.
sections. We're just looking for our equal. We're just looking for our equal. When it's like the Kevin Samuels situations, they're looking for their equal, but low key they feel like they're better than them.
Exactly. And it doesn't work like that.
But that's the problem with those types of people. I'm not gonna generalize.
No,
But
you're right.
That's my 2 cents on people who think like that.
That one knocked me for six a little bit because I haven't listened to this fully, so that's why it's like, what? But the whole PS5 jab is so pathetic. It's kind of like I bet you live in your mama's basement. It's like,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The honest truth, what he thinks about so-called black men. That's why I think it was interesting to me when he brought up the story about how he had his first engagement, because he said that he was brought up in a white neighborhood. Then he sat there and said he got around black people. Something about how he was doing music work and he was in the studio, and that he first had encountered a negative experience for black men. So I was like, okay, so that's the selective bias, because now you're speaking for the black men we would deem as degenerates. And that's why I say y'all have to be very careful, because like for instance, the situation that happened in Harlem, that doesn't speak for all Harlem men.
no.
There's dudes, those degenerates, like for us that live in New York, we don't raise them up. We constantly get mad at those type of men because those try to be the consensus of all black men, and we're like literally telling you we are not those dudes. We're literally telling you we are loners from them. We are not them. So you have selective, well, not selective outrage. You have a selective bias, a selective narrative to make it seem as if, based off of your experience, more than likely, you're going to deem black men as those type of men.
And the thing is, that's not even their experience. In a lot of instances, they haven't really had those kind of negative experiences. They just become fixated on the minority of black men because they're easy to attack.
Right.
It's easy to use those negative black men as a way to demonize all black men. So that's why they don't like the Manosphere, because the Manosphere goes against that narrative.
$50,000 a year could be doing much better than somebody making $250,000 a year. It just depends on where you're at. Now, what I'm trying to prove to people, and to men, black men specifically, is that they need to start earning more and making better decisions. Because if we made better decisions as a black community, we'd be in a better position. And the fact of the matter is, the black community is in the worst position out of every race inside of America. That's a fact.
Is it? I thought Hispanics made less money than black men.
They do.
No, it's all fine and good. I'm on limited time, but I do participate with the Black Manosphere. So somebody told me about the stream, so I came to check it out, see what was going on. My perception so far, and I've been listening maybe 10 minutes, probably 5 minutes before I popped up. My perception so far is, if you're measuring the Manosphere by people who make comments, my perception is that silly. That's like me measuring God by people who go to church.
That's a good one.
God is himself. People who go to church, those are flawed people. I don't measure him by flawed people that represent him. I don't look at a sports team and measure the sports team by the team.
Right, but you're not.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I hear you. But you're not going to go to church with a bunch of snakes, though, are you?
When you go to church for who's the purpose of going to church? Someone who believes in God. That means I go for him. I'm worried about what everybody else is. I'm going for him. They are not who I'm there for. They are not the people who's going to save me. You go to church to get saved by God. That's anybody who go to church. That's what they do. Whoever they believe in, they go to get saved by that person or that figure, that entity, that deity. It ain't about the people around you. So I can't measure the deity by the people who say they follow. I don't even know if they actually follow. They just might say they follow.
Well, to a certain extent, I think you're right there. But here's where I feel that you probably missed the mark a little bit. If you went to a church and there was nobody to greet you, or for instance, somebody in front of you opened the door, they didn't hold the door for you. There was nobody that was kind in that church. Everybody stared about you. You heard rumors of people talking about you behind your back. Maybe somebody was talking about your wife's dress or your girlfriend's dress, or the pastor just made a remark saying,
I wouldn't give a fuck.
Wait, stop for a second.
Still go to that church.
This is why I know the honest truth is very disingenuous in the things that he says. And my thing about it is,
I go to church. I wouldn't care. That stuff doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. This is why I know when he's not capable of having a very good detailed conversation. Why would you rely on comments from other people within the manosphere as a talking point? When I sit up there and I rail against the divestors and swirlers, it's because the consensus of how they are is beyond the comment section. Because in real life, they say the same thing. The thing about it, what's wrong with the honest truth? He talks about people being emotional and being more women filled. This is the most womanized dude I ever heard. And he trying to go against us in the manosphere.
Right.
You care more about the comment section.
The same.
Yeah, he cares more about the comment section than the actual reality. And the thing about it is, again, to go over to Roger's point, why would I go to a church and care more about what the people are saying about them? Damn them. My purpose is to serve for the Most High. If I don't like the people in the church, I just go to a different church. Problem solved.
And the thing about it is this. I mean, I go to church when I used to go to church regularly because I have to work at the weekends. I'm like, I want the truth. And the degree to which the church has issues because every church is flawed, I can understand. But there's certain things I don't see, like, because I'm not here for you. I'm here to get the word, get some prayer, learn, and go home. I'm not here for cliques. I'm not here to listen to your gossip. I'm not here to come to your house for tea. By the time benediction says amen, I'm kind of shooting through the door and you wondered where I've gone. Because I didn't come here to chat to you guys and get caught up in your personal beefs with each other. So, yeah, I had to fall out with a guy once. One of the last guys I dated, he's like, oh, I couldn't go to this church because the people were like, when you come to church, should you wear shorts and this, and they were mean. Like he wanted to say they were mean. I was like, bro, that's why they don't like me, bro. I was like, but yeah, you go to the bank manager with your suit because you want him to give you money, but you would go to the club with your best clothes that you just bought that weekend, but you can't put on a nice shirt and a nice pair of trousers for God.
Right.
God doesn't need your trousers, but it's about the fact that you have the respect and the effort.
He seems to lack social context.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I get it. God accepts you how you are. He's looking at your heart. But then also our actions are a reflection of our heart. Why do you value going to meet your girl, your boys at the club, or the bank manager to the point where you'd wash up and dress up, but you show up at church anyhow?
Right, there's a uniform
subject, but it's like certain things. I'm like, bro, are you getting the word or not? Are you getting spiritual enrichment or not? Then don't mind what the people say. No, but I want them to be nice to me and don't want them to talk about me. And I felt,
so you want to be pampered.
Yeah, and I'm just like, bro, when you start the sentence too many times with I felt, I realized we've got a problem. It's like, I can't do this.
Man up, son.
He's acting like a poodle.
It's Pete. I can't start that sentence.
That's what I'm saying. The honest truth can never talk about people being feminine and this, that, and the third. His whole talking points is to rely on comments.
Hold the door for who? For what, bro? You're too
All
handy
right.
to make work.
Open the door yourself.
You got hands, open it. Jeez, damn. Certain thing, nah.
Pamper.
Whew. And then you have the heart to talk. Wow. Talk about PS5. Don't even dare.
Donations.
I hear what you're saying. But in all honesty and realisticness, people search for a while to find their home church. There are people, and I've done this with my family as well. We didn't have the church that maybe we didn't understand the praise and worship as much, or we didn't like the porters as much. The pastor's message wasn't necessarily where my mother and father felt like spiritually they were at, and so we didn't stay at that church. If
That's code for the preacher didn't preach what I like to hear.
Right.
He was saying things that challenged us, and he was calling us out on our sin and certain things. That's what sometimes that means, especially for like those strict, like, you know, hardcore Baptists and things like that. It's like, oh, they're judgmental. Well, now you've got churches that are corrupt. I hope you're happy now.
Here's
lot
the
of them
thing. Here's the thing. I was when last time I talked to you, Auntie, I told you I went to a private school. We had a theology class, right? That whole class was about challenging our beliefs, and we had a pastor come in, and he told us like one of the things that they do in school is literally challenge each other's beliefs. So, in my opinion, I don't consider you to really be you're people who think like that, they're scared of losing their faith because they don't want their faith challenged.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I love that class so much, because it challenged my faith.
That's good.
That's good,
Yeah,
bro.
and it's the same thing with the Manosphere. The Manosphere is challenging the gynocracy, is challenging the commonly held beliefs, and it's like these men don't know what to do with themselves, so they just say, "Oh, it's degeneracy, it's toxicity." But it's like we've had a lot of years now of women running things. Let's
Right.
try something different. And as I think you guys were saying earlier, why would you hit out against the group of men actually trying to formulate and get men to man up a bit? Why would you
Because we
fight
hate
that?
women. Because we hate women, apparently.
Oh, it's just telling women the truth, telling women what they want to hear to their own demise is hatred.
Hatred. Mind you, if we hated women so much, why would we go to women's panels who are quote unquote pick me's?
Mm. They don't have no they don't have no argument. They don't know what to say.
You got to hit them with that, though. You
Yeah,
know?
why is somebody like Jessica X? Why do we have women in the manosphere if we hate
Right.
them?
And she gave you a shout out, too.
Hmm.
She did. She gave
Oh
you a
yeah,
shout out.
yeah.
I remember that she did give you a shout out.
I had like a number of people who came over. So shout out to all of the guys who came over at the time. Yeah, because when the whole situation with Soraya happened, I reviewed the comment that Crystalline put on her community tab, and it was kind of very hypocritical of her to make such a big deal about morality. But Shira 7 does a lot of, immoral things.
Right. Anti, I was going to say it's unfair. Y'all had that British alliance, yo.
Is it?
I was like, nah, that's the reason she bitched you out. Just like that British alliance.
My sister from another mister.
Right.
Yeah. So they don't like pastors. The pastor's word struck a nerve, and it applied to their life. So that's why they left. A lot of people do, because they're not looking for a church that's going to teach them to be better. They're looking for churches that feed their preconceived notion. They already believe something, and they're looking for churches that will tickle their ears. And that's a sign of the end times. So per website, this prevalence is due in part to the growing trend of children born outside of marriage, a societal trend that was virtually unheard of decades ago. Yeah, because it's socially acceptable. Whereas before there was a stigma attached to it, now it's like, but this guy's crazy. We're only like,
if that was the case, then ideally you have no problem even going to a Mormon church, right? They're still Christian. You
No,
have
they're
problem
not.
going to the Catholic church.
Because I don't even recognize Catholics.
Right.
I don't even recognize Catholics as Christians. I don't recognize Mormons as Christians.
Okay.
And when it comes to
Look at this straw man. Look at this straw man.
Everybody claim they praise God, but everybody got different God.
That's exactly.
But I'm gonna say this.
That's exactly.
But this is my. But let me say this. This is the thing. Everything you said as far as an example of a church. The only thing that actually made any matter is what the preacher said, because the preacher is the leadership of the church. And when it comes to a door being open for me, that depends on the size of the church and what the leadership has put in place. The only thing that's credible is what the preacher said, and it depends on the context of what he said, and it also depends on the context. If he's saying to me to help me, you know what I'm saying. If you want to get certain results, you want to dress a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Some people believe that you should wear your best when you go to see God because there's no one greater than Him. That's a certain belief system that they have. You see what I'm saying? And telling a person that you may want to get better suits depends on the context of what you said, because you could be saying that in a vicious manner, or you can be saying that in a helpful manner.
Well,
all about context.
I know that God said, "Come as you are," and so I was using the suit as an example, and literally speaking.
No, I get it, but I'm saying it is about context. So my thing is, while I do have some time to give to y'all, and since I have started participating with the Black Manosphere, maybe it's something I can be of help to you with, or maybe I can't. If this is like just a hater stream, then I can do for you. But number one, I don't measure the Black Manosphere based on people making comments in the comment section, because those are just fans at the end of the day. The content creators is what you want to measure it by. You know what I'm saying? Now every content creator ain't gonna be the best content creator. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't be the best.
To some extent, here's where you're a little off. The content creators are only as good as the people that surround them. For instance, it goes to that saying, ducks of a feather fly together, birds of a feather fly together. You are what you are. So as a content creator, if you have people who are toxic, as a content creator, if you have people who are blaming Black women all the time, disenfranchising Black women, who are calling for the hurt or the pain or physical abuse of Black women, that there's something wrong with that content creator and within the sphere that they operate in.
Whoa, wait. Let's stop that tape right there. I never hear Black men really saying, maybe it's just not the channels I listen to. I do not hear Black men actively calling for the demise of Black women.
Not at all.
I don't know where he got that from.
Right, I never heard it at all.
Yeah, at most, brothers just say that they don't want to date Black women. That's
right.
At most. That's the only extreme they ever say. And honestly, if they have an opinion on that, that's them. But they've never called for the demise of Black women.
He must be reading too many negative comments.
But he focused on a comment section about the Manosphere.
It's not the content creators that are saying this.
Right.
Now, what I will say is this: the comment section is reflective of your content or your effectiveness to communicate your point. Because when you have a certain position, people will either rock with you or they won't. So the comment section does give a bit of an indicator of the type of message, because of what's condoned and what's in the comment section or what's interpreted you saying. Mm-hmm. But you cannot wholly judge a content creator by the comment section.
Right, that's what I was
not a sure thing.
So he has a little bit of a point, because you will see like a trend. I said this before, when April Mason claims her cousin nearly got kidnapped, she was interviewed by Crystalline Kerosene, and they both uploaded the same video. And the vibe of the comment section was very different. With Crystalline, it was these Black men are awful, they're this, they're that. With April Mason's comment section, it was a bit more, you were graceful, I'm happy to see the comments. There was a difference. But it's not so much that what the comments say is truly what the content creators believe. And the more comments you get, the harder it becomes to police them. So it was a stupid statement to make, because he's trying to make the commenters the fault of the content creator. And he's deliberately picking the worst ones. This is ridiculous.
The cherry picking is real, you know?
like some of these groups probably do really hate women, and so they will say nasty things. But I
Here's
I
the
just
thing.
don't see that for the most part.
The Chad Wheeler situation, to me at least, if we could get a status report of the people who say that's what she gets versus the ones who are like, I'm sorry that happened to her,
Mm,
you would really get a accurate reading, and then there would actually be real truth to what these female content creators are saying, but they're cherry picking. Like I said when I first got on here.
he's deliberately picking the worst kind of comments. And what is so hypocritical is if you go into the female side, you see equally disgusting comments. And I notice he doesn't have an issue with the women being just as toxic. Now, I'm not saying that
Right.
he hasn't done videos. I haven't checked through his catalog of videos, but I find it very interesting that he's got a real issue with black men, being critical of women when you can hear women literally saying, "Don't give birth to your oppressor."
And
Don't
Well,
literally
don't them.
saying, like, we are the worst in the world. We're defeated. We're conquered. Like,
Yeah,
you cannot, like, what is
they
more disrespectful? Critiquing or literally calling for the death of your own men?
um, like what I told you last time, Anti, if we're conquered, what's happened to you? You're brainwashed. If we're
Thank you.
conquered, you're brainwashed. If they got to us, if they got past us, something worse has happened to you.
exactly.
Also, people like Chrissy and Pink Pill and Tanya TKA, I don't like when they make arguments because it's like the black men do this terrible, super terrible thing, so we should be able to too. And it's like, well, the dudes who do that look stupid, and now you're looking stupid right along with them.
You don't
Mm,
compete. That's the point. You don't compete. That y'all have that's the problem. You cannot compete. Just don't compete. That's it.
mm. Their arguments are never rooted in anything sensible. It doesn't make any
You
sense.
telling me I should measure Michael Jordan's greatness by his fame?
Michael
No,
Jordan.
I'm not gonna do that. Exactly. I'm not gonna measure, but I don't measure his greatness by his fame.
You don't
I
have
measure
to.
his greatness by what he
His
did.
fans tell you of the greatness. You don't have to measure Michael
No,
Jordan. Based
no.
off
My
of
point is,
people will tell you.
and that's the same thing about a content creator. I'm not gonna measure a content creator based on his fame.
Yeah, I mean that's no, I don't agree with that. For instance, Michael Jordan.
I mean, you don't have to agree. I'm not
to agree.
I'm not telling you to
That Michael
agree,
Jordan is
but
the greatest of all time. But when you look at the statistics and the numbers, and you look at
exactly, I'm looking at what he did, not what his fans say. I'm looking at what he did, not what his fans say.
there's a reason why he has the most fans in the world.
Because of what he did, just
Right.
like a content creator. If I'm gonna measure a content creator, I'm gonna measure the content creator by what the content creator did.
You're missing
That's
my
my
point.
whole point.
You're missing my point. You're missing my
No, I got it. I just don't agree with it. I do get your point. I don't agree with it. And I'm just telling you flat out. I just don't measure every content creator by what they do. I don't measure a content creator based on fame.
And that's fine. That's fine. Whatever you'd like to say, but the fact of the matter is, there are people who I've seen in streams like yours. There are people who I've seen in streams like Kevin and Jessica X who are advocating for the abuse of black women. Those are your fans.
Lies.
How do you mean?
I would love to see that comment.
Lies.
I would love to see that comment.
What does that mean? Crazy people follow everybody. There's no person.
There are no crazy
That's in
people
a public space.
Not of now.
There is because you don't have a lot of people yet. You said I don't know the size of your channel, but you just said you don't have that many people yet.
Either way, there still will be a level of respect that will be dictated in my channel as far as operating. People come.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
So imagine you're a grown man trying to censor another grown man on how he wants to talk.
Yeah.
Really? Is this where we're at now?
That ain't gonna work.
Don't shout. Don't raise your voice to me. I don't like it. I'm like, wow. I'm like, bring it on. I don't have time for this.
That's why I figured to myself, My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you,
No,
but I was
go
just
on, go on.
that's why I figured to myself, as strong as my opinions usually are, I never want to go to that dude's page, even to
Oh,
talk to him on a panel. I don't.
please, sir, don't raise your voice. I'm oh my gosh. I'm really sorry, but I'm just like, and I hate it when females do it as well. I'm like, we're having a debate. Debates get heated. People start raising their voice. They start speaking fast. Address the talking points. Oh my gosh, this is the average at best. It's not what he said, it's how he said it argument all over again. But with a guy. Oh, it's not that what Kevin said wasn't true, but why do you have to say it like that? It's like, are we all adults here? Like, bro, really? And he's like, look, I see what you did. I'm gonna keep my panel with a level of decorum. I'm like, just stop it. Just stop it. Grown men not supposed to be like this. Come on now.
Having a public platform.
Right, but you know what?
Everybody who's big has phrases.
All of you will be of sound fortitude and mind.
Oh.
Maybe not.
That's just not.
Maybe not.
I'm sorry to break it to you.
Maybe not. No, maybe not. A fan can't tell me about the content creator. Bro, just because you have some crazy following you, I'm not gonna say, well, he must not make no sense because he has crazy fans.
People that follow me. I have well balanced.
I'm not saying
You don't know that. You don't know
Allegedly.
who those people are, man. Just stop it.
Even when I do get the amount of
No,
people
I hear what you're saying. No, brother, you're saying something about something you
I
don't know.
think
You're saying something about something you don't know. You can't measure your fans that you don't have yet.
I can control. It's about the message.
No,
Who I am as a person.
you can't control who likes you.
I
You
can
have
control
zero
exactly
control
who
over
likes
that.
me with the click of a mouse.
No, you don't. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
A person liking you is a person liking you. You have zero control over that. But at the end of the day, you're telling
The
the
person
person
likes me is going to be for what
No,
I'm saying.
right,
Obviously,
brother,
you don't like
let's-
what I say, so your people aren't.
Hold on.
I have to
Because
tell
my
them
thing
exactly
is,
who like me, bro.
look, I only got so much time. We arguing about nonsense right now. You arguing about things. What's your
Thank you.
problem with Black Manosphere?
Listen,
So I
I'm
can
just trying to prove
say something about
who
that.
like you is because of who you are or what you represent as a person.
Okay.
So your fans,
What do I represent? What do you believe I represent? What do you believe I represent?
a lot of men in the manosphere are hateful. They're immature. They're childish. They're emotional.
this man took on the talking points that we throw at the women.
Interaction.
Tell me.
And stop it real quick.
I feel like he listens to us criticizing the women and he just flips it
And
on
takes
the
it
men.
as hate. But this is the thing though. I don't know what his first appearance was. His first appearance to me is when he came on GC's panel and I was there. And the thing about it is he brung up the argument because he's like, how come y'all critique black women in the from the manosphere? Why don't y'all, if y'all don't like the way that they're doing things, why don't you just date out? And I said, yes, that's a possible solution. But at the same time, we are allowed to sit up there and critique women about the things that they do. So why are you mad at us? Why are you critiquing us for critiquing the things that we see that we don't like? Like, the thing about it is with men like him, yeah, it doesn't make sense. And it's like, so what's your argument? You don't have an argument. So you're basing everything you're saying off of saying you're mad at us for critiquing something we don't like. So what's the energy you have, sir, for the divestment crew in Pink Pill? Because they can do the exact same thing or 10 times worse and say black men are hated. And again, he will never go to that side.
This is why men who criticize the manosphere, I always find them very strange. Because I'm thinking, what do you get out of criticizing black men when you yourself are a black man? Like, don't think that because you're on their side that they're not going to turn on you.
I don't understand it.
I don't
Me
understand
neither.
what you get out of this. I really have no understanding. What do you get out of this? Telling black men they need to do better when there isn't really much better they can do at times, not all the time, and a lot of black men are doing better, but you don't focus on those men.
You don't.
I never understand guys who make like video after video talking about the manosphere sometimes. it's like the women who try to shame you into doing something differently. It's like
They're
what do you
rejects.
think shaming them was gonna do? Do you think, oh, they're gonna wake up and say, oh, you're shaming me today? All right, I feel motivated. I'm like, where is this going?
It's like, yes, you motivated me to be a Dusty. Yes,
They're rejects.
I want to be a Dusty for the Black Queen. Like, let's go.
But that's what he started out by saying. I'm a Dusty. I'm like,
You put yourself down if you did that. I'm not calling myself no Dusty.
why are you talking if you're a Dusty?
Right.
You're the kind of man she doesn't want. Why are you trying to like be humble and be like, I'm a Dusty?
And Dusty, and honestly, Dusty doesn't even have a real definition. It's just a pejorative. Like,
It's kind of like simp. It's kind of like simp.
Dusty, like this is a conflict. I had a debate with a woman about this. She was like, they asked her, they was like, what is a Dusty? She was like, a man that doesn't provide or doesn't protect. And I sat up there and I called her out on it. I said, so how are you calling one of the men in the chat a Dusty when you don't even know that man? You don't know if he's married. You don't know if he's providing for his woman. So the definition of Dusty, it doesn't hold no weight. It's just a bullying tactic and a bullying word they use.
Right. It's a shaming tactic, and it requires intimate knowledge of a person to be used accurately.
Because people can call Kevin Samuels a Dusty, but he earns a good amount for a living.
Exactly.
So how can he not be a Dusty? He has the potential of being a protector and a provider.
Really and truly, a Dusty is only somebody who doesn't go along with the woman's narrative.
Thank you. That's it.
All. Once you don't go along with their narrative, you're automatically labeled a Dusty. So they're disingenuous about what it means because they don't want to say we only want men that will agree with us.
Right.
It's crazy.
Sure,
I can deal with that.
I've been reading on my channel. There's a comment.
No, you're reading stuff about you. I don't care about what a fan sees. Tell me about the people. What is it about the content creators you don't like?
Making comments on my channel right now.
Okay, bro. I don't care about what people who make comments. I care nothing about. You have a problem with the Black Manosphere. Tell me about the people that's a part of it. What do you have a problem as far as
who are part of it? I'm telling you about the people who are part of it right now.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about username La Brea Man, who left a comment saying, and I quote,
I have no idea who that person is. I don't even know they have a channel on the Black Manosphere.
Who he follows or what side of the field.
No, bro. You're telling me about a fan. Tell me about the content creators and what they're talking about.
It's a very simple question.
Okay, you want to know some of the content creators got a problem with content creators?
It's a very small chat room.
On my last live stream saying, why are black men going after, why are black men attacking other black men because of this whole Chad, whatever his name is, situation. They're blaming black men.
Yeah, there's only a few people in there.
Content creators are making videos like this. I put it on my last live stream. And I'm sorry, Ghost Town, I'll let you speak in just 1 second.
Yes, true.
Forgive me.
No problem.
Sorry, Ghost Town, thank you. We have a lot of black men who are upset that men like myself are attacking black men. Did Roger Report drop off?
I believe so.
All right, well, I guess he ran out of time. I don't know. Lemon, I don't mute people. I let them talk, you know. I mean, if somebody feels like they have something to say, then by all means, I let them talk. But Ghost Town, you can go ahead. Sorry about your wait.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I just kind of came in towards the tail end of the debate that you and the last guy were talking about. So I'm just trying to catch up on some things. Oh, I think he's back.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, my apologies.
Johnny come lately, people,
What is it that the Black Manosphere represent? You got a problem. That's all I'm trying to get. It's just, I don't really care about what fans say. Because, fans follow everybody.
You're still missing it. Listen, your fans represent who you are.
Okay, the black women were sleeping with the Ku Klux Klan. Am I gonna say that because they had some black women that were fans of them that they were a good organization? No.
Roger, black women sleeping with the Ku Klux Klan is a far moot point from what we're trying to prove right now.
That's who follows the Ku Klux Klan, black women. So now, should I measure black women based on the fact that they follow the Ku Klux Klan?
Honestly,
bro, I'm just trying to find out what you. Bro, I'm trying to be real with you. I'm trying to hear what you have a problem with. You want to tell me about these fans. Tell me about these content creators and what they're saying that you have a problem with. So
it's just a simple question. Just pick a content creator and say what the problem is. Like,
It's obvious that no matter who I bring up, since you can't see
no, you pick up some
scared. He's
random
scared.
person no one ever heard of.
Backtracking.
Are you a content creator?
Okay, so what have I said? Tell me what you have a problem with as far as anything I said.
Now remember, at the beginning of the conversation, he said Roger Report makes content. Go and subscribe to his channel. So what was the point of asking him, "Are you a content creator?"
Lord.
Disingenuous.
Dude,
Absolutely.
like you're asking. So Roger is
Now you're trying to lie and cover it up.
So now Roger's the representative and the mirror of the entire Manosphere. Is that what you're saying?
But he's not.
When you see Roger, you see every Manosphere content creator.
And that's why I'm saying you're making a generalization and not knowing what you're talking about. The Manosphere is full of different content creators who talk about different things.
Different perspectives too.
There's different perspectives. Just like you have dudes that we have. Shout out to my dude. What's his name? His name escapes me, but he talks about anime. You know what I'm saying? You got brothers that talk about Bitcoin.
Soul Provider?
Yeah, Soul Provider. Shout out to Soul Provider. Like
probably.
They talk about different things. So you're making a consensus off of just things that you see that you want. It's well, you know, they usually say selective outrage, but just you select what you want to go off of. And the thing about it is that's not fair. You can't just like me. Just like if I see divestors, right? And I try not to do this. If I say maybe there might be divestors that's in a relationship with a black man, you know what I'm saying? Or there might be women that might critique black men and just be like, hey, this is the truth about y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those sort of things. You just can't make a generalization. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different content creators that do different things in the Manosphere.
That's crazy. The conversation, that was so pointless. And he's asked him about 15 times now. Just tell me which content creator you have a problem with. Because some of them are hardcore.
Yes.
And you put somebody that nobody's heard of. And we all know the big ones. He's going to mention some in a minute. I mean, this has gone on really long. But we're only going to...
I can deal with that all day long.
Guy's
I have
crazy.
a problem with.
What are my thoughts on the Chad Bullet situation?
Yeah.
What do you mean? He beat up a woman. Did he get arrested?
Before he said it, what do you mean he beat up a woman? Like,
To be honest with you. So it's all men all the way around, right?
men across the world beat women, and guess what? There are women who beat men. What's the conversation here?
Right.
He's actually a high value man based on the Kevin Samuels definition. He's gonna get covered. I'm pretty sure the NFL or his team will step in to make him get the best situation. Plus, based on rumors of what the woman is saying, she's not trying to get him hemmed up anyway. Based on what the rumors are. Now, we don't know what she actually said yet, but the rumors are that he snapped off because he didn't take his medicine. That's what's rumored to be said at this point. So she already trying to go to his defense. He's probably not gonna be in that bad of a situation.
Okay, so have you made a video on that situation yet?
For what?
No, but I probably
For what?
Okay. So you as a content creator haven't said anything about it yet, but you might be dealing with it. Well, when you do make a video on that, I can give you the questions.
I made certain comments about it because I was on somebody else's channel and it came up. But just ask me something about it and I can just give you an answer right now.
The problem is, Roger, no matter what answer I give, you're not.
Oh, here we go with the female tactic. He said, ask me the question. Just ask the question. So what's the point of having a discussion if it's never going to progress because you've already told me what I'm going to tell you before you've asked me anything? Oh, this conversation is so frustrating. This is a typical woman's way of debating.
I could ask you a question. I could give you an answer. It doesn't matter at this point, Roger, because you're
He'd get eaten alive in the debate.
No, I'm not stuck in my ways. I'm saying I don't care about what I'm telling you is one simple thing. I'm not gonna worry about what fans are saying. I told you that. I'm saying I'm only dealing with the content creators are saying. Now, if you're stuck in your ways and you can't get past what a fan said, that's on you at the end of the day. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Because I know crazy people show up for everybody.
Mm.
I'm not worried about that.
Right. Well, Roger, I'll be honest. I'm not seeing much correlation in the things that you say and what you're trying to prove. It's
I'm not trying to prove it. I'm asking you a question. What you got a problem with as far as what the content creators are saying, so I can somewhat address that. Or now you brought the Chad Will situation, you can ask me a question about that, and I'm happy to respond. I said I only have so much time. What I see you doing right now is just wasting time and not asking me anything directly, so I can respond.
Exactly.
You got me right here, right now, in person.
Go on, Roger. Get him.
Get him. You're short on time. I appreciate you for joining. I have all night, so I understand that you're
So
busy.
this guy can run the clock out like women do.
He's gonna wait him out.
It's literally like that. It's like, I'm just gonna smoke you out. I'm gonna stay here as long as I need to keep this BS going. But he's not actually answering any question.
I'm not rushing you. I'm simply asking you about what the content creators are saying we're doing it. You have a problem with. That's all I said.
I'll tell you what, if you want to, you can go ahead and just watch the last live stream video I did. It's 6.5 hours long, so you're gonna have to make sure you have plenty of time.
Look at this
But
guy,
it'll cover
bro.
most likely everything that I'm referring to right now. And I'm being honest.
Such
at
a
the end of the day,
feminine move.
no matter what I say, it's not going to change your mind. And so I'm not going to try and teach a man something.
I didn't say you needed, bro. I didn't even say you needed to change my mind. I just asked you what your problem is, and you're not answering that question.
Oh wow!
It's a simple question. I'm not making a complex question to you. I'm asking you a simple question. What have a content creator said or done that you have a problem with? That's a simple question.
I'll tell you what the problem is. You have men up here like O'Shea Duke Jackson making and it is celebrity jumps. Pick the perfect time.
Oh no, not him. I want to hear him talk.
About celebrities, these people, you can't even compare celebrities to the average person in our situation, everyday people. Okay, Mr. Fantastic sitting up there, 4 hours devoted to talking about black women and skin color, skin complexion, and skin tone.
Stop the video.
And there goes the ball.
Stop the video. First of all, Psycho Candy is an absolute fraud because he spends his time about 4 to 5 hours keep talking about SYSBM and Passport Bros, number one. Number two, he makes it a big deal to talk about the women from Latin America. Number three, if that is the case, bro, you care so much because you do not even identify yourself, again, as a so-called black person. That's why I called him a fraud.
He
identifies a liar
as mixed, really.
And he's a liar. And the fact of the matter is, he was sitting up there talking about women because he was talking about Coriander and he was talking about the woman that came on GC's panel that we both had a conversation with. I can't stand frauds, man.
It's crazy. I don't know what he's trying to prove, but
he's speaking hot air.
Like you saw in the beginning what we were talking about, antisocial, where he made a point and then he just drops the ball completely. He said exactly what I said last stream. You cannot compare it, a normal person's to life to celebrity, and then he immediately drops the ball.
And they're supporting black women online who talk about celebrities all day.
They use celebrities to make it seem as if that's the status quo for so-called black men.
It's weird. That is weird. So that whole bit right there was a mess. And the fact that he's like, I've got all night and then go and watch my 6-hour video was like, wow. I'm in shock. I'm literally stunned. Like, really? He just asked you, tell me. You mean to tell me from those 6 hours you couldn't pick one point you want to ask me directly? Nah, guy's joking.
Don't have time to sit on YouTube and make it their life, to where they just discuss BS.
Okay, so to be clear, your problem is a black man covering celebrity news, and your problem is a black man having a stream about skin tone. To be clear, that's what you're saying.
It's more, yes, it is Psycho Candy. It's more so about black men just sitting up here talking nonsense. Like, you guys have time to sit up here and have these long panels.
Okay.
Hypocrite. So why was he on GC's panel then?
Okay, what do you mean by nonsense?
Well, okay, we'll say skin tone then. You wanna go there? We'll go there. We'll say skin tone. We'll say celebrity news or whatever. You know, I know there's different kinds of content creators in the Manosphere. I've been in the space for a very long time. You know, I know there's more. I'll put this in both intelligent content out there, like BGS and more, the Black Man's, you know. But
so why don't you talk about those?
What people are gonna venture to first, before they even venture to BGS and more, they're gonna run into O'Shea Duke Jackson or Mr. Fantastic or your Jessica. You know, that's what they're gonna run into.
Okay, well, who they run into first just depends on who video pops and they actually take interest in. But
at this point, it's going to be Kevin first.
Now, the thing is, O'Shea covers celebrity junk. You know what I'm saying? He deals with news with celebrities and things like that. What's the problem with a black man dealing with celebrity news? People have been doing that for decades.
Look, I mean, there's no problem, but it's just that people will take that and run with it and use it to target, you know, women. I mean, I know we're focusing on black women.
I mean, it's celebrity news. Like, I mean, what's the issue with celebrity news?
I understand that. For example, like, let me find like one of his recent videos. You know, he has people take the videos that he uses in the situations from these celebrities and use them and apply them towards the average person.
What's that clarity?
That just doesn't compare. You can't. That's like oranges and apples and oranges. You know. For example, he says something about let's see. I'm trying to find one that's well known. I guess we can go.
So basically, your problem is he said something about celebrities, and then people who watch his content aren't smart enough to know how something should apply to their own life, or whether it should not apply to their own life. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
people not intelligent.
We can use the Chad Wheeler thing, for example. You know, people are using that. They're black women. You guys swirl. You know, that's why you get what you deserve. You know, so look at Chad Wheeler. You guys are talking about that.
That wasn't it at all.
It's something that men don't do.
Okay.
And he goes on to use a celebrity example.
Are you saying that Chad Wheeler beat up his woman who was black? That's what I know about. He beat up his woman who was black, right? What's the issue there? A white man beat up a black woman. That was her boyfriend. That was the guy she chose to be with. That's her boyfriend.
Because I feel like
she probably.
So Roger, I'm just gonna say this. Look, I'm not trying to get to an argument with you. I recognize that you can't teach a man something.
I'm not even arguing. Dude, I'm not even arguing with you. I'm not even being live with you. I'm trying to talk about something. Now I'm addressing the Chad Wheeler situation. Now you act like it's a problem. My thing is, I'm saying something about it right now.
We're getting a little bit off from the point that I'm trying to base this video in, which is that
I think we get it now.
Manosphere are
Eldred.
closer to the mental life.
Hey, what's good, my G?
What's going on, man?
Peace, Chief.
What's
Finally, you up here.
Yo,
He was dropping jewels in that comment. Yeah, he was dropping jewels in that comment section.
He was.
Who's this?
Yo, I'm listening in, and it's like, yo, you know what? My fingers can't keep up with the keyboard with all this nonsense I'm hearing from Psycho, Candy, and Honest. I'm like, yo, he can't be serious right now. Like, who the hell is who is wishing ill for any woman to get their ass whooped by any man? Who is doing that?
And that's the thing. No, my bad. Go ahead.
In the it's every. I've only seen one or two men do that. And it's the comment section. It's only one or two.
Right.
And that's the thing. He can't. I guess they don't understand, but you can't control what people are commenting. Even as a content creator, you can't control that. If that's what somebody's gonna type, they're gonna type it regardless. So I mean, I guess they're getting over emotional because they would like to desire a fan base of people who agree with them.
Right.
That's what it sounds like to me.
They don't have the understanding that when us as so-called black men critique the Chad Wheeler situation, it was basically counteracting what the swirlers were saying about black men. they were saying that black men are usually domestic. We engage in domestic violence towards our women. And we're sitting up there saying that means for them, that gives them more ammo to say the white man is better. So Chad Wheeler is nothing more but a magnifying glass towards the black women that say that white men are better because they don't domestically harm women, which is not true. Which we just seen it. It was just a magnifying glass. That's the only thing I've ever said.
And it's funny you said it because you said you're from Harlem, correct?
Yeah.
There, I'm trying to find a video right. It was a dude. I watched his name is Organic the Maze Runner. He made a video recently today about a Harlem mom fatally shot after confronting man who groped her on the street. And her husband or her boyfriend, whatever, he actually defended his woman from, and she still resulted in getting killed. May she rest in peace. But that right there just changes the whole dynamic of the swirler camp, that black men don't protect their women.
Exactly. But that is a catch-22, because even with that, they're still going to find a way to say, based off of that situation, those men that perpetrated the attack, they still are aiding into the idea black men are not to be trusted. Because now they say even black men don't even agree with black men. You see what they did? And listen, let me tell you something. New York City in general, like when you got cats like that, that's in the projects and they're in the hood, that's their whole go-to. They are not rational. Okay. Right. Like that's why I try to make the difference in saying there's a difference in being from the hood and being a product of the hood. You have to differentiate between the two. There's a lot of good brothers that come out the hood. It's just the fact of the matter, they live there. The difference is between that, you have brothers like that do stupid stuff like that. And then those are the ones, that's why I get mad, because I'm just like, those are the ones that make it seem like that is just black men, which is not true.
Right. They're not, because I'm from Georgia and I grew up, I would say I grew up in the hood, but I got out of that shit because, as you get older, you develop growth. So I didn't want to play a part of that at all. But I can definitely see those majority of men that are still in the same hood I grew up in, those men that are those boys that are in there today, those are the men that I guess those honest and whatever that dude's name and the swirlers and these anti-black men people, they look at those men that are in the hood as the face or the image of the everyday black man. They look at that. They lead with that instead of leading or investing into the right black man.
Right. And that's the only thing the Manosphere teaches. Like, we are differentiating ourselves from those men.
And what I wanted to say is no one's done conversations about the number of celebrity black men who actually spoke out against Chad Wheeler. I think Shannon, is it not Shannon Sharp? Is it Shannon Sharp?
Shannon did say something about it. And it was also another football player. He tweeted out something.
There was a tweet, and there was somebody else who did a video basically saying, like, if you come around here, I think that was the same guy who said, if you come around here, like, you might leave in a bag, basically, for what you did to that black girl. And I'm not going to say I've been looking, but I'm like, where are the comments about that? All the black men that came out and spoke out against Chad, where are the videos saying these are the black men we respect?
Right. And you know what's so funny is when you look at the other side and how they move, they don't differentiate. They don't I guess divide themselves from the type of women that the Black Manosphere speaks of, because they're all bundled together. It's like they all support each other. So even if a sister is doing wrong, they're not going to speak ill about it, because if they do it, it makes them look stupid.
And then it would contradict what they say about not calling out black women in public.
Because it's very rare that I see black women calling out another black woman for, like, for example, the whole incident that happened at the restaurant of those women twerking. There was no women that actually called those women out in public for twerking. They're not going to do that. But let a sister get her ass whooped, though, and it's a whole bunch of dudes around. Best believe, and if you got good dudes out there, they're gonna call, like if it's like a domestic violence situation going on right now, there's gonna be men that are going to break that shit up. That's gonna happen. Now, as far as like if there's like them clowns and shit that's from the hood, that may be a whole new different lifestyle or a whole new different world that I haven't been in. But for majority of the time, I do see men stepping up, trying to like break it up. I've seen it happen for a good cause. But when you look at the other side though, when women do stupid shit, you really don't see no woman like intervening, saying like, "Hey, y'all stop doing thought behavior, hoish behavior." When it comes to a fight, you don't even see them try to break it up. Most of the time, you see men breaking up these women fighting each other. You see men trying to break that shit up.
It's true. I actually saw women have a fight that started in the bus. The woman has got like a buggy or a stroller and at least one or two small kids. And the other lady, I don't know if she's got kids. The fight traveled down into the station, the subway. And then after it kind of subsided, they started clashing again. One of the children started just wandering to the side. I was like, come with me, come back. And a white guy had to intervene and break them up and tell them, leave it. 2 black women.
Wow.
2 black women, grown women. Maybe one African, one West Indian, but still 2 black women. They were going at it first thing in the morning. And a white guy was the one that intervened and stepped in. Now, there was no black guys there. It was just women. But guys see an incident, they will step in. But women will cheer it on even. They're like, get her. So it's crazy. And these are the things that women don't really think about. They co-sign a lot of stuff. That's what I was trying to say in the comment to the guy, but I couldn't word it properly. Women don't necessarily have to actively be doing something, but their silence is kind of consent. It's silent. That silence basically gives it the okay. So you can't say women don't perpetuate these problems. So yeah, it's crazy.
And that's why a lot of men are really asking like women to actually call these women out on their BS. That's what I really hear from the Manosphere. That's like the cry that I hear in the Manosphere most of the time. Is we really just want women who call themselves out on the bullshit, because it's not a lot that do it.
Yeah, it's true. So that's what it is.
Honestly,
I mean,
you can keep.
Okay, so why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Trying to change anybody who doesn't want to change. I'm just telling you that based off of your following and the people that I see commenting on men like yours, generally, the general comments that I see on your videos, they're hateful, they're immature, and they don't.
So you watch my video?
Like men.
You watch my video?
I've been on one of your live panels, I think a couple of months ago.
No, you haven't. You was on a panel that I participated on. You've never been on one of my shows.
Yo,
forgive me.
Roger, I don't understand.
You have no idea. You have no idea what I talk about. You don't even know what my channel's about.
Right.
And that's just being real.
I can imagine what your channel's about.
You can imagine, but
that bit right there got me.
Yeah,
when you say I can imagine.
That's why I said the honest truth don't be knowing what he talking about. And I called him the first time when he was on a panel with me, and I said, bro, you're getting at people like GC and the Roger Report, and you don't even know the whole entire Manosphere. You only know what you see. You only been to at least 2. You said he even admitted it. He was like, oh, this is the first time I've ever came to the panel. So I said, bro, so if you're gonna say that, how do you know about the Manosphere? You don't know. You're just talking hot air.
What the women told him.
Exactly.
Because everything he's saying is regurgitated female points. That's not his thoughts. Those are the things that the women who complain to him and the men who support the females told him. Because his strategy and his argument is exactly the same. Change the voice, and that's any one of these women. So
you know what? I have to give a huge shout out to Roger on this one, because
he did good.
You know this, right? Like one of these honest truth D, because he was on, I think he was on the panel with you, Brown, and Psycho Candy. All 3 of them cats, like you won't catch them all in a group like that. Usually it just be one of them that'll step up to somebody's panel. But Roger handled basically all 3 of their asses by himself.
It's true.
So it goes to say, like, what honest truth, like, what the hell is what is his point? What is he trying to do? What is he what is it? What is his end goal? What is his end game?
Nothing.
True.
And
It's
that's why I
crazy.
said no, both of them, because all three of them I had a conversation with them. The honest truth, he steadily backtracks, but he's on this mission to say, oh, screw the manosphere. D got caught up in his own entire lie based off a narrative he put out.
Yeah,
And he got called out.
Yeah,
He got called out by me, and then he got called out by other brothers that was on the panel, and he didn't have nothing to say. And Psycho Candy, like I said before, I will for always, until he admits what he said, I will for always call him a fraud, because he will never step to the plate and tell the truth.
Please don't ever let him on this panel.
Everyone's like, please.
I told you in the comments, don't ever let that nigga on. Like, for real, you should give me a wrench.
All he does is waste time.
Like,
it's funny.
That's what I'm saying. I'll handle it.
Was it Pooper Scoopy or something? That's an issue, but this guy's called Psycho Candy, and that's perfectly fine because Psycho Candy is on Honest Truth side.
Yeah, of course. They're gonna they're you know, it's golden right now because you have so many directions of being attacked. Like the Manosphere is being attacked by these simp ass clowns right here, and you got swirlers trying to attack it, and it's like, yo, is there going to be another group formulated to attack the Black Manosphere? Like I just find it so funny right now.
Well, it won't go anywhere, not anymore, because the Manosphere is going too mainstream now for it to really, you know, with somebody like Kevin blowing up, a lot of people who had never even heard of the Manosphere are coming into the space. And as much as they're saying one of the first people they'll meet is Jessica and O'Shea, one of the first people they will meet is Kevin, and maybe Obsidian, and maybe BGS, because Kevin was on those panels. So I don't know how much. It depends what you search for, whether you get O'Shea or Kevin first, to be fair. You'll probably get anti-Kevin content before you'll get O'Shea's content. Because there's so much of it out there. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have to go on, but you can see the way that these guys just play. You can skim through.
You don't know.
I do know what your channel is about, which is why I'm making this video right now.
So what is my channel about?
Manosphere topics, general topics of just how bad Black women are and how bad Black women are for the community.
Roger, now, okay. Back in the dark, you have no idea what my channel is about. It's okay if you don't know. I'm not saying you have to know. I'm so okay if you don't know.
Roger, would you enlighten us what your channel is about, please?
My channel is about family dynamics, man. I'm trying to build Black families.
And now, how are you trying to build Black families?
I'm giving a message on how Black families can come together.
Okay.
What we need to do is on both sides of the fence so we can come together and produce healthy families.
Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, everybody go check out Roger Report's channel, and we'll do I might make a whole video dedicated to assessing your channel, and we'll see if it really lines up with everything that you're saying about it. I just don't know that much about your channel, but based off of our dialogue, it baffles me to why you would be so against everything I'm saying right now. Because believe it or not, I'm
not against nothing you're saying. I've been asking you what your position is, what you have a problem with, and you're telling me about fans, and I told you straight from Jump Street. I don't care what fans are saying because you can't control fans.
Well, you have to care what
fans I don't even care what
ultimately the
No. You're telling me I need to care. You telling me I need to care, and I'm telling you I don't. Fans don't say whatever they don't say.
Roger,
fans, hear what I'm saying? Fans get blocked. You know what I'm saying? Fans say weird stuff. You tell them to come on to the panel, they won't even come on to a panel. Fans gonna do all type of stuff.
Well, Roger, I can tell you this. Our conversation here, I see very little resemblance in what both of our mission statements are, because ultimately, like I said, I'm doing the same thing, which is trying to help the Black community. Yet
no, you're not.
Not run into enraged brothers like yourself who come on with a very
I'm not enraged. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not being hostile towards you or anything. You're just throwing labels that there's no proof of. I've not talked about you. I've said nothing negative about
nothing you. Nothing anybody can say to you.
Bro, I asked you to look.
Let's move this along because this guy's playing.
Hey, I'm gonna drop off. Y'all take care, but you know, keep the hope alive.
Oh yeah, can you put that black owned app in the chat?
Yeah, you got it. I got you.
Alright.
Peace, Chiefs.
Thank you.
Moreover, that doesn't happen on my panel. Whenever somebody's talking, doesn't happen on my panel. Even if I disagree with them, I let them. Brother, you haven't let me even state a position. You stated your position clearly, Roger. What was my position? Go ahead and state your position. What was my position? No. You said I stated. What was my position? Roger, your entire ideological belief states your position for you. What is my position, brother? You have to verbally say this is how I feel. Brother, I know. Just tell me what my position is. That's too big of a question to even answer at this point. Your position is that the thing is, you didn't let me state a position about anything. You believe that the Manosphere is holy and the true word of God, and that there's nothing that the Manosphere has done wrong or can do wrong in relations to dating in black women. That's where your position is. That's your position.
Because by this point, Roger said that he does channel. Okay. Are supreme, and that everybody else is just like myself. Because you know how I know that? Those are the people that come to my channel and they say those types of comments. That I'm a simp, that I'm a coon, that I'm this, that I'm that. So you trust me, you made your position quite clear. You support the Manosphere.
I haven't stated what it is. I haven't.
Oh, sorry. God.
I'm black.
Has he got like a thing? Black men don't. That was the live stream he just did. Sorry, I just wanted to check. Let's have a look at his content because he's talking a lot of rubbish out here. This from Jessica X.
From.
I know that they received.
Whoa! That's a low blow. It said, is Jessica X perfect? Jessica X has never claimed to be perfect, and she's certainly not going to tell strangers on the internet about her personal life because of what happened to Soraya is a prime example.
Exactly. Like, no one should ask the question, why don't you reveal your information and cam up?
Wait a minute. Oh my God.
What?
That's who the honest truth is? That's that dude who like cammed up on her panel.
I think so, yeah. After he made that big deal about I don't want to share my personal information.
And then he kept insisting that she came up. Like, I don't know why it's an issue.
Do you see? You just scrolled past one that said, "What is wrong with black people in general?"
I wasn't even really reading them. I'm just looking at the pictures. So good.
And then look, he has one that says black. He says black men and women killing each other.
There it is on the left one.
Let's forget that long diatribe because that guy. Look.
Yeah,
look.
It's him.
Wow.
The guy is a joker. He's playing. He's playing.
He's trying to get clout.
Bro, what are you doing?
Fair use.
This looks like an acid trip.
The guy's joking.
This would be cool for like a music video, but not like no intro.
It's like when you put these like Lofi videos on, that's what they look like, isn't it?
Oh no, this looked like some early 2000s MTV nonsense.
That's what the videos look like. Did the wrong thing. The videos that I play, that's what the music that you hear in the background, that's what it sounds like. But yeah. Why are you making such a big deal and you've got your whole face in the video? Fair use. We don't want this to play because I don't know. It's copyrighted music. Can't be because he's playing it. Oh. We will have to end this or not. Since we're not receiving data or some sort. I'm not sure why exactly it is saying that, but needless to say, we're gonna give it a couple minutes and hopefully things speed up. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, I can.
Stand. It looks like everything is running somewhat functionally. We're going to go ahead and proceed with the live stream and hope that everything just kind of does what it needs to do. Now, there's a bit of a delay going on right now, and so if I respond back to your comments, it may take a little longer than usual. But needless to say, we're going to go ahead into today's topic. So, for the couple people who are here, I want to appreciate y'all for being here, and a really good show that we have going for y'all today. I'm really excited to bring a couple of the issues and videos that we're talking about. Today we're talking about what is wrong with the black community, what is wrong with black people. Specifically, the younger crowd that seems to be of black people. Now there's messed up black people everywhere. But today we're going to cover a lot of the younger crowd because the younger crowd is the people that are responsible for the new generation and bringing children into the world. So we're going to watch a couple of videos. They're around 8 or 9 videos and get into today's topic. Here we go. Hello. Who's looking for? Who? Who is it? You got the wrong house. All right, so
it looks like she's got a gun. Is it me or she got a gun?
She holding her hip a little too confident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just.
Extemporaneous methods of making money, illegal activity, whatever it might be. I notice that he does have a Ring doorbell on his
Wow.
apartment door, so that's pretty telling. But it's interesting in the fact because obviously in the latter portion of this video, he says you got the wrong house, and she starts to walk away. You can see the arrows pointing to the top right of the video here, showing that it actually is a setup. And it seems to be that because there was men waiting for him, pause frame this, to get into his house, men trying to break into his apartment.
Well, that goes to show what I know. I didn't even know that. I didn't even notice.
Well, this is a good learning lesson for you right now.
She was nice to me all the time, but she got a new boyfriend at one point, and she changed quite considerably. I remember chilling and kicking it with them, and we were smoking and everything like that in the hotel room. And the lack of conversation was starting to become eerie. It was starting to become very uncomfortable, long pauses and things of that nature. And all of a sudden, they got a phone call, and she kind of looked at him, and he looked at her for a second. And in the hotel room I was kicking it in, the window was open, and they were on the ground floor. Now, I'm not sure what exactly happened, but the way that they looked at each other really just kind of sent shivers and chills down my spine. And I remember that vividly because I just recall thinking I need to get out of this situation. And there were people who I thought, I was really close with at the time, but needless to say, I think it was this type of situation, which was a setup. Why they would try and set me up, I'm the nicest person in the world, and I didn't have much to give at that time, I don't know. But having said that, I have had somewhat experience with being set up or trying to be robbed. So we're going to move on to this next video really quickly, and this video will kind of play itself out and explain what happens here. And 1 second, I don't think there's any volume actually on this video.
And that was streamed 2 months ago. He streamed that 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
So, hold on. Could you pause the video?
We got 3 teams walking into the motion.
Mm-hmm.
So he's seeing how that there are toxic women into this, in this world right now. He's seeing that, but yet he is still caping for these kind of women. But he didn't even and when he said something about that video, he didn't even speak on the fact that she was involved in a crime that was about to be committed. He didn't critique on that at all.
That's the thing. She's an accomplice. She's literally trying to lure you out because if a strange man knocks on your door, you're certainly not going to open it. But you see a woman, your first thought is she's probably harmless. But he's suspicious, so he doesn't open the door to no one.
I heard that mindset will get you killed.
Yeah, it will. That's why I said this is a good teaching moment for you, because there are women out here. In fact, it's very heavy down here in the South where women will set guys up on using Tinder accounts, Plenty of Fish. Mm-hmm. They use all kind of dating apps to lure men into meeting them somewhere, and then they end up getting robbed and killed.
listen, when it comes on to women, we know that even these men who do these dark crimes, they are luring women and children through women.
Yep.
You know this. Women setting other women up to be, you know what? To be killed, to be, abduct children. They do it. So this notion that women are sugar and spice and all things nice, that died a long time ago.
That's why if she is like, if you ever come across a woman like on a dating app or something and she comes off as a little bit too friendly, that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. Like she's all for, like she's down to get into some action that same day.
For anything.
For anything, bro. Like you gotta always be resilient. All right. You gotta be resilient when it comes to things like this, because you never know the intentions of a woman until you spend some time with her. If she's trying, like I'm dead serious. If she's trying to get in your draws that same night, something's not right. Like, and I'm talking about if she's like she is like commando gun ho trying to get you in the sack.
Like we're doing this and we're doing this tonight. Like
yes. Trust me.
And it has to be tonight.
Robbed, you might die.
Yep, and it has to be tonight. If she can't schedule like a daytime setup or something, or meet in a public area, because the thing is they want women to think like men, but sometimes it's logical to think like a woman, because and I don't say that in no kind of feminine kind of way. I say that in a means of survival tactics, because you have to understand how women move.
Like, why is she so desperate? Like, why does she really want to meet at this time? Why wouldn't, as a woman, normally you'd want to meet at that time? So it's like you kind of suss them out because you think, okay, something's not adding up here. This person's a little bit too eager or something. It's crazy. So he makes a whole video highlighting how women, let's see how this one plays out. I almost feel like there's somebody in the back of this car, but okay. Or somebody's about to go in the back of the car. Look.
Oh, we can't see it. We can't see it.
Can you not see? Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Oh my gosh. Woo. Where's the thing?
I'm the nicest person in the world, and I didn't have much to give at that time. I don't know, but having said that, I have had someone experience what being set up or trying to be robbed. So we're gonna move on to this next video really quickly, and this video will kind of play itself out and explain what happens here. And 1 second, I don't think there's any volume actually on this video.
That car's gone. Where does these three people come from? Oh no!
All right, so we got 3 teams walking into the motion over here. The guy is unloading his truck. Looks to be a white or an Asian guy. All of a sudden, they pull out guns out of nowhere. Big guns, might I add. AKs.
Damn, broad daylight.
They have no fear.
The situation that you were walking to. Right. You put the man on the floor. You can't see what's outside the camera for a little bit.
See, my thing with him is he thinks that majority of the black men are okay with actions like that, when that is not true at all. That shit is not okay. That's not cool at all. Of course, if anything, I always promote to condemn shit like that, because I don't want my kids growing up to be like that. So I don't get why he's being this Captain Save-A-Hole, want to bash black men for not doing this and not doing that, when he must be referring to those type of men, and that they don't represent the black man today. They don't represent us. They represent the low grade, the low level, the degenerate, the degenerate class. That's who they represent.
The quote unquote dusties.
Right, exactly.
He's happy to be affiliated with. These are the dusties. I just want to say, nice language, please. Thank you. We try to keep the swearing down, please.
Yeah, I'll try to keep that down. Oh, my bad.
I get it. When you get look, they're jumping in the wait. Can you see?
Yeah, we see it.
In the man's vehicle.
What's wrong with black people? I have no idea. where you think in your right mind that it's a good idea to try and steal a truck?
That was such a stupid question.
Wonder where they came from, Mr. Honest Truth. You wonder where they came from. I don't know, maybe low income housing, maybe single parent housing.
This is such a. What is the point of this video? What is the point of this video?
I think he just wanted something to watch,
What is the? This is the problem with black people. Oh, the man's. Hey, you're a fool, bruv. Let them take the truck. Let them take the truck. Let them take the truck.
What the heck
man.
you got in there? You lively? That looked like he opened that thing up and it looked like paint cans.
He probably had a weapon in the back of that truck for just
He
in
might
case.
have had a gun.
Yeah, or either that, or because it wouldn't have been smart to jump in the back of that truck while they had guns, because he would have been shot doing that.
I was surprised he wasn't shot when he flung the door open.
Yeah.
I'm like, bruv, let them take the truck. Your life is worth more than that. Like, really, I understand when the adrenaline kicks in and you're thinking my livelihood or whatever, but
having a life without a truck is a lot better than having a truck without a life. All right. So I want to just play that movie. I'm sorry, that clip there. And
to be honest with you, like, this guy, he's not really putting forth.
If you steal a truck, I mean, you can't necessarily just sell it because you don't have a title. Nobody's gonna buy it with that title. But I don't know. Anyways, moving on to the next clip here. Pop Smoke's killer goes live on Instagram from jail, throwing up the set. This is a good one.
That's not a good one. Like, he's like, who? My thing is, who cares? That's my whole thing. Who cares?
Now, if you don't know who Pop Smoke is, Pop Smoke is a famous
I think they were making jokes about his death or something, isn't it? And his mum came out onto social media saying, "Why are you making videos about my dead son or something?"
18, 19 years old, mopping the floor, throwing up gang signs, What is wrong with black people?
Is he paying attention to what the comments are saying in that video, though?
I'm looking at them myself. Can you read them? Can you see?
I can see them, and I'm like,
what did you just do?
I can definitely see them, and the people in those comments are condemning that dude. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around this individual right now on what point he's trying to make.
He's trying to make a point.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around this individual right now on what point he's trying to make.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the point of this video was, because he's not breaking down any information. He's not trying to give an explanation as to how these individuals got like this. Let's skim through the video and maybe he will, because to be honest with you, what he's saying is completely, like, what point are you proving?
We just going live from a cell become cool. We've normalized and made being in jail cool.
Okay. Well, we can't see the video, but I'm gonna say this about what he just said.
When did going live? How did you get up for such a? Well, you know how you get phones.
Yeah, like who thought that? I mean, who thought that making live videos in prison was cool anyway? Besides who? People who are in prison. The people who aren't in prison don't think that shit's cool. In fact, that level of people that are in prison right now need to be where they're at, and it's kind of a good thing that they're in prison. That's what's cool, is knowing that they are behind bars. They are away from society. That's what's cool. I don't know the argument he's trying to make of recording in prison. Like, that's a tasteless argument.
You know, remember recently O'Shea did a couple of videos talking about women sending these men money and like thirsting after them, and it's like, I mean, a lot of these videos, these comments look a bit like, I can't even tell what they really mean or who they are, to be honest with you, because a lot of them actually look like males. But
like, there's one that says you a BDHS. No, there's one that says poke and says I miss YH. I don't know what that means.
Like F-ups, CKBA. What? Back. But something. You are. I don't know if it's a.
It's probably an acronym for something.
Yeah. So let's see.
IQ that's just prevalent amongst our people, if it's some kind of genetic deformity that lends itself over to having a lack of IQ.
Genetic deformity that lends
I'm just
itself.
not sure at this point, but I honestly do think that there's something genetically wrong with the majority of black people.
Somebody says UBS.
This dude's gonna spend the rest of his life doing this, and he thinks.
Someone said free you, cousin.
Free you, cousin.
By defense mechanism, I'm not exactly sure what this is.
You killed Poppy.
I miss you, bro. Like, look at this.
I miss you, bro.
And look at the comments. I miss you, bro. Bro, you a bitch. And I was like, this pops will kill it at night. Viewers. There's a guard behind you. We miss you. Damn easy. Nah, this crazy. At least one person honest. I mean, guys.
It's crazy, but you're still there watching.
Exactly.
This is why I don't mess with black people.
But see, he's being disingenuous because that doesn't speak for the collective of black people. That does not speak for all of us. So he's being really disingenuous when he's saying what's wrong with black people. Now, if he would have titled his video "What's wrong with degenerative black people," or what's wrong with a handful of black people, then I'd be like, okay, now I can see where he's coming from. But he's just saying what's wrong with black people as if that's like that as a blanket statement.
It's crazy. I know, and that's what the women do all the time. They take the worst of the group and then kind of try to insinuate this is what the collective is like, you know?
Right.
Go to worldstarhiphop.com, and majority of the content there is coonery and buffoonery from the black race, because ultimately we provide a lot more content, degenerate content.
I don't even go to World Star. I used to go to World Star a lot, but then me and my wife kind of had a discussion about that, and she was like, "I need to stay away from that kind of stuff because it ain't really good."
A lot of different reasons. This guy you see here is a dentist, man. All right.
Oh, this is the dentist that got killed. Shout out to every other race. Shout out to you.
Practice, as a matter of fact. He's a celebrity dentist. He does extremely well for himself, but there's one huge key fact that we haven't heard, or I haven't told you yet, is that he likes to rap. Right? Now, I'm not the one and the type to judge, guys. I'm really not. But I mean, let's be completely honest here. If I'm making $350,000 to $600,000 to $1 million to $2 million a year, look at the hard. Everything's lit. Look, guys, and I'm not trying to get onto his accent or anything like that because the man's a dentist. He's obviously extremely smart, right? Extremely smart man. But why in the hell are you trying to be a dentist and rap at the same time?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, no.
What are you on, bro?
Yeah, like if that's his passion, let it be.
This is
the man's making money. He's making money as a dentist. Like what? Again, and that's why I said this in the comments. What do they expect black men to do at this point?
Maybe him rapping was to relate to the youth. I don't really support that notion, but if that's what he just likes to do in his spare time, the question should have been, why are people trying to take his life when he's doing a good thing and he's not hurting anybody? That's the question you should have been asking. Let's see if he actually gets to the question. He might get there. We have hope. We have faith, right? Everybody's like, well, no.
So he got shot in an attempted robbery. I don't know if he was outside of a studio or whatever it might have been. But even once black people make it to the pinnacle of success, right, which is being a dentist, being a doctor, being this, being that, it's not enough for black people. This man felt like he had to start a rap career as well. When you own a dental practice,
dude, that's not even.
Those pictures, that was a really gross picture. I mean, my goodness, there's nothing wrong with dressing fly and everything like that, but dude, you're a damn dentist and you're trying to rap. So he got shot.
So what?
Saying thank you.
He's doing a good service for the community as a dentist, my guy.
How many people you know are actually black dentists?
Exactly.
It's the same issue with like black psychologists. There's not many of them.
To be honest with you, it took me a long time to realize there was such a thing as a white doctor because I just had bare Asians. I can't tell when last I had a black doctor or dentist. So
I've only seen one or two. I've only had one or two. And
This
then
man is
my dentist was
reaching.
black.
this is bizarre. This guy's
And
bizarre.
rest in peace to the dentist or whatever. But it seemed like this guy, honest, is reaching for the heavens at this guy.
And if you remember when Crystal and Kerosene had the other people on, they were like, "Oh, a suit doesn't make you high value." This guy's not only not wearing a suit all the time, he's literally just casualed out, like
Yeah.
where. So what do you want? Like, this is bizarre. And this guy is trying to. The guy is, oh my gosh. So he gets robbed for having a rap career, and that's his fault. But a chick knows that she's with a guy who's got a mental health problem. He beats her, and it's everybody else's fault but hers.
Right.
Double standard much? One doth think.
It don't add up. It don't add up right now.
Like, he was wrong for having a passion outside of, maybe he always wanted to be a rapper, but he was just better at being a dentist.
Right, maybe because usually that's the case, because a lot of people they want to be rappers and then they realize that some of them don't make it and some of them have responsibilities, so now they have to put those kind of passions to the side so that they can, flourish the way they want to flourish. And that's clearly what it looks like to me is what this man did. In fact, Divorce Court had a live earlier on YouTube, and it was a guy on there who he had a culinary arts degree, and instead of him pursuing that degree to become better, he decided that he wanted to be a rapper too. And that's why him and his wife essentially got a divorce, or I think they're trying to work it out or whatever. But just the same, he has to come to, and then they have a child together on top of that. So it's like, you got to put that rap career to the side to flourish for the sake of the family. Now, I don't know the background of this dentist. Maybe he had a family and maybe he had to suffer the same fate of going for, for a bigger purpose in life. And so that's what ended up doing. So I'm assuming that's what he ended up doing. And now that he did have that position of a dentist, maybe he wanted to go back and try his rap career again.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate for him to get killed. But I mean, this guy here, he just don't realize it.
Circumstances are the two even related? Like, does his rap career have anything to do with the fact that he got killed, or was it just unlucky that, because from my understanding, he got killed out of jealousy because he was a very successful dentist and he was showing off his money online.
One thing I will say about black people is what we have to stop doing. One thing I will say is we have to stop doing it, like showing off for the public eye, because there's always going to be somebody watching. Yeah, that flex and stuff. There's always going to be somebody watching you, right? And they're watching your every move. They're watching what time you get out of the house, what time you go to work, what time you go to lunch, what time you get off of work, what time you go to the grocery store. They're watching you. So I will say,
this culture, sorry to cut you, has trained us to be like okay with being surveyed.
Right.
Like the fact that you feel the need to post. Like, I wish I knew exactly how to ensure my location was off all the time, because like you're so used to being like just telling everybody every move you make that people can plot your whole existence. And I know O'Shea covered that story of the woman who was a stripper and she got robbed, and I did see it, but I didn't cover it. A stripper showing off her money and her whole address and everything is there. They came to her house and robbed the place. And it's like, why would you even, like, why do you do a crime and then showcase the money on the bed?
Exactly.
Like the guy who robbed the bank that he worked at, and then he posted pictures of himself posing with the wads of cash. I mean, like, I'm not condoning what you did. I'm glad you were that stupid so you could be caught. But it's like, why do you do these things? Like, why do you feel the need to show everybody the entirety of your whole life? And you know you've got black crabs out here. Let's just be real. There are some people who don't like to see other black people flourish.
And it's sad that it's like that. It is extremely sad that it's like that. But I think it goes deep into like the entertainment or the media that we have right now that shows like music videos of people with wads of money showing off and stuff, and not the people who aren't in entertainment like that. They feel like, you know, showing off money is I'm at a loss for word right now, but showing off money is basically like a means of success.
Yeah, and it's like I can live the dream. Like I might not be rich. I mean, this guy was rich actually, but you know, I can actually have a piece of that music video or whatever action. Like, look, I see Kim throwing up this, I can do it too, kind of thing. So they're training black people, because black people are some of the biggest consumers of this entertainment, to kind of just emulate everything they see people on TV doing. Well, the guys who are doing that, a lot of it, they don't own that stuff. It's rented for a start. And on top of it, they've got a bodyguard, they've got security. You haven't got any of that. So why would you be online holding up gold chains? And some people will kill you for less than nothing.
My thing is, how in the world are we the biggest consumers yet the poorest in the country?
Because we're trained. We're trained to be spenders. This is what I'm trying to say about white supremacy, you know, influenced and controlled mainstream media. They make sure that they promote things to black people that they don't necessarily promote to themselves. That's how they keep us as a permanent underclass, by telling us that the way we prove we're successful is by showing off like these rappers. And we foolishly listen to these people and buy into it. That culture of, I prove I have money by spending. And who are you spending that money with? You're spending that money on non-black businesses and things that are not going to advance the black community by design. So it's important that black people understand this is the trick that's being played on you, you know. And some black people, they like just the short-term gratification. So you can't even tell them put the trinkets down, because they would rather the trinkets than to see any kind of progress. I don't know what you can say. Just do you. Never underestimate the power of stupid.
To my audience, it sounds like he's a good guy. I wish him the best, but I mean, my goodness, what is wrong with black people? This video is very interesting.
Doesn't say anything about the killers.
He was in a California gang called the Rolling 60s.
Nigga don't gangbang. I don't gangbang. I don't gangbang. I don't gangbang.
Apparently she got shot.
This is what we do now. Hold on.
She got beat up, it looks like.
I'm not from Rolling 60s, no more. Come on, let's go the other way. Why are you walking this way? I'm not from Rolling 60s, no more. Okay, that's fine.
So she's announcing her gang because they
Chloe, I don't gangbang.
And
Chloe, okay.
beat her up, raped her. I'm not sure exactly. And she just had somewhat of a mental break.
That stuff. No pills, no drugs, no nothing.
Now it looks like she has somewhat decent family members. That's like her grandma or something.
Let them know what you've been had on your mind.
She's a Christian woman.
You can't talk to your mama about.
And she's trying to get her and help her out of the situation.
That's all. That's all.
Who's in the trunk?
The man's down. I'm not for Rolling 60s no more. Okay. More. I'm not for Rolling 60s no more.
This is why I always talk about
nice.
things of that nature on my channel. Because gangs are such a dog-eat-dog in an evil territory. And women in our culture have fled to gang members and gang members. They see it as a glorified entity. When gangs are the complete opposite. Once again, it's not most white people that are killing us, it's black people that are killing us. Now this video comes out of Africa.
You know what that's called? That's called proximity violence, my guy.
This video comes from
It's like they're being forced to admit it because, and I think that's one of the reasons why Chrysalin actually decided to try and step down from YouTube, because she kept trying to go against Jess, and she kept kind of coming off a little bit, you know, she just couldn't be honest with the conversation. And everybody knows, everybody is attacked more by people that look like them.
Exactly.
There's nothing really special about that piece of information because everybody's mostly around people that look like them. So I don't know what the point of this video is. This is out of Africa. And you know what? He said something. He said, I think there's a genetic issue. And I'll tell you what, right? I actually agree with him, but I believe it's because we have a lot of trauma in the Black society, in the Black world. And that does cause a lot of illness and maybe even some mental illness. Because when you think about Black nations, a lot of them either have poverty, some type of racism, war. There's a lot of dysfunction that is by design, to an extent globally. And I'm not saying that all African countries are poor or that every aspect of the country is poor, but there's definitely there's injustice and there's corruption and things like that that help to keep parts of Africa, which is like the richest nation on the continent, poor. And even in the Western world, you have things in place to help keep Black people back. So anybody who's not trying to promote Black men progressing, you just got to leave them behind, because the Black women are saying we want builders, providers, protectors. Well, Black men, go be great then and don't listen to these crazy women.
What is wrong with Black people? Black people do the most harm to Black people.
Stupid.
We use our images to blend in the hood just to find out who's trafficking kids and shit. That someone told us that there's a Nigerian guy that stays here that's trafficking kids, and he went to work now. So I think probably his wife is here. So we're gonna go and try and rescue some children. Hello.
So he's basically trying to find information about a child trafficker.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on here.
Search the place, Owen. Search the place.
That guy would be me. I'll be like, going.
Word.
Storm the place, quick! Someone's going through the window.
Now I want to know where he's gonna go at with this, because they don't look like they're from America. This doesn't look like America at all.
Somebody's going out the back, man. Jesus.
Why we can't see this? There are kids that have been bound with zip ties.
Why did you tie him for what? Huh? Is this your mother?
Naughty.
Huh? Is this your mother?
They're naughty.
Is this your mother?
Look how small this one is.
Come take them all. Let's go. We're taking these kids.
Oh, we thank God. Beat her. Beat that old woman. And tie her hands as well.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna flex. Even though I don't condone hitting women, I would have dropped that. If it has something to do with kids and you kidnapping kids, and if a woman got in the way, she's getting dropped off top. She's getting dropped. I'm prior military, so things like that. I don't play with stuff like that, and I have kids of my own too. Nah, I don't play like that.
Beat her. This is a different situation. Beat her properly. What are you saying?
She getting dropped.
She getting dropped, man. What are you?
Because the mission is to get those kids to safety, and anything that gets in the way, anything that gets in the way,
she puts herself in front of you. You shove her with all the force.
Exactly.
But don't forget, how many kids have already gone missing because of this woman. Shout out to I think the same Mr. Fantastic that this guy is running his mouth on. They're talking about how some of the biggest traffickers, and I think LAR movement did this as well, talked about some of the biggest traffickers of females and the biggest pimps of females is other women.
Yep. What they call them? Do they call them the aunt? They call them madams. Madam. Yeah, madams. Yeah.
It was something, and notice it's a woman, an auntie, and she's trafficking because she can get trust.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Asia, same thing. A lot of these girls are being captured by other women telling them, I can get you a job, I can help you. And then they know that they're even here in the UK, there is girls that have been abused that they then send out to go and catch other young girls. And let these women online tell it, they would make it seem like it's only black men. No, they have a female accomplices.
Something that goes to show what I was telling you like last time. I didn't tell you but my other friend was saying, because I'm up here in Dallas and I go to college down there by Houston. When I'm going back to the HBCU this fall, down there by Houston. A situation that happened close to one of my friend's houses. A woman was pumping her gas into women of Asian descent, like pulled up and got out of a car, and she was in her car while she was pumping gas, and they tried to basically drag her out of her car into their car.
Oh no. It's terrible. It's frightening. It's frightening because these people are so wicked, and what they do, whether it's sex trafficking, slave labor, organs, it's terrible. It's disgusting. You can't believe in the 21st century people are still on that rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
And to see the adults, they can live, but you're catching the kids, man. Nah, man, come on now. It should have been me there. The fact that you lied and said there's no kids there, and I find the kids there, that's already grounds for me to start punching you up. I don't care.
Word, about to start dropping.
Like the fact that you lied and you know you've got 3 round the back, bro. I swear to God, I would have draped her so hard. Same time, I thought you said there's no kids here. I would have punched her up so bad. I'll be like, tell me where the others are. I'm not even gonna stop punching you till you tell me. She'll go and find some children from somewhere just to make me stop. Because that's the time. I'm not gonna say I'm like ultra maternal, but the fact that I catch you with the kids, no, that's different. I'll have to say, Jesus, cover your eyes and your ears. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. It's like, I just got to pound some faces right now. Are you dumb? I like how the men are not there to protect her. Oh my gosh. You got a whooping. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad.
Now, it's incredible because in this video at the very beginning, they actually claimed that police had to
wait before you before because we can't see the window, but is it okay if I can screen share real quick with you?
Yeah, man, go for it. Sorry.
All right.
Oh, God. Gotta remind me. Remember, I'm old though.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
oh my God, the fact that she's got the kids there, and I catch them with their hands tied. You must be mad. You must be mad. I'll bust in the house and sit, bro. Should have been me that found her, bro. I know. It's everybody's very silent.
Look at this. This was in Augusta, Georgia, in 2014. This was part of a sex trafficking ring. 5 people arrested. No. 5 people arrested.
This is very. Oh my gosh, this is different.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to show me the 3 ladies that tortured the little girl.
These are 3 ladies who are a part of the sex trafficking.
Of course.
And look. Well, it won't show the entire. It won't show the entire photo, but as you can see at the bottom, those 2 fellas are non-black.
Yeah, one is white and one is Asian.
And then you got the black woman at the top of varying complexions.
Mm-hmm. So my thing is, if you know, I'm not gonna deny. So all right, I'm gonna stop sharing now because that was the whole point I was trying to make with that was, so I'm not gonna deny that, you know, there are young women and there are African American women who are getting captured and gone missing and stuff. But when you have things like this happen, because this happens a lot, it just changes the narrative. It's like people can see it from a different perspective versus from what these, you know, feminine women are talking about.
That's crazy. And it does happen. It happens a lot more than we'd like to admit, because modern day slavery is kind of easy to do. It kind of slips through the cracks because nobody's really looking out for anybody. And children go missing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Children are missing all the time, and really and truly, they're not looking for a lot of these children. They're not. They just
So these men have formed a group and to try and rescue kids who are being trafficked in Nigeria. And make no mistake about this, ladies and gentlemen, this happens in a huge parts of Africa. This is a very common practice. Black people are black people's worst enemies. We've somehow
it happens everywhere, sweetie, especially in Asia. Don't try it.
Exactly.
Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try it. About it happens in Africa. It happens everywhere. Go to Asia, and all those people that you see trying to swim to other countries and they drown. A lot of them coming from Asia and Middle East. Don't ever play.
And well off to do
That's a joker.
we are. White people, Asian people, other minority cultures are not the problem. Black people are the problem with black people. This video.
What? Oh, see, yo.
Why? Why are you gonna be like this?
So he realizes this. He realizes this, and all he's doing is just basically doubling down on the fact that it's proximity violence.
What's wrong with you? Why do you keep making these kind of statements? Oh my God.
The famous Floyd Mayweather's daughter, Yaya Mayweather, and her baby daddy, NBA YoungBoy. This is her baby shower.
I'm confused. Who are these?
Well, Floyd Mayweather, he's a heavyweight. He's
Floyd, is it?
Not heavyweight, middleweight.
What's the point of showing this?
Right. What I'm trying to see where he's getting at on this, because you can't. Again, this man cannot base a collection of people who, the scum of society. He can't use those. He can't use celebrities as the image of black people.
I thought celebrities just play by a different set of rules. So how come all of a sudden you're using celebrities?
Exactly.
Isn't that what
and why are they? I would go as far to say, why are they doing that? What looks like a daycare?
Either that or a baby shower. Looks like a baby.
Was she the one that got dragged for the struggle baby shower?
I believe so. I don't really keep up with celebs like that.
Having a baby shower and everyone was laughing because it was like,
bro. You have not a single issue, a single care in life, and yet this is how you decide to treat things. You're pregnant, twerking on another woman, baby shower photos.
Now, see, if the sisterhood or anybody else covered up this video, his ass will be, his ass will be ridiculed. Those pro-black feminist sisters, they will ridicule the shit out of him if they found out about this video. So it's for his own good. He should probably stop trying to come to the Manosphere to counter argue everyone in the Manosphere. That's the advice I'm gonna give him.
He needs to stop talking about Jessica X too, because he's just mad she shot him down.
Oh no! Stop it! Behave. Unapologetic black man, good video. There ain't really nothing here. I'm surprised there's no women complaining. There's no women complaining.
Sure, there ain't that many people that watched it, I guess.
I don't think they watch him.
They did, because this came out in 2020.
145 views, yeah.
I'd say roughly around when Kevin Samuels blew up.
But the title, it's mid-November. But I would have thought the title and the fact that he affiliates with Eddie Adine. Maybe. But, I mean, okay, even if we get to the conclusion there's something wrong with black people, so what's the solution? Because, okay, you've told us that black people are messed up. Okay, where do we go from here? What's your solutions?
That was 2 months ago, and
because this guy is literally just showing World Star videos, the worst place on planet Earth to find information about black folk. Because you only get on World Star if you're doing something stupid.
Yeah, that's not the place to go for black folks of class.
The whole platform is to promote stupidity and degenerate behavior. So as much as you can find interesting videos, okay, where do we go from here? Anybody? I don't think he's just like, blacks are deficient. That's why he calls himself a Dusty.
So he didn't really start jumping in on the Black Manosphere until a month ago.
Oh.
Based on what I'm seeing. Because he has a video saying, why do they love thugs? Well, that was a month ago. And then he has one that says, stop woman bashing, get a grip, MGTOWs, PUAS, SYSBM, black pillars.
I'm black, and there's nothing I can do to change that. What I can do, however, is help you to change your methodology of thinking to understand why
he didn't start talking about Jessica X and Kevin Samuels until 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. That was 2 months ago. Then the Birkin bag delusion, he tried to call them out on that. Oh, I've seen this content creator, but I've never watched it. YouTube terms of service or something. His whole face is in the video. That one, Jeezy, and your friends secretly hate you, but then it's got white women in there.
He also has another one, I think it's called Why Women Date the Thuggish, or why do they love thugs? He's got one called that. So it's like he's clout chasing. He's basically jumping on the Kevin Samuels train. That's basically what he's doing. He's jumping on the Kevin Samuels train. That's what I like to call it anyway.
He's got one video here 5 months ago, the murder of black med student. I didn't watch it, but I have seen it. But then you could also talk about the was it a med student or something, a professional woman that killed her boyfriend after a few weeks because he said he didn't want to see her anymore. She kind of stalked him and killed him. Do you remember that?
I do not. I think my head was in the clouds when all that stuff went down.
Yeah, and so it's, I mean, and shout out to Kid Organic. I know there's tension there, but he even covered the story of a woman. This man had a baby mama, moved on, got a new girlfriend, and the girlfriend must have said to the mom, well, you're not even a good mom. The mom got 3 men to kidnap the girlfriend, took her out to the woods and executed her. So when it comes to wickedness that black people do bad things to each other. The abuse goes both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 months ago, the dangers of dating thugs, but you see the women brandishing two guns in the thumbnail. I don't know if they're actually, I don't know what they're doing in there. So yeah, crazy. But yeah, 2 weeks ago, he made a video about Jess, and then from then he's made, is that 6? 5.
That's 6. Because he's got 6.
And then he's got a Manosphere video. And then he's got Men Don't Know What High Value Is. That was just now. He was live a minute ago. But I'm too busy trolling you to jump on your live. I haven't got time for that because I'm not in the back and forth. If he wants to, I can go over there, but the guy's a joker. Wait, where's the video we were just watching? So
What's Wrong with Black People? That's the video.
Listen to this quickly. He's
I'm
like,
black, and there's nothing I can do to change that.
Why would you want to change it?
Right. Embrace it.
And to be honest with you, the only people who have issues with your blackness are like racists and self-haters. So which one are you?
Exactly.
What I can do, however, is help you to change your methodology of thinking to understand why we, the people, do what we do and feel how we feel. You see, we're actively being manipulated, divided, and conquered to play into specific roles that society deems appropriate for each of our races, religious beliefs, creeds, and genders.
Okay, I agree with that.
The world, it seems.
Okay, hold on, wait. Well, I have to challenge that. I have to challenge that because now he's contradicting himself. No, I'm not. Yeah, he's contradicting himself. if that's the case, if you know what society is trying to do, why are you looking at the Manosphere as if all we're doing? I mean, not we, because I'm not a part of it apparently, but I'm just here. You can see that the Manosphere is fighting against what society is doing to black men. So my thing is like, what did continue?
Cooperation between various sectors of humanity. Mankind is dividing themselves and concentrating on the differences between us, rather than focusing on the commonalities that we all share. The biggest mistake one makes is assuming this is why the world is in such turmoil. Everybody has their own version of the truth. But the way I see it, there's his story, her story, and the truth. So leave your ego at the door and come on over to the channel. Click the link. If you're ready to find out the honest truth, I'll be waiting for you. See you there.
The intro was nice. I liked it. For the most part, a lot of white people. So I don't understand.
I'll pass. I'll pass on that. I will pass on following that rabbit hole. That's okay.
It's no, the editing and everything about the intro was good, man.
It was. Don't get me wrong. It was good. It was good.
Like the fact that he started off with "I'm black and there's nothing I could do about it." You can bleach.
He said you can bleach.
I'm sorry.
Technically, there is something you can do about it.
I mean,
you can take the Michael Jackson approach. No shade at Michael Jackson, that is.
There's pills for that now. So I don't know what his problem is. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so he finds a Yaya who NBA Youngboy has he got a number of kids as well? NBA Youngboy's got a lot of baby mamas as well, isn't it?
I heard well, I don't want to spread rumors or nothing, but I did hear that he had a little something. He got Jania. He got a gift. That's all I can say. From what I heard.
No way. Oh no. Let me have a look. Google is our friend.
Yes, it is.
How many baby mamas does NBA Youngboy have? What's an NBA Youngboy?
NBA Youngboy.
How many kids does he have? Let's see. Oh my gosh, he looks terrible. Ew. Oh God. His eyes look like they have an infection. His eyes are they got that look like they need drops. Oh my gosh. Oh God. I can't find it. What? His baby mama says it's BS. Let's see, I can't find it. He said, I got 4 little boys, right? He explained, and I got 1 daughter. Her name is Amani. And then I think someone's trying to say he's got another daughter. So it looks like he's got about 5 kids. Oh, he looks terrible. 6 baby mama. Oh my God, has he got 6? Oh my goodness. And you see, this is the point. Oh my gosh, I was going to do a video. I don't know if I can get some good stuff. But it's like, when these men have a lot of women, who is really to blame? When they got a lot of baby mamas, is it them for being reckless with their seed, or is it the women? Because the women go to these men. Now, average men kind of argue, but a celebrity, everybody knows you've already got several kids by different women.
Mm-hmm. So then it's on you to protect yourself, like I was saying earlier.
Because the women will say it's the men that get them pregnant. And I'm like, but then you say it's 2 to tango, and you know that man is already reckless.
Right. So it's like he wants men to be more responsible when it comes to mating. But why aren't we hearing more people say that women need to be more responsible when choosing a mate? Why aren't they preaching it?
Like when it comes to these kind of situations where you've got one man with multiple baby mamas, I was thinking about this the other day. who really is more to blame? Who is more to blame? Are they equally to blame? Is it the man? Is it the woman?
Because here's the crazy thing: a guy cannot go to a gynecologist, or he can't go to a place to get impregnated. A guy can't do that. A woman can, though. A guy can't, just get oxygen pregnant out of thin air and have a baby. No, he needs a woman in order to do that. So if the woman is the vessel, then why? I'm all over the place with it with this.
I know what
it's a touchy subject.
It is kind of a touchy subject, but the thing about it is this: the man has less control in the situation, which is what I always point out to women. Like,
right.
So you can't really blame the man, because you have to be complicit in that act. And when it comes on to celebrities, you know that they have a lot of kids out here because they're in the media. It's not like the stranger, the random guy on the block who can hide his wife or hide his kids. But yet these women still go to an NBA young boy or a Future and keep trying to have their baby. For what?
Exactly.
Like,
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished. But I'm just like,
my thing is about young NBA, whatever his damn name, the gift that he said he had. He admitted that he had the gift, and these women still don't care. They still don't care. They still will go out there and they will still let these kind of dudes shoot the club up all up in them and stuff, and generate and create more babies and stuff. Like, I'm sorry, okay. The more I think about it, is it really on the man to be held solely responsible for why there are so many single mothers right now? Is it like you that is a debatable argument that will always be defeated, because the responsibility falls on the woman. It falls on her, who she chooses to mate with. She decides to open her legs up and allows these type of men to do this.
Accountability.
It'd be one thing if the dude put a gun to her head and did that way she could file for it. That's understandable. But
that's not the case.
Exactly. That it's clearly not the case. And besides, women have the options to abort the child if that were to happen.
It's true. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Because I was sitting there, I've seen some clips recently that just came up, and I was thinking, we got 3 men and we got, was it 87 children? And I was like, how, and about maybe 20 something women. I'm thinking, who here is really to blame? The women who go to these men, or the men who refuse to wear condoms or don't want to get a vasectomy?
To an extent, I can place blame on men for not being more responsible, because what men don't realize is once you have a child, whatever ambitions, whatever goals, whatever dreams you're trying to accomplish as a man, you have to put that shit to a screeching halt, because now your responsibility has just come into play. So by default, you are responsible for raising that child. So yes, that part I will place the blame on. However, in order for that child to come into this world, what does that man have to do?
Find a woman who's willing to sleep with him.
Exactly. And if a woman decides that she wants to birth this man's child without having no kind of background or is he worthy of a man? Is he worthy of a provider? Can he do what he needs to do? Instead of looking at that, she's just saying, oh, it's okay. You can bring your AK-47 in the club. It's all right. And then what usually happens? Boom, they got a child. And then what tends to happen? They have a child out of wedlock. I remember back in the day, and my mom told me this. She said that when I was born, My dad did the honorable thing and got married to my mom just solely because she was pregnant by me. And that was the honorable thing to do back then. Nowadays, it's so many people having children out of wedlock. And people are choosing not to get married. Instead, they're choosing to cohabitate.
That's the bit that I don't like. The culture is like, we don't need to get married. And I hear women saying that as well. They're the ones co-signing the culture of you don't need a father until things get rough.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, you know, they have a mentality of a baby mama before they have the child. They already have set in their mind it's not a big deal, and then their body just follows the mind. And so when men are calling women out for it, it's not because they hate them, it's because this is a problem, because it's a mentality. So
Yep.
it's like, oh, but this guy is just, I don't know, up to now, he hasn't brought one solution.
Full-grown baby is
None.
It's cute to be twerking on another woman. You hear the background? She put that donk on you. You put that donk on you.
But it's all women. The person who made that statement is a woman, and she's dancing with a woman.
Ultimate blessing, which is having a child. And this is how she acts. She's proud to be with a degenerate rapper who has incurable STDs. And I'm not getting on people with STDs, but has incurable STDs, multiple baby mothers, felonies, and is in gang situations. This is what the young black woman gravitates towards. Now look at all the comments that you'll see on this.
So my thing is, if he's saying this again, what is his problem with the Manosphere? Because we don't approve. I keep saying we like I'm a part of it, but majority of the Manosphere don't approve of shit like that. So what is he getting at? What is he getting at today? Like,
he doesn't have a leg to stand on. That's why I say any guys that come out with a lot of these comments, for the most part, I don't really understand what their problem exactly is. Because if you actually listen to a variety of content creators, a lot of them are really, in fact, the fact that the Manosphere was created was because they saw these things and they're calling it out. You may, as a woman, feel like it's bashing, but the question is it true?
Right. And what he's doing in this video is the exact same thing that the Manosphere speaks of.
Calling out bad behavior. I don't know what the point of these videos are. I really don't. And you know, let me just leave it there. I think she's trying to save face because the baby shower is flat, and she's just trying to twerk and dance and act like she's having a good time. But she knows she messed up having the baby of a bum.
Mm-hmm.
All for attention. I'm not gonna play the video of NBA YoungBoy grabbing and slanging his girlfriend across the stage.
He's gonna do it anyway.
Honestly, you have to see it. Let's see. NBA YoungBoy.
There's too much pressure on black women. I wonder whose video that is.
All right. I mean, just so you can understand exactly where I'm coming from.
So this just happened. Look, so NBA YoungBoy is definitely not going outside today. So following his arrest in Tallahassee, Florida, the Baton Rouge rapper.
This is what women love.
Jackson went live.
Oh, this is what who loves? Black men, is it? Did he say black men love this? Or is it the black women?
This is what women love. It doesn't show you parts.
You don't say.
I'm not joking, folks. He threw her. He absolutely launched her.
And he laughed about it. You see what I'm saying? Like this again, that is exactly what the Manosphere talks about.
Oh my god.
The same thing he's saying in his video is the exact same thing as the Manosphere talks about.
Laughing about it too.
Yeah, and then he's laughing about it.
Making a joke out of it.
Boy, if I was the Knievel kind of person, I swear I would make a video such as this and find one of those female neo-Nazi feminist women and just send that video straight to them and let them deal with his ass. I could be that person.
Heartbeat.
Luckily, I'm not good with video editing, so I'm gonna let them have it.
When you figure it out, let me know, because trust me, like, bro. Oh, so this is what the women like. So they choose this. And it's not black men making them. This is what they choose, huh? Okay. 145 views, huh?
This is not funny at all. I'm just amazed by.
I wonder what the psychology is behind this.
The pathology of the black woman. Cynthia G.
Gravitate and love. Black women gravitate and love men like this.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh,
you don't say.
What? You dare to touch the black queen? You dare to touch the black queen?
I should comment on that video and say, really? So you're gonna bash black women right now? Is that what you did on this video? Did you just bash black women just now?
Shall we not? Shall we?
Shit, you don't have to. I'm you know what? Fuck it. I'm sorry. My language. I'm gonna do it.
Oh my God.
I'm finna do it.
Cover your ears. No, right. He's gonna know because it's gonna be too close.
Yeah, you're right.
I already sent him a message, but he hasn't responded. Remember, I asked him the question. Please prove to me that they don't sabotage their own sons. And he hasn't typed back. Remember, he was gonna refute me.
Mm-hmm. He ain't done it yet.
Yeah, I just asked him. Maybe he's watching. Hi, I see you. He's watching, don't worry. He's one of the people watching. Don't mind him. He's one of the ones watching.
Oh, good.
I know. He has to be.
Mother and his girlfriend. No less.
He's one of them.
On the top of a hotel so you can see them from his jail cell.
Would you look at that?
You know, I'm not a person that easily shocked, but oh my gosh, this is gonna get me struck for news.
Look at that.
Wait, I'm trying to close it, but I can't figure out.
Would you look at that?
Yeah. Protect yourself, Anti.
Look, there's a whole group of them.
Would you look at that?
I would argue to say that these women of these types are the real enemies of black women.
Would you look at that, Mr. Honest Truth? Would you look at that? I know Honest Truth got a problem with that. And guess who else has a problem with that? The same people you trying to go after, my guy.
So he said the mothers, children have mothers like this.
I'm not sure why a mother would throw a party like this for their son.
Oh my gosh, the mother threw
a mother. Yo,
her son is in jail.
Yo,
her son is in jail, and she did this party for him.
To the jailhouse right now.
You know what would destroy him in the Manosphere? His own video. His own video would destroy him. He don't even realize.
Yeah, he's the type of guy to incriminate himself.
That video will destroy him. Oh. Let me bookmark that.
The mother arranged this party. Wait, I just can't get over that. Woo. That's my nightmare.
You know, I wish there was a way, like, because you had sent that message you sent to him. I forgot what you had said, but you was just speaking about it not like a few minutes ago. You was just saying it, that you sent him a message and you wait for him to respond.
That was the route I was gonna go, with the mothers sabotaging their sons.
Really?
And he said to me, so you're trying to tell me all black women sabotage their sons? And I said, I didn't say all, but you show me how they're not. Because his goal is to refute my argument.
All right, so this is what you do, and you do however you want to do it. This is what you do. Make sure you bookmark this video. Get the timestamp of that same story that he's speaking on. Put it in the next comment, and you got his ass. He's done.
He's done. It's over. You see, You guys wanted Chirolling Tuesday, baby. We give you some Chirolling Tuesday in here.
He's
Go,
done
go, go.
for. Oh my god.
How
This is the savagery we be on out here.
Word, like that did. I'm sorry, but that video about what's wrong with black people, that destroys every talking point he brings into the manosphere. That destroys everything.
2013. You see, guys.
That's crazy.
I'm not even.
That is crazy.
You guys are wrong. You know, I swear. You guys be out of order.
If I was that big in the manosphere, I probably would be doing exactly what you're doing right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I probably would because I can sniff out bullshit. I'm not saying I'm a dog or nothing, but I can sense, I can sense things like something's amiss, something's not right. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever somebody tries to, break up the peace and the validity, that's when shit has to be questioned. Especially when a man hates on another man, I have to just find out what is the reason why.
What's going on here? Yeah. Dude hasn't come back to me yet. What did we say? 2013? Let's see what we can do here.
I'm black.
Oh,
and there's nothing
we get it. We know. We know. We know. You've told us before. Okay. God.
Cause that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
We're so out of order. We're so childish.
No, it's not even childish. It's calling him out because he's sitting here trying to cape and he's sitting here trying to be a disruptor within the manosphere, and he's sitting here, telling people that they need to stop talking about or bashing black women, quote unquote, bashing black women and saying this, that, and the third. But the same talking points that majority of the brothers I hear and sisters that I hear in the manosphere is the exact same talking points that he has in that video we just watched.
We're so mean. You're so mean. Don't call me mean. Don't French toast.
I mean, I'm fair. That's my whole thing. My fair. I'm trying to be fair about it.
That's my Kevin Samuels impression.
Like you can't sit here and throw rocks and then hide your hands. You know what I'm saying?
It's sad, isn't it? This was sad. This was a sad state of affairs.
The rapper YNW Melly, who is in prison right now, was recently thrown a party from his mother.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this is his mother.
The mother did it. The mother did it.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Come on now. Stop it. Look at this. Redhead strippers. Come on, man.
I don't know who that is talking behind the camera, but...
And it's women. It's all women there promoting this rubbish.
And those women are probably 10 times out of 10 their mothers.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Come on now. Oh, this is sad to watch. This is sad. And then you hear black women saying we're so disrespected, we're so unprotected with the people. Who's throwing the money?
That's why I said women like this are the true enemies of black women.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
And then you have women who defend it and say, I'm not against twerking, twerk, enjoy yourself, but there's a time and a place. And the fact that you as a mother, you would do that to your son, nah, come on, man. That's nasty. Like, why as a grown mother are you worrying about your son's sexuality like that?
I'm finna start, nah.
You're tempted. I can feel it.
I'm about tempting to just, because I have a page too, but it's like on random stuff. It's not like as big, and I don't really consider it as far as mandatory content. But I'm really just about to have like a page of just every talking point that women, those kind of women be saying and stuff. Like I'm gonna just have videos posted that counter that argument.
It's terrible.
Like
that shook me a bit. I thought the thing with the kids shook me. That shook me too, man. I can't imagine having a child and somebody arranging a stripper. Oh God.
I would not do that for my kids. I wouldn't do it for my kids.
I did a video on it. The woman in the bathroom, and then the 8-year-old party, and they hired a strip. They hired a hall, and they got a stripper, and you got like an 8-year-old slapping her behind, and
They were
making
in. It was like, was it like 4 kids, and they was in the bathroom or something like that? 3 or
yeah.
4
And
kids.
then at
Yeah, I
the end,
seen that video.
yeah,
That
and then at the
disgusted me.
end there was another clip of a party for an 8-year-old boy, and they hired a stripper, and she was twerking on him.
Oh
I
my
think they're
god.
just wrong, man. Come on. And as YouTubers, none of the women covered either of those stories, right?
You know they not. You know they not. And you
And
know
the
they
only
not.
one who covered it was pressured to do it by her subs, right? And when she
Yeah.
was asked why didn't you do the story, hear the person, because it's not viral. And I'm like, more children are probably exposed to something like this than the rubbish that you're talking about with colorism. And it wasn't Chrissy. Chrissy didn't touch them stories.
That's
Which I'm
ridiculous.
shocked at, because as bad as it be, sometimes she will call women out and use those kind of videos. But I was like, these women really don't care. They're not trying to help black women be better in any meaningful way, man.
No, they not. They just trying to let them get away with so much stuff.
I must say one thing that I've been saying ever since I turned 17. America has adopted an enabler mindset. And we learned about this in health class. If you paid any attention, enablers are very unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
They are, and it's to dumb us down. It's to keep everybody in the West dumbed down so they can do what they want to do. But black people, as they say, if white people catch a cold, black people get the flu, kind of thing.
Yep.
It's sad, So it was it free him, free her son.
None of them will go to the graduation, right? We don't glorify things of that nature, right? That's just unheard of. We just don't do that kind of stuff. I don't know why, but we don't think that that's cool. We have
We
issues
who?
with things of that nature. Now, the last video I'm going
We
to play,
who?
I
Are you
actually
white?
didn't plan on playing this video, but since you said that, Legend, I want to show you a video that I just got done watching, which was Black Men in Relationships.
Is this Ayana Fix My
This
Life?
video was from 2012.
Is it a group of men?
Far before. This is a long time before, the whole relationships scene and Manosphere and things like that came to be. And so, at the end of the day, the queen physically has more power than the king.
Huh?
So we're very soulful and very connected. So I hear like men say like, act like a queen or you're my queen. So I'm thinking like, what's your definition of a queen?
If you play chess, you know that the queen is the most important piece on the board, and its main job is to protect the king. And so,
I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna let him have it. I was gonna say the queen's job is to protect the king, just like every other chess piece. Protect the king. That is the goal. That is the.
all the perks of
I digress.
and that's just not going to happen.
There are females that do hold queen standards. Like, what are some attributes? Those are attributes out there. What's so hard about being a queen?
Anyway, you see, this young man, he seems frustrated and frustrated, and I'm not going to play the entire video, but I just want to show you guys that.
It's funny, he's frustrated, but he doesn't see how her body language is combative.
Right. She's showing masculine energy.
Ratchet, STD, giving thug black men character persona, right? With the good black men here, and then the other 2 black men that you see later on in the panel down the way are often overlooked by black American community. The problem is that since they don't reproduce at a rate that's nearly as high as Pookie and Ray Ray, who have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 baby mothers, we're having a shrinkage in the intelligence and the intellect of the black babies that are being born now, especially with the huge rapid rate of single mother, one parent households. You're having kids that are being born into certain situations that don't have a chance or a leg to stand on from the get go. And
So when
Oh.
men stop
So
having
whose fault is that? Honest truth. Whose fault is that? The black man? Is it those three brothers' fault? Is it their? Is it that's
Those kids probably have no kids.
is it those three brothers' fault for
No
that?
children.
Or is it the fault of the women from the previous segment of the mother throwing her son a stripper party on a roof? Is it you think maybe it's their damn fault for that shit to happen?
This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk. We got it.
white, or they start mixing with Latinas, as we're starting to see a lot of black men are heading towards Latinas and they're heading towards white women and things of that nature, the black community is only going to get far more worse off because the people that are reproducing in the black community aren't worth a damn to begin with. Right? Brothers
Wow.
are clearly talking about the twins videos where Steve Harvey put up these twins, Atlanta twins with like highly successful, high six-figure, possibly seven-figure, possibly eight-figure men in the future, right? And they're so thrown back by what their job titles are that they don't care anything about conversation past that. He asked him what he does as the first word. As soon as they sat down, so what do you do? No hello, no hi, I'm whatever, no this, no that. What do you do? He says, I'm a senior tech consultant advisor or something like that. She said, oh, that's a cool job. That's cool.
She don't even know what it is.
Talking about a $500,000 multi-million-dollar man. That's a cool job. But I guarantee you, she let Pookie down the street hit it for free 99.
That backbone, what allows you to also be a man and kind of and support yourself, right?
So how does that? How does kind of like emasculate men?
The body language is terrible.
Sass without class is disrespect. So that's just how I feel. Like you can be sassy, but if you don't have any class, it just comes off as disrespectful. A way that I feel is being in a place where my masculinity may be jeopardized. Not that a woman is going to emasculate me, but being in a situation where now I have been sought, for some type of like guidance or leadership, where she's asking me, how are we going to go about this, or what do you want to do, and then you just dismiss everything that I just said to you.
Man, that's such a great point. Let me tell you something. And Legend, I hear you see it coming. A lot of them thugs end up paying child support, and then the woman that chose them, kinds of dudes, end up bitter and unhappy. Yeah, and then that's the other problem. So once they choose the dudes and end up bitter and unhappy, then they tell the kids who had not a leg in the race to begin with, oh, your father was this, your father was this, your father was that. So they end up growing little mini Tyrones who hate the black man to begin with. They end up killing the black men in the future, joining gangs to kill black men, being little war children soldiers for their mother and fathers, or for their mothers, for their single black mothers, and then going out to the community causing more harm and destruction. So the cycle not repeats itself, but it repeats itself and then grows larger on a more destructive level, right? It's not that the mother just ends up getting child support from the father. It's not that the father just ends up going to jail because he has a failure to maintain financial responsibility, but they grow this little race soldier that is essentially a pawn for the government and for the powers that be against the black people. That's the big.
Wow, shout out to you guys who decided to watch this video. You guys deserve a round of applause. Because I would not have bothered to watch any more of this content, I swear to God. And what he just said, I'm confused. And he said this video clip comes from 2012 or something, before the Manosphere, which is not technically true, because the Manosphere has existed about 10 years.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Manosphere until like, what, 3-4 years ago?
Yeah, but the first iterations, like Tommy's original generation and a number of people who are not here anymore, partly because of flagging campaigns. Because this is like this Chrysalin's second, at least, attempted flagging campaign. So a lot of the first Manosphere guys have gone. Only a few really remain. Most of them are like 2.0.
Yeah.
Wow, what he just said. Well done, guys. This was crazy. What he just said is literally the entire problem of the black community in the West. And he's like, why are you talking bad about black women?
You know who I would like to see debate this guy, like absolutely destroy him on a panel? I would like to see Game Changer do it.
Oh,
I think it should be Game Changer to do it. Because I know I honestly I can't trust myself on an intellectual level. I don't trust myself with it because I'm more of a literal kind of person and a logical
I
kind
know
of
what you
person.
mean. Yeah.
But it's when I hear how articulate Game Changer sounds, it's just that's the brother for the job. He's like an assassin to me. He's like an assassin every time I hear him.
Hey,
Even
I'm gonna
somebody
go
like,
ahead and get off, by the way.
all right, my darling, thank you so much for coming through. I
All
was
right,
gonna
then, young champ.
All right, good night.
All right, have a good night now.
have a good night, sweet. Poor thing. Tired. I was gonna say, or nameless.
Nameless name. What? Hold on. Let me.
Nameless protagonist. He's very cool. I don't even know if he can raise his voice. He's very close to BGS, you know. But yeah, Game
I think
Changer
I've seen
is
his
very
name
good.
before too.
Who else? I can't think. But Game Changer definitely is cool.
I know Game Changer. The Roger Report would definitely destroy him.
Yeah, I mean the thing is this: once Roger raises his voice, which he never really did. But when he raises his voice, this guy will always use "oh, you're getting upset,
Yeah.
oh, you're getting frustrated." He uses those kind of emotional tactics to try and derail the conversation. But Game Changer doesn't really ever, because he can see right through your rubbish.
Yeah, Game Changer likes to put people in corners. That's what I like about it. And then he's humble and he's calm about it too at the same time.
If
I've
you're
never heard Game Changer
yeah,
raise his voice.
not really, no. Unless it's like, why do you keep doing this? And even then, it's not that bad. He's
Right.
funny, yeah. Because the feminine tactic is to make you frustrated,
Mm-hmm.
and then once you're frustrated, they try to say you're upset because you know you're wrong, and that obviously frustrates you more because the person is completely dismissive of what you just said. So that's the way they wind you up to stop you from arguing. But yeah, I think that's it. That's it. You see, this guy, he wrecked himself.
Yeah, this video is his
The cheat.
yeah, this is his coffin right here. That's
Oh,
this video right here, and I'm not figuratively speaking. Well, I'm not literally. I'm more figuratively speaking. This is his coffin though. This is what's going to f him up.
It's a shame, but you can see that there's a problem. I tell you, for me, the problem wasn't the video. It was this last bit where he turns around and says these women are having children and outbreeding healthy men.
Mm-hmm.
The men who actually have what it takes and good genetics and a good mentality, you are overlooking those men and having multiple children with low value men. For me, that is the argument destroyed. Anything you want to say about black men complaining online, you literally just undermined it with that statement. You could argue with the twerking and you could infer something, but the fact you opened your mouth and said you are outbreeding intelligent black people, the conversation is done right there.
Yeah, like I said, I'll go so far as to say the whole video has destroyed every talking point that I've heard him on that previous video that you had of him on the panel with Roger.
Yeah, that video was like a couple of days ago, and this one, as you can see, is like 2.5 months ago. So that's sad. That's sad. I just came across the one about the Manosphere, and I'm not keen on people who dog the Manosphere because people complain they want more productive black men. So why would you criticize? I don't know about Marvin the Martian.
Eddie, him, isn't that the homosexual guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, me personally, as a heterosexual male, I just feel like a homosexual man has no dog in the fight, in this fight. I don't think they have a dog in this fight. Because their target is other men. I don't know if it's his target is other men. So
it's like, why are you caping for black women so hard?
Exactly.
But to be honest with you, what it is, it's I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine, because for LGBT policy to be pushed through, they don't have the physical numbers. So they cape for women, and then they say you owe us a favor. You see how we supported you against black men? Well, we want policies for LGBT supported.
Yeah,
Like, okay, because we
I
don't
can
like
see
black
that.
men either. Okay, and then they,
Because they'll be glad to speak ill about black men. The only time they really, honestly, when I hear black women speak about, speak great about black men, like on like Facebook or whatever, I hear them speak how great black men when they've passed away.
yeah, that's a common thing with black people. They only have all kind of things to say about you when you're gone. And they were kind of, just mocking you and dogging you out the whole time while you was alive.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. So is there anything else you want to talk? Hey! Gay men get a pass for their preferences. It's true. They get a pass, but it's like,
Yeah, but okay, I'll say they get a pass, but at the same time, it's like, why why get yourself involved in heterosexual relationships if you've chosen to,
exactly.
go outside the tradition? That's my whole piece about it. It's like,
No,
what's the
man,
point?
it's just they want support for their own causes. And so they make sure they get that support by making black women beholden to them. The black women have issues with straight black men and patriarchy, and so do gay black men, because a lot of straight black men don't accept that lifestyle. You see, and so that's why they fight them. They're like, we'll help you fight straight black men, and then once you've opened the door for us as the LGBT, then we'll just leave you behind because you served your purpose. So you can't really. So I came across that first video. I'll probably link it below if anybody does want to go and watch the whole thing and torture themselves a bit more. Go through it. But is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, that's about it. I'm probably finna hit the hay myself because it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I got a phone interview in the next 4 hours. Well, I got 2 phone interviews in the next 4 hours.
I hope you make it.
Yeah, well, I hope so too.
Don't have an energy drink for breakfast, but you can try a little coffee.
I'm gonna say I've been sipping on Monster this whole time.
Oh, really? I hope that you make it in time for your call, man. Thanks so much for coming up.
Yeah,
it wasn't meant to be this long, but you know how it goes.
It's all good. I'll be catching you on the fly and stuff, and like I see people they go live. I jump on theirs, and I jump to somebody else's. I jump to somebody else's. It's like after a while, I have like 4 or 5 tabs of everyone being silent, and everyone being muted, and I just unmute one at a time.
I hear that. I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you go and get your rest.
All right then. All right then.
All right,
I'll catch you on the next one.
So for you guys catching this on the restream, let me know what you think in the comment section. Shout out to On Free Thought, George Golden, Brian Henderson. Who else? Obviously, Aldrin Mincy, Cichlid, Every Other Race, XYZ. Was it Z? I don't know. Demetrius, shout out to you. Thanks for coming through. Bringing clarity, always showing the love. Did I see Kazama Fury at one point? Maybe I did. Did I? There was a lot of people out here this evening, so really appreciate you. Share the video with somebody who needs to see it. Like and subscribe. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.